Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
The battle between Wang Jin and Uchiha went very quickly, less than 20 minutes. At this time, the Iwagakure army did not escape far. After all, this was a collective action, and the speed must be much slower. This is where Inoki feels a lot of pressure. It would not be easy if he just takes Jonin to evacuate. Kill. On the battlefield, Kirigakure and Sunigakure were full of morale and chased Iwagakure's large army like dogs. Especially the 50 Iwagakure Jonin, they are strong, and the Iwagakure Jonin do not have excess high-end combat power to stop them. These people were like scythes mercilessly harvesting the Chunin genin of Iwagakure. Fighting like this is really exciting. A Sunigakure Jonin sneered after killing 3 opponents again. His companion also married 2 genin, with a cruel smile on his face. More, speed up. Today we will cut off Iwagakure's combat power. We will kill them until they don't even think about slowing down for decades. Well, what's the chance? We must kill all the Chunin and genin in Iwagakure today. The two broke into the battlefield again, and at the same time told their companions one by one about their thoughts, and those Jonin listened happily. Inoki, this can't continue like this. Without anyone to deal with Iwagakure's Jonin, our low-level ninjas will be eaten away by them bit by bit. When an old man from Iwagakure saw that the seeds of the future of the village were being mercilessly slaughtered, he anxiously roared at Inoki. Inoki was also distressed, but he knew that escaping from the Kingdom of Water was the most important thing now, and he could not deploy high-end power to stop Sunigakure. Don't worry about this, speed up and evacuate. I can't do it. The old man was so blinded by hatred that he did not even listen to orders and faced the Sunigakure Jonin alone regardless of his own safety. Senior Osawa, come back. Inoki cursed in his mind, if one person faced so many Jonin, wouldn't this mean he was going to die? However, he is not at such a age now, and because he is young, he cannot control the seniors above him at all. The beasts of Sunigakure, die for me. Earth style river. The old man Iwagakure took action with anger, and the chakra in his body flowed violently, without any regard for waste. There were more than 20 Sunigakure Jonin near him at the moment. They all sneered and all took action, directly deciding the outcome with one move, killing the old man on the spot. You don't know how to live or die, old man, keep on killing him. After dealing with the old man, these people continued to join the herd, harvesting the fresh lives of the Genin. Inoki also saw this scene. He did not stop, but kept urging everyone to evacuate quickly. If this continues, it would be good if half of the people can go back. Damn Sunigakure, you actually took the opportunity to stab me in the back. I, Iwagakure, will be the first to seek revenge after I recover. Inoki's heart was filled with pain and hatred, and the current situation made him feel powerless. Everyone from Sunigakure, stop it. Just when the mood gap between the two sides was huge, Wang Jin suddenly appeared in front of the Sunigakure Jonin with Chiyo on his shoulders, and the kunai in his hand was pressed against her neck. Chiyo. Chiyo-sama. Little beast, let her go. Those Jonin became anxious when they saw Chiyo being captured. This is the future leader that the village leaders are optimistic about, and they will entrust the Kingdom of Wind to her in the future. The death of a few ordinary Jonin, or a dozen or so, would not have a big impact, but the loss of one such outstanding ninja would be a major loss to the village. Jin-jun. Inoki was overjoyed when he saw this situation. Wang Jin's move was no less than pulling out the firewood from under the cauldron, so that Sunigakure did not dare to act recklessly. Jin, you are really amazing. You were able to capture this poisonous woman. I admire you. Inoki praised from the bottom of his heart, at least he couldn't defeat Chiyo himself. Wang Jin smiled slightly. It took me a lot of effort to catch this woman. After saying that, he looked at the Sunigakure Jonin. Now I give you two choices. The first is to continue massacring our Iwagakure Chunin genin, and the second is to get out of the way for me. When we get to the port, I will return this woman to you. I only count to 3, choose. Let's give way. Don't be impulsive. A Jonin spoke quickly. Compared with Iwagakure's low-end power, Chiyo is a peerless jade, and it would be a pity to be crushed by a stone. Very good, a wise choice. Wang Jin threw Chiyo to a Iwagakure Jonin and warned, remember, if these people dare to play tricks, you can kill this woman with one sword. Yes, Master Jin. That Jonin is older than Wang Jin and has more chakra than him, but at this moment he is sincerely convinced by him and naturally becomes his subordinate. Iwagakure's prestige value plus 50, current prestige value is 50. After Wang Jin made arrangements, he rushed directly to the front of the team. Iwagakure belongs to me, follow me and rush out. Yes, sir. The morale of countless Yenin was greatly boosted, and they shouted in unison. Although they don't even know Wang Jin's name, everyone respects him from the bottom of their hearts. Wang Jin and Anoki led dozens of Jonin to clear the way. Because he had just used the power of the tailed beast, his own chakra was directly restored to full state, and he used the exquisite water style repeatedly to open a life channel for the large army. Without Sunigakure's support, Kirigakure's senior management suddenly woke up, and the pace of the pursuit slowed down a lot. After all, these two teams are equally powerful. Even if they win without foreign aid, it will be a miserable victory that cannot be tolerated. Most of a day later, covered in blood and with a lot of chakra left, Wang Jin finally brought the Iwagakure troops to the port, where there were dozens of large ships that they had left when they came. Chunin and Genin, hurry up and board the ship, Jonin and I will stop Kirigakure. Wang Jin gave the order, and he was used to it, and everyone in Yenin was also used to obeying his orders. Seeing that the situation was over and that they had lost the possibility of annihilating the enemy, the senior management of Kirigakure stopped him symbolically. After watching the last batch of Iwagakure board the ship, they made no further moves. As the ferry started moving, Anoki's long-hanging heart finally let go. He lived up to his teacher's expectations and preserved most of the village's strength. Jin, thank you. Anoki bowed deeply to Wang Jin, and other senior Iwagakure leaders followed suit. Iwagakure's prestige value plus 60, current prestige value is 110. Anoki's favorability plus 20, current favorability is 70. Beauty industry favorability plus 50, current favorability 50. Bear, favorability plus, current. A series of favorability points appeared, and Wang Jin grinned. There will always be a few of so many people who survive to the main world timeline. When the time comes, plus the prestige value, will I not be able to walk sideways in Iwagakure? Mission, the covetousness of the mist has been completed. Please go to the divine tree space to claim your reward. 6 days later, when Wang Jin and the Iwagakure army successfully entered the land of Earth, the mission reminder sounded. He immediately told Anoki, you guys go to the village first, I'll be back after I do some work. Jin-jun, where are you going? Anoki was a little reluctant when he heard that he was leaving. The village is very weak now, and it's time to use people. Especially an excellent ninja like you is indispensable. I'll be back in the village in half a day at most, go ahead. Wang Jin waved his hand and turned away, leaving the Yenin executives looking at each other in astonishment. His prestige is too high at the moment. In everyone's mind, he is more reliable than Anoki, the successor to Tsuchikage. Without him, it would be like losing a backbone. After returning to the sacred tree space, Wang Jin immediately redeemed the mission reward. Rewards have been issued, chakra plus 30%, 500,000 silver taels. Sacred tree, teleport me back to the real world. Start transmission. Buzz. After a dizzy spell, Wang Jin returned to Mingzhou in the real world. As soon as he came out, his body immediately changed. An inexplicable force appeared in his body, constantly improving his physical condition. Finally broke through the 2,000-calorie chakra. Wang Jin looked at his panel and found that his chakra level had exceeded 2,000. He had experienced this state once before, and it was the same when he had just broken through to Jonin, raising his life level and increasing his physical and mental strength. The reason why real-life ninjas are far superior to the original ones is because of this plugin. Every time they reach 1,000-calorie mark, their life level will be upgraded. The process was completed quickly, and Wang Jin felt that his body had more than doubled in size. His mental strength wasn't as much improved as his physical strength, but it was also an increase of 50%. The most obvious change in him at this moment was that the side effects of Mangekyo were not as painful anymore, and the mental burden was much lighter, allowing him to catch his breath. After receiving the reward, Wang Jin entered the sacred tree space again and went to the main world of the normal timeline. He appeared directly in a secret room in Umbu headquarters, which was reserved for him as the Umbu minister. "Someone come." Wang Jin sat in the main seat and shouted softly. "Grown-ups." Almost the next second, a masked chunin with a graceful figure came in and knelt on one knee. "Xian, has anything major happened in the village since I was away?" "No, everything is normal." The girl Umbu spoke respectfully. She was Mao Yu Xian, Wang Jin's secretary. "But the Hokage came here to look for you, but he didn't say what it was about." "Kakashi. I see." Wang Jin took out the 500,000 taels of silver note that he had just received and which was not even warm in his hands, and handed it to Mao Yu Xian. "Go buy all of them and make them into detonating talismans for me and put them here." "I can use them." "Yes, sir." Mao Yu Xian immediately carried out his order. Wang Jin slowly left his headquarters and walked towards the Hokage building. On the way, both the villagers and ninjas saluted him respectfully. "Mr. Minister." "Minister, you are back." "Sir, come in and have a drink, I'll treat you." Wang Jin greeted these village ninjas with a smile. He looked very approachable, without any of the majesty of a superior, which made these people admire him even more. "Is this kid so aggressive?" In an inconspicuous place by the roadside, a man and a woman were dumbfounded at Wang Jin's treatment. It was Wen Ling and Lin Haomiao who had met him once at Anxiang University. When Wang Jin beheaded Luoimu, who possessed the art of spiritual transformation, in the secret realm of growth, the two of them knew that he had a bright future and was a talented demon. But they never thought that in just a few months, Wang Jin could turn Konoha into his. This is different from the cautiousness of all real-life ninjas in the world of the sacred tree. Wang Jin gave them the feeling of being casual and willful as if they were back home. Wang Jin also saw these two people. The large and small bags made him very curious, and he couldn't help but walk towards them. "We meet again, are you going on a mission?" "Yes." Wen Ling's beautiful face was very calm. "I was lucky enough to trigger a B-level mission, and now I have to leave the village." "Oh." Wang Jin nodded after hearing this. He didn't have much interaction with the two of them. He just said politely, "I have some influence in Konoha. If you need help, you can come to me. Xiaoyu often talks to me. You guys, the relationship is good." "Thank you, we will remember it." Wen Ling agreed. She is usually the popular goddess of Anxiang University. She is strong and beautiful, and she is very indifferent. But things are different now. She knows that Wang Jin's words may change her destiny. Minister Umbu's power is so terrible that she has never dared to imagine it in her life. While talking, an acquaintance came. "Jin Jun." "No, Mr. Minister, when did you come back?" "Jonin is Yuhi Kurinai." After meeting Wang Jin, he was a little reserved and lost his previous casualness. "Senior Hong." Wen Ling and Lin Haomiao quickly saluted. They happened to belong to Hong. Wang Jin smiled and nodded. I just arrived in the village to see how Kakashi has been busy recently. Hong, don't be so polite to me in the future, we are all friends. Yes, Minister. Jin Jun. Hong was relieved when she saw that Wang Jin's kind personality had not changed since he became a minister. Compared to the aloof and majestic Minister Ambu, she prefers Wang Jin like this. Only then did Hong become curious and looked at Wenling. You know Jin Jun? Back to senior, yes. Wenling and Lin Haomiao felt the difference between being of the same age but receiving different treatment, and they couldn't express their feelings. It's like yesterday we were classmates, and today the other person is the richest man in the world. Yuhi Kurenai nodded and said goodbye to Wang Jin instead of asking any more questions. Jin-kun, we have to go on a mission, so we'll leave first. When I come back, I'll call Kakashi and Kai and let's go to the izakaya to get together. Oh. Are you their leader, Jonin? Well, I am responsible for this mission. Is there any difficulty? Do you want me to send a few Umbu to follow you? No, I'm just going to Daming Mansion to send some information. Yuhi Kurenai smiled and rejected Wang Jin's kindness. Wang Jin nodded slightly. Since this is the case, then the journey will be safe, and safety is the top priority. That's not possible. Everything should be done with the mission first. Hong shook his head. You and Kakashi have the wrong idea. Ninjas can sacrifice, but the mission cannot fail. Okay, I know you two don't have our views, goodbye. Hong waved her hand and strode away with Wenling and Lin Haomiao. Her behavior made Wang Jin shake his head. It seems that Kakashi's journey has not yet begun. Kakashi, I heard that you went to Umbu to find me. In Hokage's office, Wang Jin went straight in without knocking. Sitting in front of him was the busy Kakashi, who was almost overwhelmed by the documents on the table. There was also a middle-aged man standing beside him, who immediately saluted after seeing Wang Jin. I've met the minister. Shikaku-senpai, please stop making fun of me. Wang Jin quickly waved his hand. This person was Konoha's famous think tank, Nara Shikaku, who had a terrifyingly high IQ. He is also Kakashi's right-hand man after he succeeds to the throne. Without him, the former cannot support such a large village alone. When Kakashi saw Wang Jin coming, he immediately complained. Jin Jun, I finally know that you obviously can Hokage, but you have to give it to me. This is really a hard job. I haven't slept for 2 days. Are you so busy? Wang Jin walked up to Kakashi in surprise, picked up a few documents and looked at them. The caravan was robbed, with a loss of 120,000 yuan. Several bandits appear in the southern part of the Fire Country. Will a reward mission be issued? Wild boar appears in the east of the village and damages the fields, please. What's all this? You Hokage just take care of these little things every day. No wonder you're almost exhausted. Wang Jin was unable to complain. The shadow of a village has to deal with trivial matters all day long. Kakashi, aren't you too stupid to delegate your power to find a few reliable people to do it for you? If you have this time to deal with chores, why not go to an izakaya to have a few drinks and relax? What did you say? Kakashi was dumbfounded after hearing this. You want me to leave the village affairs alone and waste time in a place like that? How can I explain this to the villagers? How can I earn everyone's trust? You can't teach him a piece of elm wood. Wang Jin shook his head and sighed, giving up on saving Kakashi. Tell me, what do you want from me? It's no big deal. Kakashi scratched his head and continued, it's just that Jiraiya-senpai insists on going to the Land of Rain to investigate the Akatsuki organization. Didn't you tell me to leave this organization alone now? They are very dangerous. I'm afraid something might happen to Senior Jiraiya. Jiraiya? Wang Jin frowned after hearing this. I have already told the other party about the Akatsuki organization, why is he still so stubborn? Now Nagato doesn't recognize his relatives. If Jiraiya insists on destroying his plan to nuclear the ninja world, he will really die. Where are the others? Where are they now? I went to Tangshu Street, saying I wanted to find Tsunade-sama. Kakashi told the truth, and Wang Jin immediately gave the order. Kakashi, use the Hokage warrant to give Jiraiya an order to find Tsunade and return to Konoha immediately. No private investigation of the Akatsuki organization is allowed without an order. Good. Kakashi immediately asked someone to notify Jiraiya. He didn't want the other party to be in crisis. This is the peak combat power of the village. The mountain-holding stone is several times stronger than itself. There must be no accidents. After chatting with Kakashi for a while, Wang Jin went to the route, arriving at Orochimaru first. Senior, let's just say you can't cover it up a bit. I can smell the smell of blood at the gate. Wang Jin almost vomited as soon as he entered Orochimaru's laboratory. There was blood and corpse fragments everywhere on the ground and on the experimental table. Orochimaru, on the other hand, concentrated on studying the corpse as if he couldn't see it, without even raising his head. Anyway, with your support, Kakashi won't dare to close this place no matter how much he objects, so why should I cover it up? Jin-jun, human life is fragile and short, we must cherish every moment. Well, I can't help you. Wang Jin had no choice but to continue. Have you made any new discoveries these days, senior? You didn't lie to me. Is there such a genius who fused 3 sage jutsu? Orochimaru was so excited after hearing this that he tightly grasped Wang Jin's arms with his blood-stained hands. Wang Jin admitted truthfully and continued, furthermore, senior, I can confirm that I have personally seen someone combine the 3 sage jutsu into one through their own comprehension, thus creating the ultimate ability called divine jutsu. Senior, if I gave you 3 sage jutsu training methods, would you be sure to combine them? Ryuchi Cave, Shogun Forest, Mount Mayaboku. Orochimaru was full of arrogance and confidence in his tone, which made Wang Jin give him a thumbs up. Yes. Wang Jin's answer made Orochimaru even more surprised. It took almost a month of research to determine this. I didn't expect you to be so powerful and know it so early. The two of us and Tsunade happen to be their descendants, but only Jiraiya has learned the sage jutsu of Mount Mayaboku, and Tsunade and I have no chance. Tell me, I won't tell the third person. Orochimaru slashed the target result on the experimental table. It seems like it's quite a secret to be able to make you so careful. Orochimaru finally raised his head, looked at Wang Jin with a pair of cold snake eyes, and licked his lips with a tongue far longer than ordinary people. Oh. What did you find? Wang Jin asked immediately, and the latter said with a smile. As expected of a senior, I will ask Umbu to bring you the spies he has captured this time. Nishiki-kun, tell me the training method of San Sage Jutsu, and then find me a group of genin, both men and women, at least 20 of them. I will definitely be able to give you what you want. If that's the case. After hearing this, Orochimaru smiled and said, if someone can do it, then I can do it too. Wang Jin nodded and said seriously, Senior, since you have now discovered the curse seal, which is the power of sage jutsu, I would like to ask if there is a possibility to fuse multiple sage jutsu together. Jin-jun, your ability is far more powerful than I thought. I only discovered that cursed devil by accident. The curse seal made Wang Jin suddenly think of Madara in the subworld invaded by Otsutsuki. He had never figured out the magic of 3 sage jutsu that he created and could not learn it at all. Yes, these are the 3 types. Wang Jin nodded immediately. The scientific madman in front of him might be able to solve this big problem for him. Multiple? How many? Orochimaru frowned after hearing this. Jiraiya and 10,000 snakes said that there are only 3 places where sage jutsu exists in the ninja world. Wang Jin was surprised. Orochimaru was discovered so early in the original novel. You know this stuff. This ability far exceeds Jiraiya-senpai's sage mode, which increases the power of ninjutsu 10 times. It can increase it 100 times. What did you say? Yes, but I can't find a way to integrate. Curse seal. Have you found it now? After Wang Jin broke away, he wiped his clothes in disgust. I've heard of it, but haven't studied it carefully. Wang Jin nodded, the out-of-control version of Sage Jutsu. Yes, you must be interested to hear it. A power called the Curse Seal. However, Orochimaru was even more surprised and put down everything in his hands. In other words, you can find an unconventional route for me, without having to work so hard to combine them with your understanding and talent. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Do you have all 3 Sage Jutsu training methods? It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. Senior, let me ask you something, but don't tell anyone. Orochimaru's needs are easily met. Umbu spends all day catching spies when there is nothing important. Since becoming Minister Umbu and truly becoming the core high-level leader of Konoha, Wang Jin has discovered that there are many discrepancies between the real ninja world and the original work. In the original work, Umbu belongs to the Hokage, and the roots are 2 systems, and no one can control the other. But Wang Jin now knows that the real person in charge of Umbu is the minister, and his words are more influential than Hokage in the eyes of his subordinates. And Hokage himself is Umbu, who is absolutely loyal to him. No one can give orders, not even the minister Wang Jin. It's just that the number of Hokage's Umbu is very small, only about 1/5 of the other 2 departments, and Wang Jin's Umbu is usually ordered to perform tasks. And Umbu has his own prison. Unless Hokage orders the arrested people to be imprisoned elsewhere, they will all be imprisoned here. Shiin. In front of Umbu prison, Wang Jin looked at the spies and felons in each cell, and gave instructions to Xiaomi behind him, pick 20 spies who are in good health and send them to Senior Orochimaru at the root. Orochimaru? Yes. Yuzuki Shiin was obviously stunned for a moment, but he quickly executed. Although the spies were enemy ninjas, they were frightened when they heard that they were going to give themselves to Orochimaru. No one in the shinobi world knows what this name represents. The legendary Sannin, a scientific madman, ruthless, cruel and cold-blooded, etc., even death would be a luxury in his hands. Soon Mao Yuxian selected the candidates, and 20 men and women who seemed to be in good mental condition were brought out, and each one of them frantically begged Wang Jin for mercy. Sir, please spare my life. Let me go, sir, I'm willing to explain everything. Sir, I am the grandson of Elder Kirigakure. My grandfather will come to redeem people. I don't want to see Orochimaru, I don't want to go. These spies cried for their parents one by one, fearing Orochimaru in their hearts. This scene made Wang Jin marvel. Shiin, did you see it? If you encounter tough problems and don't tell the truth honestly in the future, just use Orochimaru to scare them. Huh, don't tell me, Bucho, Orochimaru-senpai's name is really awesome. Although Mao Yuxian had a smile on her face, she was also surprised in her heart. People who can be spies have the best psychological quality, and they are not usually so miserable. When things happened, Wang Jin returned to his secret room with a large pack of detonating talismans, planning to go to the subworld. More than 160 detonating charms are enough to handle a small war. This large package of detonating talismans gave Wang Jin a lot of confidence. Even Jonin, who was worth 3,000 taels apiece, was reluctant to make money like this. He first activated the Sacred Tree bracelet and returned to the Sacred Tree space. After a short transit, he directly entered the timeline of the First Ninja War. Returning to the place where he left, a small village on the border of the Land of Earth, Wang Jin immediately set off quickly and rushed towards Yenin village. The land area of the Land of Earth is average among the 5 major countries. It would take at least 3 to 5 days for an average person to get from the border to Iwagakure village, which is not a short distance. But for Wang Jin, this distance is only half a day's journey. He used the instant body technique all the way, and when the chakra was exhausted, he used the second stage of tailed beast transformation to refill it, which was extremely fast. Even some genin chunin who retreated from the kingdom of water were caught up by him and rushed to Iwagakure before dark. Iwagakure village, Tsuchikage building, in a spacious conference room, Anoki sat in his seat. Wang Jin was beside him, and almost all the remaining people were old men and old ladies. There were at least 20 people sitting around the round table. Everyone. In the main seat, an old woman with gray hair and wrinkles covering her entire face spoke. She is the wife of first Tsuchikage Ishikawa, Myling Rakuyama. After Ishikawa's death, Meirei Rakuyama originally withdrew from the political stage of Iwagakure when she was unable to take over the position of Tsuchikage. She was recuperating at home and waiting for the moment when her life ended. But now she has to come out again, because Yenin village is facing dual internal and external crises, and is on the verge of life and death. Outside, Sangekar is ready to annex the Earth country. I agree too. After all, this disciple who was the most valued when Wu was alive was also trained as a successor, but the time was too short and Anoki had not yet fully grown up. Luoshan Myling was surprised. The sudden death of second Tsuchikage within the company left the successor undecided, and some careerists took the opportunity to cause trouble, which made Myling Rakuyama uneasy. This scene made him sneer. There was no shortage of conspirators everywhere, in every village. Luoshan Myling's words were no surprise, and everyone was mentally prepared. Senior Yoichi, please tell me. At this moment, he was not wearing a mask, and his delicate face not only surprised Luoshan Myling, but also everyone else. The remaining people did not rush to express their opinions, but looked at a gray-haired old man wearing dark half-sleeves who looked about the same age as Luoshan Myling. Praise. Single-handedly blocking Chiyo, then capturing him, forcing Sunagakure to retreat, and preserving Iwagakure's future. Any of these would be enough to make him famous in the land of Earth, let alone accomplishing them all. An old man who had not expressed his position before smiled flatteringly, and the rest of the people also followed suit and flattered the old man named Yang Yi. Only when Anoki came to power could Wang Jin use his influence to influence the decisions of Iwagakure's senior management, allowing them to join forces with Kirigakure to complete temporary tasks and receive rewards. Soon more than half of the people voted by show of hands. There were some old men who were part-timers whom Wang Jin didn't know. They were not seen on the Kirigakure battlefield. At this moment, their eyes were communicating with each other, as if they were discussing something. What a young boy! After Luoshan Myling finished speaking, the others immediately sat up straight. This made Luoshan Myling and a group of non-sectarian elders very satisfied. This young man was worthy of their trust. Luoshan Myling just didn't expect that such an outstanding ninja was not trained by the village, and he was still so young. Mu's death was too sudden, and we, Iwagakure, were not prepared for Tsuchikage's successor. I also agree with Myling's suggestion, but I have a small suggestion that everyone can listen to. Agree. Although she did not go to the battlefield in person, she received a secret report of Wang Jin's outstanding performance long before anyone returned to the village. You have been the village elder since the Shodai period. We must all respect your advice. Luoshan Myling glanced at the crowd again, her old and turbid pupils lingering on Wang Jin's face for a while. I agree with Myling-sama's suggestion and support Anoki to become the third Tsuchikage. They all knew that the first issue to be discussed must be Tsuchikage's successor. Wang Jin also looked at it curiously. This old man was unfamiliar to him. He didn't remember that it appeared in the original work. However, I strongly recommend his disciple, Two Scales Anoki, to serve as the third Tsuchikage. What do you think? But this is none of his business. No matter what these careerists do, Anoki must become Tsuchikage, and he will definitely support him fully. Anoki sat upright. Even though he was elected as Tsuchikage by important people, there was still no expression on his face, and he remained as calm as water. Now, I, Luoshan Myling, as the great elder Iwagakure, announced the official start of the 7th high-level meeting. Wang Jin smiled slightly at the other party. Ahem. The gray-haired old man stood up slowly. As soon as he moved, Miling and others immediately turned their attention to Luoshan. They looked serious. It seemed that the influence of this old man was not small. Who is he? Wang Jin quietly asked Anoki beside him. The latter's face was solemn and he whistled to explain to him. Takano Yoichi, when he was young, his strength was no less than that of Shodai. He once competed with my teacher for the second Tsuchikage and has been grudged after his failure. He has longed for the position of Tsuchikage for a long time. Wang Jin nodded after hearing this and asked again, Anoki, do you think he can compete with you? It's hard to say, but his influence in Iwagakure is no less than that of Miling-sama. I'm worried that he has managed many supporters behind our back over the years. If this is the case, it will be troublesome. Takano Yoichi is a war madman. Once he comes to power, he will definitely reorganize his forces and fight Kirigakure desperately. Worry flashed in Anoki's eyes. In this timeline, he is not as stubborn as he was at the beginning of the plot later, and he is not as relaxed about suppressing Iwagakure's opponents. Wang Jin patted Anoki on the shoulder, I understand. Don't worry, with me here today, no one can be the Tsuchikage except you. Jin-jun, thank you very much. You're welcome. Remember to give me some face when you get on stage. Just do as I say. Of course. Anoki whistled, now is not the time for revenge. We must join forces with Kirigakure to resist Sunigakure, otherwise both families will be annexed by them. As long as you understand. Wang Jin was very satisfied with Anoki when he was young. He could still distinguish forms and did not have the old stubborn donkey temper in his later years. When Gao Yeyang saw that the momentum was almost there, he smiled at Luoshan Miling. Madam, you are someone who has seen big events. You have been at the helm of the village since Shodai. Without you over the years, Iwagakure village would not be as strong as it is now. Yang Yi, just keep it simple and don't flatter me. Luoshan Miling's expression was calm and she responded indifferently. It's nothing. I'm just worried that Anoki is too young and can't manage the huge Iwagakure. It seems that Yoichi Takano is no longer pretending, and is pointing the finger at his competitors. If Madam supports Anoki to be the 4th generation and 5th Tsuchikage, then I will definitely not object. But now he is less than 25 years old, and his strength, qualifications, and experience are far behind us old people who have experienced the turmoil of the ninja world for a long time. I'm afraid it was the wrong decision to hand over the village to him. So you want to be at Tsuchikage? Luoshan Miling's face turned cold. After hearing this, Gao Yeyang calmly said, yes, I think that I am more suitable to lead the village than Anoki. Moreover, there are many people who support me. Everyone, what do you think? Takano Yoichi glanced at everyone. Unlike Luoshan Miling, who valued Wang Jin, he did not take this outsider in the village seriously. Although Wang Jin performed well on the battlefield, Takano Yoichi did not think he could make waves and block his Tsuchikage path. Shurha, Wu, you have been blocking me all your life, but you have finally lost. I, Takano, will definitely prove to you two mediocre people that I am the strongest Tsuchikage. Only under my leadership can Iwagakure surpass Konoha during the Senja Hashirama period and become the leader of the new 5 great nations. Takano Yoichi was roaring crazily deep in his heart at this moment, but his face remained as calm as water. I agree with Mr. Takano as Tsuchikage. In terms of qualifications, he is the most senior. I also support Mr. Takano. Agree. Agree. The remaining half of the people who had not expressed their stance came out to support Takano Yoichi, and their number was not much less than that of Anoki's faction. Luoshan Miling's face turned cold when she saw this, and she gave a low drink. Nonsense. Most of you are old people from the Ishikawa period. You know why Takano Yoichi couldn't become second Tsuchikage. When he competed with Wu's second Tsuchikage, first generation pointed out his shortcomings. His desire for war was too strong, and the village would never be stable if left to him. Why, less than 10 years have passed and you have forgotten what first generation said. Rakuyama Mirai rebuked Takano Yoichi's faction and even moved first Tsuchikage out. However, these people are not afraid of her. They are sure that Takano Yoichi can compete with the first Hokage master. As long as the leader of the faction comes to power, then people like themselves will follow the dragon's merits, and countless powers will be waiting for them in the future. Senior Myling, I dare not agree with your words. The first person to oppose Luo Shan Meiling came out and was an elite jonin in his 40s. Why don't you agree? What's wrong with me? Luo Shan Meiling stared at the other party calmly, and the latter spoke loudly. In your words, Yoichi-senpai is a war maniac, and Naidame loves peace. This is a joke. Not only did this supporter have no fear of Luo Shan Meiling, but there was also a sense of ridicule in his words, which made those who respected the former very angry. Bold! Shan Hui, you dare to speak like this to Shodai's wife, you deserve to be punished. Someone, bring. Let him speak. Luo Shan Meiling waved her hands calmly, with no trace of anger on her face. Today is the parliament. Everyone present is equal and has the right to make remarks and suggestions. I can't break the rules. She is indeed a woman who has gone through many years of hardships. Wang Jin secretly praised in his heart. Not to mention anything else, Luo Shan Meiling's magnanimity is worthy of her status as a first-generation lady. Everyone from the Meiling faction glared at Shan Hui fiercely, but the latter pretended not to notice and still sneered. Everyone, if Master Wu hadn't insisted on going his own way and took the opportunity to attack Kirigakure, how could we, Iwagakure, end up like this? Everyone is starting a war. Why is it that Senior Yang Yi is a war madman and does not take responsibility even if he is an adult? So I believe that Shodai's original view of Mr. Yoichi was biased, and it is only right that Mr. Yoichi should silently bear the infamy for so many years. Now that the village is in a critical situation, only a seasoned senior like Mr. Yang Yi can lead us out of the predicament and become strong again. As for Anoki, he is indeed an excellent junior. Iwagakure can indeed trust him in the future, but not now. Young people have experienced too little, and they still have a lot of experience to go through. Senki is right, the third Tsuchikage must be Yoichi-senpai, otherwise the village will be in danger. That's right, Anoki is too young to hold a big position. Mr. Yoichi, in terms of strength, qualifications, and experience, is not comparable to a young boy like Anoki. He still needs time to grow. Let's nominate him again next time he runs for Tsuchikage. A group of people who supported Takano Yoichi took sides and opposed Anoki without sparing any effort. We don't agree. An old man from Luo Shan Meiling's faction stood up angrily. Mrs. First Generation is the most prestigious person in Iwagakure at present, and she is qualified to designate Tsuchikage's heir. Yes, Meiling-sama's words are Tsuchikage orders, and you should all obey them. Takano Yoichi, everyone knows everything about you, and you have not become Tsuchikage's measure. I support Anoki becoming Tsuchikage, you people can't change anything. A group of old men stood up to express their stance, and Takano Yoichi's people also stood up. The two sides just made a fuss in the conference room, like a vegetable market. Just when Wang Jin was about to be annoyed to death, Luo Shan Meiling stood up suddenly, chakra surged in her body, and shouted loudly. That's enough. Sit down, everyone, I've chosen the Tsuchikage, Anoki. Senior, you are too domineering. Shan Hui said tit for tat, Yenin village is not yours, it belongs to all of us. You are not qualified to directly appoint a candidate. Meiling, you have gone too far. Takano Yoichi said calmly, if you do this, you won't be able to convince the public. I'm afraid it will stir up unrest. Unrest? Let's see who dares. Luo Shan Meiling shouted, Yang Yi, don't forget that Umbu is in my hands. If you dare to have different intentions, I will never show mercy. I never thought about it that way. Faced with the threat, Takano Yoichi sneered, forget it, since you favor Anoki, then the Tsuchikage position can only be given to him. Let's go. Mr. Yoichi. When Shanhui heard that Takano Yoichi wanted to give up the campaign, he and others became anxious and quickly tried to persuade him. However, Takano Yoichi interrupted them with a wave of his hand, let's go, don't embarrass yourself here. Yes. The dozen or so people who supported him could only reluctantly follow Takano Yoichi and leave. After they left, Luo Shanmailing showed a look of exhaustion on her face, and looked at Anoki with her old and turbid eyes. Anoki, Takano Yoichi will never really give up his position as Tsuchikage. He has been waiting for this opportunity for more than 20 years. You must be careful about him in the future. Yes, senior, I will remember it. Anoki responded solemnly. Luo Shanmailing nodded and glanced at everyone. It doesn't matter if those people are gone, they have always done nothing and only covet power. Now let's talk about how we should deal with Sunigakure. The spies at the border of the Kingdom of Wind have sent back the news. Sunigakure is currently gathering troops. Their target is either Kirigakure or us. Is it so fast? An old man looked worried after hearing this. We just had a bloody battle with Kirigakure, and the number of ninjas has dropped sharply, and it is less than half of what it was before the war. And I've seen Shaman before. His strength is not inferior to that of Nidame. He even learned the ability to control sand from one tail. He is a formidable enemy. After the old man said this, someone else said with a sad face. Based on the infiltration into the Kingdom of Wind over the years, rough statistics suggest that there are no less than 10,000 ninjas in Sunigakure. And when we were at our peak, we had about 7,000 ninjas, and now we only have more than 3,000. We really can't stop Sunigakure in a fight. After he said this, others spoke one after another, all with pessimism. Hey, now we can only hope that their first goal is the Kingdom of Water. We can only have a chance of winning after Sunigakure and Kirigakure fight. Impossible. Don't forget that Kirigakure's current situation is the same as ours. Even if Sunigakure fights with them, we can't protect ourselves. Then what should we do? Do we have to surrender to Sunigakure? Give them a piece of territory? Surrender is courting death. Samama is a very ambitious person, and he will not be moved by a few pieces of territory. This won't work, and that won't work either. Then the only option is to fight to the death. Hey! Luo Shanmailing said with a strong sense of pity, what a good young man, but he can't be used by the village. Wang Jin nodded, okay. It's just that we can't stay in this world for long. Once the mission is over, there may never be a chance to come back again. Now I'm afraid that Kirigakure's side won't agree. Their top brass are notoriously stubborn. Once they identify their enemy, they won't give up without taking revenge. Everyone sighed. Luo Shanmailing was surprised. She didn't expect that the good thing that everyone was thinking about was interrupted by Wang Jin. I know, but I don't like it. This method is not impossible. Luo Shanmailing nodded slowly, thought for a moment and then spoke. Without further ado, I will leave for the Kingdom of Water now. Jin Jun, you can tell me, after all, this is your proposal. It's not that they couldn't think of this move, but the two villages were still fighting to the death the day before yesterday, so it was a bit difficult to adapt to such a change of stance. Fighting to the death will not help. Hey, it's all Nidame's fault. If he didn't attack Kirigakure, how could the Kingdom of Wind dare to do this? Nishiki, we people are not stubborn. We can put down our hatred and join forces with Kirigakure to fight against the enemy and get out of danger. After saying this, Wang Jin left the meeting without any delay, leaving everyone looking at each other. There was a gloomy atmosphere in the conference room, and Anoki stood up at this time. Senior, you don't have to worry about it anymore. I have made up my mind and am leaving. I will take care of Kirigakure's side. A flash of confidence flashed in Wang Jin's eyes as he continued, as long as Senior can take control of Iwagakure, I will be sure to promote an alliance between the two countries. Yeah, it's such a pity. A talented boy like Nishiki Iwagakure has never appeared before. Even Shodai couldn't compare to him at his age. Wang Jin certainly knows how powerful Umbu is. He himself is Minister Umbu of Konoha. After Wang Jin said this, everyone was stunned. Luo Shanmailing was overjoyed. She couldn't help but like Wang Jin's excellence, and promised, Jin, if you accomplish this and help the village get out of the desperate situation, then I will give Umbu to you. What? You still refuse? Do you know how much power Minister Umbu has? From now on, you will be Minister Umbu of the village, and the power will only be under Anoki. Although both villages are in a semi-disabled state, as long as they cooperate sincerely, even Sunagakure will not have a chance to benefit. Anoki? Luo Shanmailing asked in surprise, tell me, is there any way to defeat Sunagakure? That's not necessary. Wang Jin waved his hand, I'm used to wandering outside. I'll leave when the village gets through the crisis. Everyone, we don't need to be so pessimistic. I have a way to solve the Sunagakure crisis. Can you really do it? Luo Shanmailing and the senior officials of Yenin were shocked. Anamu's words were astonishing, and everyone looked in disbelief. What a pity, what a pity. Yes. Wang Jin stood up calmly, looked at the expectant crowd and spoke calmly. Okay, then let's prepare for war and wait for your good news. My method is very simple. Since Kirigakure and we individually are no match for Sunagakure, let's join forces. Join forces with Kirigakure. The Land of Water, Daming Mansion. In one of the most splendid palaces, several beauties were serving two fat old men. Lord Daimyo, congratulations. The old man sitting second among them complimented the person on the main seat, Gue Lan Huanyue has never obeyed your orders. As soon as he died, Wuyin village returned to your control. It's good that he died, but it's a pity. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Water sneered, this man is capable, but he is too arrogant and looks down on me as a daimyo. You must find an obedient person to run the third Mizukage election. You must not fail. I understand, daimyo, please rest assured. I will definitely not give you the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to regain control of Kirigakure village. The old man promised again and again. After hearing this, the name of the Kingdom of Water nodded with satisfaction and planned to continue enjoying the beautiful woman around him. However, at this moment, a shuriken grazed his scalp at a high speed, making him, an ordinary person, unable to react in time and was startled. Who? Come here, there's an assassin. The panicked daimyo of the Land of Water hurriedly hid behind several beauties, and the old man also shouted loudly. However, there was no response from outside for a long time, as if no one heard. This scene scared the two of them to the point of peeing. Stop shouting, I have already taken care of your people. With a calm voice, Wang Jin walked in from the outside with an expressionless face. Who are you? Why do you want to assassinate me? The voice of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water trembled. Wang Jin raised his head, glanced at the beauties, and gave a low drink. If you don't want to die, get out. Ah! Run quickly. All the women quickly dispersed. Wang Jin calmly came to the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water, looked at the old man who was slumped on the ground and showed no resistance, and spoke calmly. Does a weakling like you deserve to become a great name in a country? You adults have something to say, but don't be impulsive. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Water immediately begged for mercy, I will give you whatever you want, just don't kill me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Wang Jin smiled lightly and continued, the armies of the Kingdom of Wind are gathering. They will be here in a few days and they will do it for me. What? The Kingdom of Wind? Yes. Wang Jin grinned, I'm here to help you. You, how can you help? The name of the Kingdom of Water is not afraid of the Kingdom of Wind attacking him at this moment. There has always been an unspoken rule among the top leaders of these 5 countries. That is, no matter how hard the ninja village fights, their status cannot be shaken. This unspoken rule has been like this for many years, and no one wants to break it. After all, the ninjas can't control it, and they don't want to get involved. They just want to enjoy the power of a country in peace. Wang Jin, I am here on behalf of Iwagakure. I want to form an alliance with you, the Kingdom of Water, to fight against Sunigakure. What I'm doing today is just to tell you that you can live if you obey me. If I want to kill you, no one can stop you. Yes, I have remembered what you said, and I will definitely listen to you. The daimyo of the Land of Water is very knowledgeable about current affairs. Of course, I don't blame him for being a coward. It's just that Wang Jin was too cruel and took his life into his hands before negotiating terms. Although there are many jonin among the guards of the Daiming Palace in this era, their strength cannot be compared with that of the main world. After all, most of the weird ninjutsu and blood succession limits are developed slowly, and now the polarization is serious. The strong ones are too strong, and the weak ones are too weak. Wang Jin was very satisfied with this situation. I know you can't control Kirigakure, I will go there for a visit. You only need to send someone who can represent you to follow me and stand by my side, and you can survive. I understand, I will definitely cooperate with you next time. The Kingdom of Water nodded like garlic and pointed to the old man on one side. He can do it. Morita usually manages the country, he can just follow you. Wang Jin glanced at the old man named Morita, who nodded repeatedly. Yes, I can represent the name. That's good, come with me. Wang Jin nodded lightly and left calmly. Morita immediately followed obediently. As they walked outside Daiming Mansion, the shock in Morita's heart became more intense. He found that the ninjas who originally guarded them were all sleeping normally. There were no wounds or blood stains on their bodies, and they were lying motionless on the ground. This man is terrible. This scene made Morita respect Wang Jin even more. One day later, outside Kirigakure village, Morita appeared followed by Wang Jin in ordinary clothes. The guards from afar spotted the two of them, one of them hurried over to greet them, and the other immediately went to report to the senior management of Kirigakure. After all, Morita represents the daimyo, and ordinary ninjas would not dare to neglect him. Mr. Morita, why didn't you notify me in advance when you were coming? Soon 2 senior Kirigakure executives hurried over with smiles on their faces. The 2 of them glanced at Wang Jin, but they had never seen him before. They thought he was one of Morita's men and didn't take him seriously. If they knew that Wang Jin was the masked man that day, they would probably take action directly. Now Kirigakure's hatred for Wang Jin exceeds that of everyone in Iwagakure. In their hearts, if he hadn't suddenly done something bad, they would have gone to the land of earth for revenge. Morita said with a straight face, "You people don't even know you are about to die." "Why do you say that, sir?" The 2 of them were surprised. "Morita, the daimyo has received information that Sunigakure is gathering troops now, and the target is directly at our country of water." "This matter? We know about it. Several elders are discussing countermeasures. Sir Morita, please rest assured, we are ready for a decisive battle with Sunigakure, and we will never let the daimyo fall into crisis." The 2 immediately promised, and Morita snorted coldly after hearing this. "Go and call all those old guys to Mizuki's office. I will personally direct this battle." "What did you say? You want to? Huh?" Morita frowned when he saw the other party's reluctance, and the latter immediately smiled in apology. "Why, I can't." "Of course, yes. Then why don't you do it quickly?" "Yes." The 2 of them ran all the way to inform someone, and Wang Jin slowly led Morita into Kirigakure village. "I can't tell that your name still has some prestige. Your Excellency, you are flattering me." These people are just obeying the daimyo on the surface, just to get money. In fact, they don't take the daimyo seriously at all. Morita said with a grimace, and Wang Jin smiled faintly after hearing this. It's understandable. After all, we are all ninjas. How could we be overtaken by ordinary people? Yes, you are right. In Mizuki's office, Morita is sitting on the seat that belongs to Mizuki. Behind him stood Wang Jin, and in front of him were all the Kirigakure senior officials, standing in a row respectfully like his subordinates. Yusuji Tadashi. My subordinate is here. Morita spoke calmly, and the oldest Zongfa old man immediately came out. Second generation has been gone for so many days, do you have a suitable candidate for Mizuki? Sir, yes. Yusuji Tadashi bowed slightly, it's just that we elders are still discussing it and haven't decided yet. What's your name? Yusuji Kazuki, my son. Oh. Is it you? Morita obviously knew Yusuji Kazuki, and immediately looked at the young man on the far right who was also Zongfa and seemed to have his eyes closed. Yes, sir. Yusuji Kazuki bowed and saluted without being arrogant or humble. Several elders and fathers think that I have the ability to protect the village. Wang Jin heard this and took a closer look at Yusuji Kazuki, and found that this person was the third Mizuki who only appeared once in the soul form in the fourth ninja world in the original work, and did not even have a name. Morita's face changed slightly after hearing this, and he stared at Tadashi Yusuji closely. You really can tell, you actually recommend your own family. Master Morita, please listen to me. This is the consensus of our elders. It is not something I can decide alone. Yes, sir, we all believe that Kazuki is the best Mizuki successor. It is not that Elder Yusuji is seeking personal gain for himself. That's right. That's what we all mean. Several senior Kirigakure officials quickly smoothed things over. Morita obviously disagreed with Yusuji Tadashi's recommendation, and his face turned cold. The successor of Mizuki needs the consent of the daimyo to be approved. Kazuki Yusuji is too young. On behalf of the daimyo, I can veto him. And the daimyo already has a suitable candidate in mind, so just send me here. Cough. In addition to cooperating with Wang Jin during this trip, Morita also had an explanation from the daimyo, a Mizuki in the distance who could be controlled by them. However, he ignored Wang Jin at the moment. He was shocked when he heard the reminder and shut up immediately. This scene confused the senior management of Kirigakure, and they all turned their attention to Wang Jin, a young man they had ignored before and thought he was Morita's subordinate. Mr. Morita, this is... Yusuji Tadashi felt something strange and asked quickly. He is. Morita was on his lips, but he didn't know how to properly introduce Wang Jin. Wang Jin waved his hand slightly, took 2 steps forward and came to Mizuki's desk, grinning. I am the ninja who captured Chiyo and ruined your Kirigakure pursuit plan, Iwagakure's Nishiki. What? It's you. Tadashi Yusuji was shocked. The others were no better and were stunned. After regaining consciousness, he immediately drank violently. Good boy, how dare you come to our Kirigakure so arrogantly? I will do it myself. Yusuji Tadashi, stop. When Morita saw that a fight was about to start, his scalp immediately went numb. He and the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water have already experienced Wang Jin's ability. If he cannot be killed here, there will be endless troubles. It is better not to mess with him and complete what he has told him to do. Mr. Morita, why are you helping our enemies in the Kingdom of Water? Tadashi Yusuji was furious, but he was polite. Morita knew that he could not suppress these people. They were only respectful on the surface, but deep down they looked down on him. How presumptuous. Master Nishiki is a friend of the daimyo. He was invited to help us in the Kingdom of Water this time. A friend of the daimyo? Please. A group of Kirigakure senior officials stopped the restless chakra in their bodies and looked at Morita in confusion. They knew clearly in their hearts that the current Kirigakure was definitely no match for Sunigakure. Morita has just made it clear to you the pros and cons of the two alliances. Is this what you all mean? You won't agree to it even if you die? Morita, go back and tell the daimyo that even if all of us in Kirigakure are killed in battle, we will never ally with Iwagakure. Morita scolded him with a cold face. After hearing this, everyone wanted to refute, but no one could guarantee it. Master Morita, I admit that this boy has some strength and ruined our plan. Morita seemed to have a bright mind at this moment, and he had such an unexpected aura that Wang Jin, who was about to persuade Kirigakure's senior management, paused, wanting to hear what he had to say. Be impudent. Don't be rude to Mr. Jin. You old guys have always known that revenge must be taken, and you have no tolerance or perspective on the overall situation. Sir, we all know what you said. In the past few days, we have also gathered ninjas to prepare for a fight to the death with Sunigakure. What's the use of your swearing? You can defeat tens of thousands of ninjas. Master Nishiki is not here on his own behalf. Standing behind him is Iwagakure, an army of several thousand ninjas. Does this qualify him? You want us to form an alliance with Iwagakure? Dream on. Yusuji Tadashi, you. But he is just an ant in front of the ninja army. How can he help? Morita didn't know what to say at first. This was all done in a hurry to put it on the shelves, and he was forced to make it up. Not bad. I disagree. Morita shouted, but Tadashi Yusuji still looked disdainful. Wang Jin interrupted Morita calmly and glanced at everyone in the room. After Morita saw that these people's arrogance was suppressed, he quickly struck while the iron was hot. Sunigakure has gathered at least 10,000 ninjas at the border to attack our country of water. The daimyo-sama is so worried that he can't sleep. Don't you have any sense of shame? But now there is no good solution. There is no other choice but to die to serve the country and to use the last strength to resist Sunigakure. You mean to let us form an alliance with AB ********** D like Iwakaku? Upon hearing this, Yusuji Chu lost his last disguise and looked at Morita coldly. As an important combat force in the Kingdom of Water, Kirigakure should have taken care of the daimyo's worries, but now they are acting like this. The daimyo is very dissatisfied with you. After all, Wang Jin himself didn't have a good way to persuade these old stubborns. His final plan was to use force to force them to agree to the alliance. Yes, Mr. Jin was invited by the daimyo. That's why the daimyo-sama invites Nishiki-sama to help you jointly resist the Sunigakure army. More than a dozen senior Kirigakure officials expressed their opinions one after another. The atmosphere became tense instantly, and the battle was about to break out. Not only do you not agree, you will die here today. Lord Yusuji, there is no need to talk nonsense with this boy, just capture him. If Morita can forge an alliance and complete the task for him without any bloodshed, then he doesn't want to be thankless. Yusuji Tadashi sneered after hearing this, staring at Wang Jin with disdain. Morita stood up, straightened his clothes, and said seriously. Okay, let me tell you. Tadashi Yusuji looked solemn, and I can swear that even if we Kirigakure are all killed in battle, the daimyo-sama will not be threatened at all. What a bunch of old stubborns. Wang Jin has given up reasoning with these people. They won't listen. Now we can only rely on our fists to make these old stubborns sober up. You want to capture me? Are you worthy? Wang Jin instantly activated Mangekyo, directly pulling Yusuji Tadashi into the world of Tsukimi. He no longer wanted to waste time on this temporary mission. There were still many important things waiting for him in the Kingdom of Thunder and Konoha. Yusuji Tadashi suddenly fell to the ground, and everyone else was shocked. This is Mangekyo Sharingan, he is not from Iwagakure at all, he is from the Uchiha clan. Damn it! Did this terrible pupil technique appear again after Uchiha Madara? Don't be afraid, no matter how strong he is, there is only one person. Let's kill him together. Hashu, it's up to you. A group of Kirigakure senior officials immediately counterattacked, and Wang Jin directly used Amaterasu, burning the 3 old men and rolling them all over the ground. Boom! Various ninjutsu appeared in the Mizukage building, and people outside were shocked when they heard the noise. At this moment, the Kirigakure building collapsed, and they saw only a dozen figures running out of it, and then started fighting. Enemy attack. Quickly, protect the elder. Everyone, follow me. We must not let the enemy escape. A large number of Kirigakure ninjas quickly approached the Mizukage building. This was a sacred place in their hearts and could not tolerate any threats. Wang Jin directly used his strongest state, the second phase of Susan and the half-tailed beast transformation, making him invincible. None of these Kirigakure senior officials could take his blow. The pupil power consumes too much, so we must fight quickly. The Mangekyo in Wang Jin's eyes moved quickly left and right, each move more deadly than the last, showing no mercy. He himself also knew that the longer it took, the worse it would be for him. He didn't have the strength of Madara and Hashirama to sweep an entire village by himself. Boom boom boom. When the Kirigakure ninja arrived a short distance away, the dozen old men were all seriously injured except for Yusuji Kazuki, the future third Mizukage. To put it bluntly, these people are just jonin. After becoming high-ranking officials, they have not been fighting on the front lines for many years. In addition, they are old and frail, so they are very easy to deal with. Only Kazuki Yusuji brought some pressure to Wang Jin. This opponent was indeed the shadow of the future, very strong and qualified. Konoha spy, you can't escape. Water style, Kirigakure no Jutsu. Yusuji Kazuki creates a large fog, which is Kirigakure's famous technique. Almost every ninja is accustomed to using it, relying on the advantage of sight to kill the opponent invisible. However, Yusuji Kazuki picked the wrong opponent, and Kirigakure's art had no effect in front of Sharingan. Wang Jin's Susanoo held Yusuji Kazuki hidden in the mist in his hand and spoke coldly. It seems that our Uchiha clan has not been out and about for many years. You have even forgotten what we are best at. How could I forget? This is the famous Sharingan. Yusuji Kazuki grinned, with a flash of disdain on his face. Wang Jin also felt that the battle was over easily. With a thought in his mind, Susanoo exerted a little force on her arm and crushed Yusuji Kazuki. Silent killing technique. Yusuji Kazuki turned into a stream of water, which was his water body. He stayed in advance when Wang Jin was fighting with others and had no time for him to care. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and a big knife slashed hard on Wang Jin's back, cutting several cracks on Susanoo's bones. What a strong defense! Yusuji Hashu missed the attack and immediately distanced himself from Wang Jin. Wang Jin turned around and looked at him calmly. You have the ability to become a Mizukage. It has to be said that the Kage of each village is no fake and is indeed much stronger than ordinary ninjas. Yusuji Hashu did not attack again. He knew that he would die in a one-on-one fight. Now we just have to wait for reinforcements to arrive, and even the strongest ninja will die on the spot. Wang Jin put away his Susanoo and tailed beast transformation and just looked at his opponent in the mist. I want to leave and you Kirigakure can't keep me here. With Yusuji Kazuki's formal agreement, Wang Jin finally received the task prompt. This is easy. Wang Jin used wind escape to blow away the fog, entered the ruins and lifted Morita out. Wang Jin likes dealing with smart people and patted Morita's face. Yusuji Kazuki was a native aboriginal. Although he also looked down on the daimyo, he never thought of using force to force them. My lord, this is none of my business. Neither I nor the daimyo intend to harm you. Now the injuries of the old stubborn deaths, I believe you will not be as stupid as them, and put the village to death for face. Sometimes it's really that simple, you just need to change your mindset to figure it out. So I promise you, don't forget your promise and let the daimyo publicly support me to take the throne. Wang Jin looked at the Kirigakure ninjas who were about to arrive and smiled at Yusuji Kazuki, who immediately understood. You are a smart man, and so am I. We in Kirigakure have agreed to the alliance with Iwagakure. I will send someone to Iwagakure to negotiate tomorrow. Morita Xiaoben still wanted to bargain, but was stunned by Wang Jin's look. The Kirigakure ninjas were confused and didn't understand what was going on. It seems that you have already dealt with the daimyo. Yusuji Kazuki smiled slightly and continued. Thank you very much. However, I haven't taken the position yet and don't want to confront the senior executives. Oh. Why are you so confident? Our fog must be famous. Yes, yes. Don't panic, go save the elders first. At this time, Morita only had one leg broken by the heavy object, and his life was not in danger. That's right, I'll go back and tell you, the daimyo will definitely agree. Uchiha of Konoha, you are right, we can only survive by joining forces with Iwagakure. Yusuji Hashu was surprised for a moment. He was indeed tempted by the alliance proposed by Wang Jin. Wang Jin shrugged indifferently, and the latter said solemnly. But sir, the enemy who is destroying the village is right in front of us, but we are not allowed to take action. Go back and tell your daimyo that the next Mizukage is Yusuji Kazuki. Tell him to do whatever he needs to do. Agree to the alliance, and the two villages will protect themselves together. As long as you agree, I can help you become Mizukage. Yusuji Kazuki, I'm not here to fight today. Morita was horrified and thought Wang Jin was going to kill him. Task completed, please go to the God Tree space to receive the reward. Wang Jin smiled faintly, don't worry about it. Great. Shanshan Hashu gave Wang Jin a thumbs up with admiration, it turns out that things can be so simple. You have opened a new door for me. The reward is not available yet. In the subworld of the First Ninja World War, Wang Jin sighed, quickly crossed the land of water, and rushed towards the land of lightning. To get the reward, you have to exit the subworld and return to the sacred tree space. But now he no longer has any mission, and if he goes out he will never be able to come back in. Fortunately, his chakra is not too little now, and he still has 7 tails in his body. Except for the top strongmen like the second Hokage and Raikage, ordinary people are no match for him. I hope Senju Tobarama is still alive, or I'll miss a great opportunity. Wang Jin was thinking while he was on his way, and at the same time he was collecting information from the Kingdom of Thunder. In this timeline, Senju Tobarama travels to the Land of Lightning as the second Hokage and forms an alliance with the second Raikage. However, he was ambushed by the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who possessed the blood of the Sage of 6 Paths, and was severely injured as the second Raikage. If the plot develops as it should, Senju Tobarama will die in the pursuit, sacrificing himself to cover Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo and others. What Wang Jin wants to do most is to save Senju Tobarama, or at least save Yuan Fei, Hiruzen and others, to increase his favorability and prestige so that he can use them when he goes to Konoha village in this timeline. The Senju bloodline is still missing one last fragment, and the only one left in the main world he is in is a disheartened Tsunade. It is too difficult to have a 100% favorable impression with her. In this timeline, Senju Tobarama is in power, and the Senju clan not only did not disappear, but was the strongest clan in Konoha with a large population. Wang Jin felt that he had a great chance of improving his favorability here. This is the closest I'll ever get to obtaining Senju blood. I can't miss it. Wang Jin secretly became angry. He can still stay in this subworld for about 20 days. Next time he wants to find a timeline mission involving the Senju clan, he doesn't know when that will be. For 3 consecutive days, Wang Jin only slept for 3 hours at night and spent the rest of the time traveling frantically. Finally, he arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Thunder in the evening of the 3rd day. He ran towards the Hidden Cloud village, but before he had run for a while, 4 or 5 Hidden Cloud ninjas appeared in front of him and stopped him. Who is it? Where are they from? The middle-aged man in the lead shouted loudly, and the rest of the people reached for their weapons at their waists. Wang Jin's heart skipped a beat when he saw these people being so alert and vigilant. Has a coup already taken place? Wang Jin stopped and smiled kindly. I am a jonin from Konoha, and I have been ordered by the Naidame to deliver a document. People from Konoha? You don't have to come. The leading jonin let down his guard and looked a little strange. When Wang Jin heard this, he thought to himself that he was too late and the coup might have already happened. But he still pretended to be surprised and asked, why? This is the Hokage's order, I must do it. Hey, something big has happened. Your Hokage and our Reikage have been seriously injured by the two traitors, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. They are both on the verge of life and death. What did you say? Where is Hokage-sama? I need to protect him. Wang Jin pretended to be excited, and the other party could understand at a glance. If it were him, he would probably be even more excited. Since they are not enemies, Kyumogakure Jonin pointed in a direction and said, we only know the approximate direction. There is intelligence that the second Hokage and his subordinates fled there. Ginkaku and Ginkaku are hunting them, and our Umbu from Kyumogakure are also hunting these two traitors. Let me through. Wang Jin excitedly broke through, the other side looked at each other, and the leading jonin sighed. The second Hokage's situation is not optimistic. If you go there, you will die. Go back. Don't worry about it, just get out of the way. Wang Jinmeng rushed past several people, and the latter did not stop him and let him leave. As Konoha ninjas, such a reaction was expected of them. Knowing the general direction, Wang Jin hurriedly traveled back through the Kingdom of Thunder, hoping to meet second generation when they couldn't hold on anymore. As long as he can see the people of the second generation, he is sure to save them all. In the original book, second Hokage doesn't have to fly the Thunder God to escape for some reason. Maybe it's a bug, or there's something special about the Six Paths weapon of gold and silver horn, which caused second generation to lose its spatial ability. But Wang Jin didn't think he would be unable to run either. Although his flying thunder god only knew the fur, it would take more than 10 seconds to activate from the seal to the sensing coordinates. Wearing purple short sleeves and a white vest by Kyumogakure Jonin. Second Hokage, you can't run away. There is gold tattooed on his arm, and he is holding a rope and a fan. Just by looking at him, you can tell that these two weapons are not ordinary. Let's go. Ginkaku wears purple short sleeves and a white vest by Kyumogakure Jonin. Tobarama, you have to hold on for me, otherwise my trip here will be in vain. It's useless in one-on-one combat, it's a useless skill. 12, those two are here too. He has long yellow hair, 2 erect horns on the top of his head, and 6 paths beard-like texture on his cheeks. Senju Tobarama didn't even look back. How far is it? How many enemies are there this time? Are the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers inside? There are 3 red marks on his cheeks and he is wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform. It is the golden rope and banana fan that appeared in the original work at the end of the Fourth World War. They knew that if it weren't for themselves and others, with the strength of the teacher, even without the flying thunder god, these people would not be able to catch up. He is second Hokage Senju Tobarama, and the 6 young men behind him are the backbone and senior leaders of Konoha in the future. The leading man sneered. The only difference in appearance between the two is the silver tattoo on his arm, holding a huge dark red gourd, and a white broadsword. His younger brother Silver Horn has long gray hair, 2 erected horns on the top of his head, and also has 6 paths beard-like texture on his cheeks. Teacher, we are waiting for you in front, you must be careful. In the Kingdom of Thunder, somewhere in the forest, there was a man with silver hair and red eyes, wearing an iron forehead protector in the style of a face shield. Teacher, the enemy is catching up again. Uchiha mirrored Sharingan with 3 Magatama and saw the figure of Chakra approaching rapidly from a distance, and loudly reminded Senju Tobarama. The 6 of them did not dare to waste any more time, as their Hokage had paid for this with his life. Yes. But this is on the battlefield. 10 seconds is too much time, and you can leave at any time. It is the red gourd and the 7-star sword. These two weapons are also left behind by Sage of Six Paths. After Senju Tobarama left, he immediately threw out a lot of kunai and detonating charms, setting up a battlefield that was favorable to him. Almost as soon as he finished doing this, two very large, strange-looking men with men and horses chased after him. Senju Tobarama stopped abruptly. Although his 6 disciples were worried, they did not choose to stay. The exterior is equipped with blue laminated armor, and the shoulders are equipped with white down fur collars connected to the back. A mature man is leading 6 young people to escape frantically. Koharu, the only woman in the team, moved to bed with tears in her eyes. "You guys keep running, I'll stop you for a while." Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Koharu, Mito Gate, Akamichi Phone, Uchiha Mirror. Wang Jin screamed silently in his heart, drove the Sanmagatama Sharingan, and searched for traces of Senju Tobarama and others from the opposite direction as quickly as possible. "Second Hokage, as long as you die here, we, Kumogakure, will not lose this war." A cruel smile appeared on Ginkiku's face. The reason why he and his eldest brother Jin Jiao suddenly rebelled and attacked during the alliance ceremony between Hokage and Reikage. It was because of the previous war between Kumogakure and Konoha that ended in their defeat that Second Reikage had to form an alliance with Konoha to save the village. However, in the eyes of the Gold and Silver brothers, Second Reikage's actions were cowardly behavior. "There are obviously so many ninjas in the village and experts like myself, so why do we have to admit defeat?" In this coup, the brothers not only want to revenge against Konoha, but also overthrow Reikage and rule Kumogakure themselves. Senju Tobarama also knows the personalities and thoughts of these two people, and he wants to kill them more than Reikage at the moment. After all, once Kumogakure is controlled by the two of them, Konoha will be in trouble. His eldest brother First Hokage had just passed away a few years ago, and the village was in urgent need of time to develop and could not be involved in the ninja war. Senju Tobarama thought of this, and his eyes gradually turned cold. "Jinyin Jiao, you two must die here today. I will do what I say." "What did you say?" An exaggerated smile appeared on Jin Jiao's face. "Second Hokage, you have been severely injured by our 6 paths weapons, and you can't use half of your strength. You still want to kill us? Brother, this guy is so arrogant. He thinks he is the first Hokage. Let me see, don't tell me he's injured. Even at his peak, he's still no match for us." "You're right." Jin Jiao moved the golden rope in his hand and laughed mockingly. "Senju Tobarama, you should live your next life in a seal." Horo gold rope. Shun Sui. Whoosh. Jin Jiao wanted to use the golden rope and the red gourd to seal Senju Tobarama, but he didn't want to be dodged by him at a speed close to teleportation. At this moment, a large area of water flow formed under Senju Tobarama's feet, and his speed in these water flows reached the extreme. "You are worthy of being called the fastest in the ninja world. There is really no one faster than you in terms of speed." Upon seeing this, Jin Jiao first praised, then snorted coldly. "But no matter how fast you are today, you can't escape. All come together and kill him." "Yes." The troops brought by Golden Horn and Silver Horn are all elite, all of them are elite Jonin, and there are even many powerful Jonin among them with special abilities. These people used various ninjutsu to hit Senju Tobarama, forcing him to defend himself. Water-style water barrier. Boom. A large number of ninjutsu attacked the circular barrier created by Senju Tobarama with water. The surrounding environment changed for a while, trees and rocks were smashed, and the ground was full of potholes. As a member of the Senju clan whose strength is second only to First Hokage, Senju Tobarama's chakra capacity is quite astonishing, and he can still block the attacks of 10 ninjas at the same time. And after he defended ninjutsu, he deliberately led these people into the ambush he had set up before, and detonated the detonating charms. Boom boom boom. Ah! The explosion was accompanied by screams. 4 of Kyomogakure's elite jonin were killed and 3 were seriously injured. Only 3 of them had special abilities and escaped the fatal crisis. What a good idea. Jin Jiao gritted his teeth. Senju Tobarama, you are really powerful. You can actually set up a battlefield that is beneficial to you in such a short period of time. Both and each other, you two are not bad at all. You were able to successfully attack me and second Reikage when we relaxed our vigilance. Senju Tobarama looked calm and worked hard to restore chakra. It is true that he is a member of the Senju tribe, and the amount of chakra is indeed huge. But we have been fighting almost all day today, and we have never had a chance to breathe. No matter how large an amount of chakra is, we can't help but consume it like this. Jin Jiao took out a red feather fan with a red head and tail and a white middle and ordered. Brother, you transform into a tailed beast and cooperate with me to attack him with a banana fan. Good. After hearing this, red chakra bubbles immediately appeared on Silver Horn's body, covering his entire body. 9 Tails Chakra. Senju Tobarama's face turned serious upon seeing this. He is good at perception, and 9 Tails is imprisoned in Konoha, so he is naturally familiar with this power. Silver Horn, yes, it's 9 Tails Chakra. I'm not afraid to tell you that my 2 brothers were swallowed by 9 Tails when they were young. But that beast doesn't know that we have the blood of Sage of 6 Paths, and it can't digest us. Not only that, my 2 brothers also swallowed part of its flesh and blood, and have possessed the power of 9 Tails since then. Stop talking nonsense to him, come on. Jin Jiao interrupted, and at the same time he waved the fan in his hand, and ninjutsu, the 5 attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water and earth, appeared, making Senju Tobarama's expression change. What a magical fan. It can actually ignore the changes in the nature of the ninja's own chakra and use the 5 major attributes of ninjutsu at the same time. Water style, big explosion water shockwave. Boom. There was no Senju Tobarama seal either, and a huge wave of 100 meters appeared in the sky, rushing towards the 5 attribute ninjutsu of the Golden Horn. Is there any mistake? Jin Jiao was shocked when he saw that his attack was neutralized. Can such an exaggerated water style be created in a place where there is no sea? Sure enough, no one in the Senju clan is easy to mess with. Senju Tobarama's water style attack shocked Jin Yinkaku, and for the first time he truly realized that the previous information was not exaggerated, and the nickname of water style master was not for nothing. The attack behind is the teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others who were fleeing in front felt water style behind them from a distance at this moment. Senju Tobarama attacked with all his strength, the landscape changed, and the movement was very shocking. At this time, Danzo, who was not yet one-eyed, stopped and said solemnly. We have run far enough now. Let's find a place to hide and wait for the teacher to come. Good. Go to bed. Koharu agreed immediately, and others nodded. If they hadn't known that their own strength could only hold them back, they would never have left Hokage behind and fled alone. After about 10 minutes, behind a hidden rock, the sensing ninja moved to bed. Koharu sensed the chakra of Senju Tobarama and immediately sent a code signal to him. Teacher. Teacher Tobarama. When they met Senju Tobarama, who was covered in blood and exhausted, all 6 of them had nervous looks on their faces. Don't be nervous. I just consumed too much chakra. It's okay. Senju Tobarama spoke calmly and called the 6 people to him. But the Jinyinjiao brothers are very strong, so I can only barely survive. Now we must leave one person behind to delay, otherwise no one will be able to escape from the Kingdom of Thunder. After the break, Senju Tobarama finished speaking, and the 6 of them fell into silence for a while. They all know in their hearts that those who are cut off will not survive, and they will be sacrificed and given up. The 6 of them were not afraid of death, nor were they opposed to doing so. If Senju Tobarama appoints someone, none of them will refuse. It's just that now they need to take the initiative to stand up, which makes several people unprepared for a while. Yuan Fei risen, teacher, I will stay behind. Shimura Danzo, old. The two spoke almost at the same time, but the slightest difference prevented Danzo from finishing his words. Hiruzen. He actually walked ahead of me again. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a determined face, and when he saw Danzo staring closely at him, seemingly struggling in his heart, he smiled slightly. Duanzo, you have to live well. It's up to you to protect the village in the future. Who wants you to mind your own business? I just wanted to break it off. Shimura Danzo yelled, his face full of unwillingness. That's enough. Senju Tobarama interrupted, of course I will come and go after the end. You are all the future young successors of the Will of Fire in the village. How is this possible? You are Hokage, there is no stronger ninja in the village than you. Danzo objected, Senju Tobarama said calmly. Duanzo, hesitation in making decisions is a fact. You have been fighting with Yuan Fei, but what is needed now is unity. Monkey, from today on you are the third Hokage, and the village will be handed over to you from now on. That's it, you guys evacuate quickly, I'll take the lead. Teacher. Lord Hokage. All 6 of them had reluctant expressions on their faces. However, Senju Tobarama had made up his mind, and they could no longer persuade him. At this moment, there was a sound of brisk footsteps in the dense forest, and Senju Tobarama frowned. A person? Not Kumogakure's pursuit force. Master Hokage, I finally found you. A young man wearing a Konoha ninja uniform appeared, it was Wang Jin who was running madly. Seeing the determination on Senju Tobarama's face and the unwillingness on Danzo's face, he guessed that the former had already designated the Hokage candidate at this moment. People from the village. They are very unfamiliar. Have any of you seen them before? Uchiha Mirror asked in a low voice, and others shook their heads. Stop, don't come here. Senju Tobarama said without warning, who are you? Why are you here? You don't have to doubt my origin. I am indeed from Konoha. This is the best proof. Wang Jin opened Sharingan in an instant, surprising the 6 people. Sharingan. And he turned on the 3 Magatama at such a young age. Mirror, this. Yuan Fei, I really haven't seen him before. Uchiha Mirror quickly spoke. Senju Tobarama frowned and asked in confusion, I have seen all the ninjas in Uchiha, what is your name? Uchiha Nishiki, my parents left the clan when they were young. I grew up Uchiha. Wang Jin still used his old tricks to pretend that he was from outside the village. Not to mention that in the current timeline, Konoha was just established not long ago, even in the main world there are still many tribesmen who grew up outside, so his statement is very feasible. Senju Tobarama still didn't feel relieved about Wang Jin and continued to cross-examine. Even if you are Uchiha from outside the village, then what is your purpose here? Why are we here? Senju Tobarama patted Wang Jin on the shoulder. His words felt redundant to him. No one could survive the pursuit of a master like Jin Ninjiao. I will. Wang Jin nodded. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen do not have a good impression, and Wang Jin understands that a malicious value is still negative because he killed Danzo in the main world. Staying behind is not a treat, it is a mortal dilemma. Sir Hokage, one of my Kumogakure friends told me. The group of people immediately left in a whoosh, very fast. A favorability level is already quite a lot, and it will not be increased easily, even if it means death. Uchiha Nishiki, your will of fire is excellent. I am very happy to have you as my junior in the village. Wang Jin replied calmly, I also know about the rebellion of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, so I understand your current situation. Yes, teacher. Uchiha looked at Wang Jin deeply and said, I hope you can really live. There are too few Uchiha like you in the tribe. I sincerely hope that we can work together for the village and the tribe in the future. Senju Tobarama did not hesitate after hearing this. Lord Hokage, I have the strength of Jonin. I am no weaker than any of your subordinates. I have the ability to cut off the rear. Since the other party is willing to end the relationship, and he doesn't know his character and past, living on his own is definitely the best choice. That's right. Senju Tobarama nodded. The strategy we have just decided on is to leave the people behind to cover everyone's evacuation. It's only 10 o'clock. It's truly a ruthless second generation. It's really hard to get in touch with. A bright smile appeared on Wang Jin's face, and he gave Danzo a critical blow, who did not dare to take the initiative to stand up and show off. Now that the tactics have been decided, don't delay, and let's go. Senju Tobarama ordered, the faster we can leave the siege, the sooner Nishiki can complete the mission. Sacrificing an inexplicable Uchiha in exchange for the future prosperity of the village was most suitable for him, a ninja known for his decisive killing and tough tactics. His guess was good. Except for Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the remaining 4 people all contributed 50 points of favorability to him. So everyone, please retreat now. This place is not far from the border of the Kingdom of Thunder. As long as you run there, you will be safe. Wang Jin complained inwardly. You are all important people in the village. Only I, an outsider, don't matter, so there is no loss in sacrificing me. He was also curious about the grandfather of Uchiha Shisui, the founder of the strongest genjutsu distinguished heavenly gods, who could be praised by Senju Tobarama. Is this person so decisive? However, the situation was urgent at the moment, and he could no longer afford to analyze too much. This is active self-sacrifice, and it would require at least 50 points of favorability for anyone else. Senju Tobarama's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 10. Okay. Senju Tobarama smiled and said, then it's up to you to do it. If you want to end it, I'll do it. Jin, I'm begging you, I must come back alive. If he were usually smart, he would never accept Wang Jin so easily. Wang Jin's words were so precise that 7 people, including Senju Tobarama, were stunned for a moment. Senju Tobarama didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. My eyesight is getting worse. I don't know how many more times I can use Mangekyo. In the dense forest, Wang Jin sat alone on a boulder, waiting for Yunin's pursuit troops to arrive. His vision was blurry at the moment, as if he was short-sighted. Senju Tobarama is too cautious, otherwise it wouldn't be so laborious. Wang Jin sighed. In fact, his best and safest solution is to use the Flying Thunder God to move everyone. However, Flying Thunder God was listed as a forbidden technique by the Senju Tobarama of the era. No one else knew the training method except him. It would be really unclear if it was exposed rashly. However, Wang Jin is not afraid of the Gold and Silver Brothers, he is just worried about the side effects of Mangekyo. This also made him determined to take advantage of this opportunity to enter the subworld, get the last Senju bloodline fragment, and completely eliminate Mangekyo. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large number of footsteps were heard, and the Gold and Silver Brothers came chasing after them with their men. Everyone, please stop for a moment. From Konoha? Or alone? Looking for death? Jonin, a sidekick, saw that Wang Jin dared to stop them alone, so he immediately came to kill him, trying to kill him. The Gold and Silver Brothers didn't even look at Wang Jin and wanted to continue the pursuit. Being underestimated? Wang Jin smiled lightly, directly summoned the second stage Susan, and punched the Kumogakure Jonin to death with one punch. What? The Gold and Silver Brothers suddenly stopped, and the casual look on their faces turned into shock. This is... Ginkaku looked at the Susanoo giant with a dry voice. Mangekyo Sharingan? Yes. Wang Jin, who was protected in the body by the Susanoo giant, grinned at everyone. It is the evolved form of Sharingan, and it is also the high eye power that each of us Uchiha pursues, Mangekyo Sharingan. How about it? Now you can sit down and listen to what I have to say. The Jinin brothers didn't speak for a while. They also saw that Wang Jin wanted to protect everyone in Konoha. Even if the enemy didn't take action, Wang Jin would happily waste away. To be honest, he was also very afraid of the gold and silver horns that were covered in Six Paths weapons. It was best not to fight him if he could, lest he capsized in the ditch. Even if you possess the mysterious Mangekyo, you can't stop my brother from pursuing the second Hokage. Jin Jiao's face was solemn. Uchiha of Konoha, if you get out of the way, everyone will be safe. Jin Jiao didn't want to rush into action with Wang Jin, whose abilities were unknown. They have already fought against Senju Tobarama and Second Raikage, and they have spent a lot of money, so they want to save their strength to deal with the most important enemy. If the two of them are in their prime, they won't be afraid of Wang Jin. Wang Jin shook his head after hearing this. This is not okay. Hokage is our leader of Konoha. I am here to protect him. I can't just get out of the way. Then there's no need to talk, let's do it. Jin Jiao waved his hand and everyone rushed forward. All kinds of ninjutsu came out. Wang Jin immediately became serious, and his eye energy was suddenly consumed. 8-foot mirror. Clang. With a crisp sound, the Susanoo giant summoned the 8-foot mirror with extremely strong defense, blocking all ninjutsu. And it didn't stop. Under the control of Wang Jin, the energy body's 10-fist sword followed closely, sealing the souls of the two Kumogakure Jonin with one sword. This scene made Injiao stunned, and he glanced at the 10-fist sword in his hand. The same ability as mine. This. Injiao was already having trouble with his brain, and now he felt even more confused. There is only one 10-fist sword, and it has been in his hand for so many years. How can other people have such power? Don't be in a daze, kill him first and then figure it out slowly. Golden Horn entered the tailed beast state, and the sword in his hand struck Susanoo hard, creating the slightest crack. Wang Jin immediately took precautions and fired Amaterasu at him, catching Jin Jiao off guard. Ah! Damn it, what kind of flame is this? Why can't it be extinguished? Jin Jiao rolled on the ground in pain, and he was bitten by Wang Jin. However, the most difficult thing for Amaterasu to deal with his opponents with the ability of tailed beast coat. After Golden Horn realized that the black flames could not be extinguished, he immediately took off the tailed beast's coat at the burning place and dropped it to the ground, successfully saving his life. Brother, let me help you. It's just that he underestimated Golden Horn's hatred for Konoha's victory in the war. The latter was unwilling to give up and wanted to kill Senju Tobarama, the Hokage. Unfamiliar Uchiha, it seems that your consumption is not small. You can't use such genjutsu and pupil skills multiple times. Ginkaku rushed up, holding a red gourd in his hand. Just as he was about to use this treasure to sneak attack Wang Jin, he was stared at by his pair of scarlet Mangekyo. Forehead. You got some nine tails flesh and blood and used it as a source of support. I'll show you what the true power of the tailed beast is. You are stubborn. Wang Jin's eyes turned cold, and a tailed beast coat similar to the Golden Horn appeared outside his body. If you don't want to lose both sides and lose the strength to fight Yunin, then you can fight me to the death here today. However, no matter how hard he tried, Silver Horn just fell into unconsciousness. Hoho. With just a look, the leader was eliminated. Tsukuyomi. This was an ability he slowly developed later. Ahem. And even if your brother regains consciousness, he won't be able to recover for several weeks. Senju Tobarama was hunted down, and Gold and Silver Kaku was no better. Injiao's eyes immediately brightened and he fell to the ground without any warning. Wang Jin's words were to tell Jin Jiao that instead of focusing on Konoha, he should think more about his own situation. Wake up. Don't bother. Wang Jin said calmly, Tsukuyomi is not an ordinary genjutsu, you can't break it. They were a coup, and more people opposed than supported them were killed. The 3 days and 3 nights in the world of Tsukuyomi can be a moment in the outside world, or it can be controlled by Wang Jin to extend the escape time of the magician. After losing control of Injiao's pupil power, the latter slowly woke up, and Wang Jin could no longer continue to consume it. This scene shocked the other Kumogakure. Jin Jiao quickly helped Yin Jiao up and checked his condition. What a terrifying pupil technique this is. Yin Jiao looked extremely weak and said, "Brother, I'm fine. I'm just mentally attacked." He injected a large amount of chakra into Ginkaku's body in order to help him wake up from genjutsu. That's good. Jin Jiao arranged for others to support his younger brother. The tailed beast coat on his body reappeared, and his eyes were fixed on Wang Jin. Buzzing. Wang Jin gasped, blood dripping from his eyes. Wang Jin believes that the potential of Tsukimi space is great, but the frail and sick Itachi has not developed much, and there are many unknown abilities that he needs to understand on his own. A series of uses of Mangekyo were too much for him. That's right. After being exposed, Wang Jin still looked calm, but Jinjiao, I can assure you that I can hold on before I kill you. Stop coming, no one can stop me from chasing Senju Tobarama today. Real tailed beast. Jin Jiao paused after hearing this. At this moment, he clearly felt that a massive amount of chakra that did not belong to him began to emerge from Wang Jin's body. In his perception, this chakra is not even a little bit more than the chakra of his tailed beast. The two are simply incomparable. He's not bluffing. Jin Jiao's heart became tense, and his face was extremely serious. Come out, Seven Tails. Wang Jin shouted, using his full-tailed beast transformation for the first time. Boom! In an instant, a monster that was a combination of a beetle and a dragonfly with a gray body and green wings appeared on the battlefield. It was Seven Tails. Seven Tails is huge, at least 30 meters in length, and makes a Wang Jin sound from its mouth. Golden Horn, you are still far from the true power of a tailed beast. So what? Although Jin Jiao was nervous, he still did not lose his fighting spirit. A ninja battle does not just depend on the amount of chakra. I am still sure to kill you. Then try it. Secret technique, the technique of scale pink hiding. Seven Tails spat out countless grains of scale powder from its mouth, which quickly filled an area of hundreds of meters in radius. These can paralyze the opponent's movement and obstruct vision, and have the effect of tracking the enemy. Jin Jiao and his men immediately lost track of Wang Jin. Except for the two sensory ninjas, he could not see the huge body of Seven Tails. This suddenly made everyone panic. Vision is the most important in combat. If you can't even figure out the enemy's location, how can you fight? Boom! Under Wang Jin's control, Seven Tails accurately used its tentacles to knock two Kumogakure Jonin to death, instantly causing a commotion. The phosphorus powder blocks the line of sight and does not distinguish between friend and foe, but it can locate the enemy, which is more effective than seeing with the eyes. He's at 4 o'clock. A sentient ninja shouted, and then everyone aimed at this place to release ninjutsu. However, after Seven Tails transformed into Wang Jin, he was very fast, and the wings on his back could still fly, so he easily avoided the ninjutsu attack. Wang Jin flew high into the sky, less than 200 meters above the ground, and condensed a 10-meter diameter tailed beast jade in his mouth. I sense that he is gathering chakra. The number is so terrifying that we can't stop him at all. Get away from here. The amount of chakra that Wang Jin gathered at this time almost scared the sentient ninja to death. He had never encountered such a terrifying person in his life. Jin Jiao and all the Kumogakure Jonin did not dare to delay and immediately followed the instructions. However, in just a short while, Wang Jin had already completed the gathering, and a huge-tailed beast jade slammed into the center of the battlefield. Rumble. After the tailed beast jade came into contact with the ground, a terrible explosion occurred. The noise was so loud that Senju Tobarama, who had escaped an unknown distance long ago, could sense it. How is this possible? Senju Tobarama, who was leading everyone in Konoha to flee, suddenly stopped and turned back to stare at the way he came, with an incredible expression on his face. "Teacher?" Koharu, who looked like a girl, asked in surprise. She didn't know why the other party didn't run away. Several other people also cast doubtful looks, waiting for Senju Tobarama to speak. Such destructive power, the Gold and Silver brothers would never be able to do it. Is it Uchiha Nishiki? He has such terrifying strength. Senju Tobarama whispered, and everyone looked shocked after hearing this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, you mean, you can feel their fighting from here? It shouldn't be. We have traveled at least dozens of miles. Teacher, do you have such a strong sense of perception? Senju Tobarama shook his head. It's not me who's great, it's Uchiha Nishiki who's great. Of course I can't sense it from such a distance under normal circumstances, but the fighting there is too fierce, far exceeding the level of ordinary fights between shadows. The last time I felt the scale of a battle of this intensity was with Big Brother and Madara. Uchiha Nishiki is so awesome. After everyone heard this, they were so shocked that they were speechless. They don't know exactly how strong Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are. But they know that these two people are definitely unique, and no third person can compete with them, not even Senju Tobarama. Now, Uchiha Nishiki, who appears out of nowhere, can do this. This shocked several people and made them unable to understand. Shimura Danzo felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart at this moment, and quietly glanced at the Uchiha mirror with a 3-Magatama Sharingan next to it. Meet the adults. Especially in the last battle, he was able to completely defeat the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, which stretched his pupil power to the limit. With such an amount of chakra, how on earth could he explode with that level of destructive power? The visitor did not enter, but just stood there motionless, with his brows furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. These two brothers are really lucky. 5 days later, Wang Jin finally arrived at Konoha dragging his exhausted body. He didn't pursue them. The excessive consumption of his eye power and the Senju fragments left him no time to pursue the two brothers. Yes. The Gold and Silver Horn brothers ran in the opposite direction to Konoha. They were truly running for their lives and did not dare to have other ideas. The Kumogakure troops disappeared, and so did the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Everyone hurried to make arrangements, and Wang Jin quickly moved into a spacious and bright room. More than a dozen guards at the entrance of the village discovered Wang Jin. Except for one of them who ran into the village, the rest of them all came out to greet him respectfully. In the center of the battlefield, when the smoke and dust dissipated, nothing could be seen on the ground except a large crater hundreds of meters in diameter and at least 20 meters deep. The other Kumogakure Jonin did not escape the explosion of the tailed beast Jonin, and their bodies were blown up to the point where they could not be found. Wang Jin exited the tailed beast state and returned to his own appearance. First arrange a place for me, tell Master Hokage that I need to recover, and see him later. The white-haired man outside the window is Senju Tobarama. He is puzzled at the moment and is full of fear and curiosity about Wang Jin. Is this the power of Uchiha? Isn't it possible that ordinary ninjas can't overcome the bloodline gap no matter how hard they try? Is it him? Inform Nidame quickly, he is waiting for someone to come back. After a while, a tall white-haired man came out of the window and stared at Wang Jin silently. If I could have Sharingan. He is not surprised to receive such treatment. Senju Tobarama will definitely be waiting for him when he comes back. Uchiha Nishiki, how many secrets are you hiding, and why are you approaching Konoha? Wang Jin first recovered at the spot, and after his condition improved a little, he walked towards Konoha. Could it be the power of the tailed beast? Wang Jin, who has completely transformed into a tailed beast, can use the ability of 7 tails. The phosphorus powder is still stuck to the enemy, and he can clearly sense that the two brothers are running for their lives quickly. After all, these two people also have yin strength, and with so many 6 paths weapons in hand, he is not surprised that they can survive. Since the start of the Kirigakure battlefield, his eye power and body have always been in a state of overdraft, and he has not received a complete recovery. Wang Jin nodded calmly. Do you have a better memory this time? That's good, it's time to go back to Konoha. After eating the meals prepared by these people, he couldn't bear it anymore and fell on the bed and fell asleep. Wang Jin slept all day and night, and didn't wake up until the evening of the next day. It's so comfortable. Feeling the body of an ordinary freshman, Wang Jin stretched out, put on his coat and walked out of the room. Walking slowly on Konoha Street, Wang Jin looked at it curiously. At this time, Konoha had not been established for long, and many places were completely different from those of later generations. Living facilities were also very simple, and there were not that many houses and shops. There are few ninjas among the villagers, but there are many targets I'm looking for. Along the way, Wang Jin met many people whose chakra capacity was significantly higher than that of ordinary ninjas. They were the Senju people he was looking for. During this period, the first generation and the second generation were in power. Not only were the Senju people living well, they were also the largest clan in Konoha. With some curiosity in his heart, Wang Jin got the promise after a brief chat with several Senju people and followed them to the Senju territory. Huh? Isn't this the territory of the Yuan Fei clan in the future? Wang Jin came to several commercial streets near the west of the village, feeling more certain that the disappearance of the Senju clan was inseparable from the old third generation. Jin, this is where we, the Senju clan, live our daily lives. You can move around as you like. A young man with brown hair, a bright smile, and a very kind man said. Qingshui, thanks. You're welcome, it's our Senju clan, no, it's us Konoha who should thank you. Senju Qingshui quickly waved his hand. After a day and night of fermentation, the news that Wang Jin returned to the village and rescued Senju Tobarama and a group of Konoha geniuses has spread in the village. Whether they are ninjas or civilians, everyone knows that the village has a strong man no less than Hokage, who saved their Hokage at the most critical moment. Wang Jin bid farewell to Senju Qingshui and wandered around the Senju clan's territory with deep curiosity. Whether it was when he read the original work in his previous life or when he traveled to the Hokage world in this life, he had never understood the situation of the Senju clan after they came to Konoha. Time passed little by little, and as Wang Jin transferred most of the Senju clan, he finally determined one thing. There are so many, there are at least 300 to 400 clan members. How come we can't see any of them in future generations? Whether the old third generation has anything to do with this or not, the disappearance of the Senju clan is truly a strange thing in the Jonin world. Wang Jin felt sad in his heart. It was strange that a powerful clan in Noada disappeared without a trace in just 20 or 30 years, as if it had never appeared. Are you the one who saved second grandpa? Just when Wang Jin was distracted, a 5 or 6-year-old girl with blonde hair and exquisitely dressed interrupted his thoughts. Tsunade. Wang Jin smiled immediately after seeing the little girl, it's me. Oh. The little girl nodded steadily. She was the future granddaughter of the 5th Hokage, first generation and second generation, Senju Tsunade. Tsunade secretly looked at Wang Jin. She didn't know why, but she was full of affection for the former. Wang Jin saw little Tsunade's cute appearance and couldn't help but touched her head hard and then picked her up. Oh, put me down. Tsunade immediately blushed with embarrassment. This was the first time she was hugged by a man other than her relatives. Wang Jin laughed, whose little girl are you from? You're so cute. Let me go quickly. Otherwise I'll ask Grandpa Air to beat you. Second Grandpa. Who? It's Hokage-sama. Tsunade's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 80. Wang Jin originally wanted to tease little Tsunade on purpose, but he unexpectedly gained 10 points of favorability, which surprised him. He knew that favorability would become more difficult to increase later on, and under normal circumstances it was no longer possible for the Aborigines to have a favorable impression of him. It's probably because of the nature of the little girl that she should be grateful to me for saving Tobarama. Wang Jin thought to himself. Uchiha Nishiki, you finally woke up. An energetic voice came from Wang Jin. He turned around and immediately put Tsunade down and bowed. Meet the Hokage-sama. No need to be polite. Senju Tobarama waved his hand, and Tsunade immediately ran to him and was picked up by him. Let's go to my house. I have many things to ask you. Yes. Wang Jin was not surprised and followed Senju Tobarama into the largest house in the territory. Pushing the gate of opening, the three of them came to the living room. After Senju Tobarama ordered his servants to serve tea, he spoke slowly. Tsunade, you go and play with Grandma first, and I'll have a few words with your Uncle Jin. I won't leave. I'm a ninja now, so I want to listen. Tsunade shook her head violently. Although she was still an immature little girl at this period, her future violent temper was beginning to show signs, and she had more ideas than the average child. Seeing this, Senju Tobarama could only smile helplessly. Jin, I made you laugh. Tsunade's parents died early. She has lived with my eldest brother since she was a child, and she was spoiled by him. Huh, it's nothing. I really like lively children. Just stay. Wang Jin smiled casually. Senju Tobarama held Tsunade on his lap, the smile on his face disappeared and he said seriously. Can you tell me the details of the battle between you and Jinyinjiao that day? Ask this. Wang Jin did not speak immediately after hearing this. Although he knew in his heart that Senju Tobarama was not easy to fool, he was definitely worried about himself. But he didn't know if the other party got any news from the battle that day, or if he knew about the tailed beast in his body. Wang Jin didn't want to expose Seven Tails and Flying Thunder God. After all, these two things now exist in this world and both have owners. He couldn't tell where they came from. But when he thought about it, even if he could hide it from Senju Tobarama, he couldn't hide it from the Byakugan blood successor. Rather than being discovered by others, it is better to admit it openly, so as to create a magnanimous image. There's nothing too difficult to understand. Wang Jin smiled slightly, pointed at his belly and said, Master Hokage, the reason why I can easily defeat the Gold and Silver Horn brothers. In addition to the fact that your previous consumption of them greatly reduced their strength, it is the power of the tailed beasts. Tailed beast? You mean? Yes, I am Jinchuriki. Wang Jin admitted generously, and I am Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Seven Tails Jinchuriki? This is impossible. Senju Tobarama's voice rose sharply. Seven Tails was given to Takakage village by my eldest brother a few years ago, and they have never been lost. Wang Jin, I don't know what you mean about the distribution of tailed beasts. I was just outside planning to return to the village, and I haven't heard about many things yet. But there is one thing that even Shodai may not know, and that is that Seven Tails has two forms, larvae and adults. What Shodai caught was an adult insect, and what I got by chance was the larval body left behind when it degenerated. It can also be understood as a tailed beast without consciousness. Adult? Larva? Senju Tobarama was stunned for a moment after being fooled by Wang Jin. He remembered that he had seen a similar statement in a document that he had forgotten, but it had been too long and he had forgotten it. Seeing Wang Jin's generous admission, Senju Tobarama didn't want to press too deeply and changed the topic. Jin, when you return to the village this time, do you still plan to leave? Although Wang Jin is not completely trustworthy yet, it is worth his while to win over him. After all, this is a man who is not weaker than him, and he is better because of his youth. Originally, Senju Tobarama thought that he was just asking casually, and Wang Jin could risk his life to save him and stay just like handing over a certificate, but the result surprised him. Wang Jin nodded after hearing this, I want to leave, and I will leave in 10 days. What? Senju Tobarama was stunned, why didn't you choose to stay? There are compatriots from the Uchiha clan in the village. Wouldn't it be better to live together? Sir Hokage, my dream is to travel the whole world. Maybe I will return to the village when I get tired. Wang Jin smiled slightly but still refused. But he didn't say anything, he just pushed back. After hearing this, Senju Tobarama said that it was a pity, but he did not offer any further advice. Wang Jin's strength means that he is destined not to be tough, but to be friendly. By the way, I haven't asked you why you came to our Senju tribe. Oh, I heard that both Shodai and our former clan leader Uchiha Madara have amazing combat power, so I have been curious about your clan for a long time. Let's take a look today. Wang Jin said this and praised, only after I came here did I realize that the Senju clan lived up to its reputation. As expected, everyone has a chakra capacity that far exceeds that of the same level. Senju Tobarama didn't say anything after hearing this, but little Tsunade in his arms suddenly said proudly. Humph, of course, our Senju clan is the strongest clan. Shout Tsuna, don't brag. The Uchiha clan is not weaker than us. Otherwise, during the Warring States period, the two clans would have been fighting for generations without a winner. Senju Tobarama slapped Tsunade on the head, which made the latter very dissatisfied and immediately retorted. No way. When Grandpa Madara came here before, he personally admitted to me that he was no match for Grandpa, and that Senju was better than Uchiha. Ahem, don't talk nonsense. Senju Tobarama quickly glanced at Wang Jin, fearing that he would have a grudge because of the child's words, but found that the other person didn't care at all and even joked with Tsunade. Wang Jin grinned, little Tsunade, don't underestimate our Uchiha clan. I admit that the Senju clan is stronger physically and chakra-wise, but when it comes to playing Genjutsu, you can't. Genjutsu? It's really difficult. Little Tsunade frowned after hearing this. Although she is young, she is already a genin. But I'm not afraid. Second Grandpa said that as long as the will is strong, there is no genjutsu that cannot be broken. Haha, that's not necessarily the case, at least it's useless to me. Wang Jin deliberately exaggerated his laughter, which caused Tsunade's dissatisfaction. You are bragging, you have the ability to prove it. It's easy to prove, but what if I win? Wang Jin looked at Tsunade with a half-smile, and the latter thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Then I will become your teacher and learn genjutsu from you. You little devil will take advantage. Senju Tobarama laughed dumbly and patted Tsunade's little head lovingly. He doesn't think that a child can learn Uchiha's genjutsu. After all, this is a family's special skill, and it cannot be easily taught to outsiders. However, Wang Jin's answer surprised him again. Okay, it's settled. Wang Jin smiled, little guy, tell me, how can I prove it? Huh? You agreed? Come with me. Little Tsunade jumped out of Senju Tobarama's arms, took Wang Jin's hand and ran out of the living room quickly. Senju Tobarama was stunned and couldn't figure out what Wang Jin was going to do, so he quickly followed him out. The three of them soon arrived somewhere in the clan area, and Tsunade slapped the door of a wooden house. Uncle Sato, come out quickly. Huh, Tsunade, why are you here? The door opened quickly, and a man in his 30s, wearing a Konoha ninja vest, walked out with a smile on his face. Tsunade pulled him to Wang Jin and said confidently. Here, this is Uncle Sato. As long as you don't let him break your genjutsu, I will admit that you win. Awesome genjutsu. That must be the case. Tsunade's closeness to him is different from others, otherwise it doesn't make sense. When Wang Jin talked about the ins and outs of Wang Jin's bet, Senju Sato and Senju Tobarama next to him looked at each other and couldn't understand his actions either. Thinking of this, Senju Sato nodded. Yes. Wang Jin smiled and said, unlike Sharingan's visual genjutsu, this technique can be activated regardless of all conditions, which is very convenient. It's nothing to be reluctant to part with. It's just a genjutsu. I will teach her many tricks. This. I have fought against your Uchiha clan countless times, but I have never seen such a perverted genjutsu. Did you develop this yourself? Uchiha Jin, hello. Wang Jin shook hands with the other party and then smiled helplessly. Little Tsunade was dissatisfied. Senju Sato laughed. Senju Tobarama was also shocked when he saw this scene, and his voice was a little dry. Hey, Uncle Sato, what are you talking about? He can be my teacher only if he wins. Wang Jin's huge mental power instantly entered Senju Sato's brain, overwhelming his opponent with an absolute advantage. Nishiki-kun, come on, I haven't learned genjutsu from the Uchiha clan for a long time. Let me see if it still feels the same as before. Genjutsu? What are you playing at? Does he like little Tsunade? Boom. Tsunade's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 90. I made a bet with this little guy. Senju Sato took 2 steps back, his face became serious, and the huge amount of chakra in his body, which was at least 4 or 5 times that of Wang Jin, began to surge slightly. Wang Jin smiled at little Tsunade, look, not all genjutsu can be cracked if you want. Boom. Tsunade, this lady can accept the bet but doesn't care about winning or losing. You will understand later. However, seeing that Wang Jin didn't look like he was joking, Senju Sato couldn't help but murmur in his heart. The realm of illusion. Second grandpa, this is different from what you usually say. Uncle Sato doesn't even have a chance to disrupt his own chakra. How can he crack genjutsu? It's a blessing to Tsunade that you are willing to give her advice. Thank you very much. Senju Sato fell to the ground motionless. Senju Sato smiled at Wang Jin and introduced himself. Hello, my Excellency Senju Sato, thank you for saving Hokage-sama. Or pass it to his old rival's tribe. Genjutsu is such a precious thing, and it is genjutsu from the Sharingan clan. How can it be easily passed on? It is indeed very convenient. Senju Tobarama said and looked at Wang Jin seriously, but are you sure you are willing to teach Sayazuna such a precious genjutsu? Little Tsunade was dumbfounded and murmured. Already 90. Tsunade in this timeline is still easy to coax. Wang Jin felt happy, he was getting closer and closer to getting Senju bloodline. It is different from the Tsunade in the main world who has experienced 2 ninja wars and watched her relatives and friends die in front of her one by one, and has an extremely strong heart. At this moment, she is just a little princess who is spoiled by the elders of the clan and is easy to get in touch with. In fact, when Wang Jin came here and saw little Tsunade at the first glance, he felt that she was the key to breaking the situation. Since he has the favorability gained in the past, getting closer to Tsunade is undoubtedly the best choice. Senju Feijin listened to Wang Jin's answer without hesitation, admired him extremely in his heart, and bowed slightly. Jin, I would like to thank you very much for Shao Gang. Hokage-sama, please get up, this is impossible. Wang Jin quickly waved his hand and said, I taught her because I feel like I'm in love with little Tsunade and I like her straightforward character. I can't thank you enough. Yes, I also feel connected with Jin-senpai, and I like her too for some reason. Little Tsunade happily threw herself into Wang Jin's arms, and the latter touched her head intimately. This scene made Senju Tobarama completely relieved, and left after leaving a few words. Nishiki, Tsunade will leave it to you. I'm going to handle the documents. You have to teach her well. If Tsuna can learn your genjutsu, I can use the opportunity to read the sealed book to thank you. Sealed book? Wang Jingang wanted to subconsciously refuse Tobarama's benefits, but he immediately nodded when he heard it was this thing. Okay, I'll do my best next time. This is good stuff, and Wang Jin is very interested in some of the forbidden techniques in it. For example, Earth reincarnation, Izanami, etc. are all very practical abilities. Teacher Yuan Fei, look at my new teacher. In the Konoha training ground, Shao Tsunade pulled Wang Jin and ran all the way, shouting at the 3 people in the distance, 1 large, 2 small and 3 small. It was during this period that Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were present. At this time, the future Sannin had just entered Jonin school and had just become a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was still a young child. Especially Orochimaru, whose pale little face does not have the cold-blooded look he will have in the future, and is still an innocent child. Uchiha Nishiki. What are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely surprised, Wang Jin said with a smile. Senior Yuan Fei, we meet again. Yeah, I didn't expect you to actually be able to survive from Jinyinjiao, I admire you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly convinced. Wang Jin's strength surpassed him by far, and he had no confidence in coming back alive from such a desperate situation. Faced with the compliments of the future Dr. Ninjutsu, Wang Jin laughed and did not take it seriously. He looked at the 2 little guys and asked questions knowingly. Senior Yuan Fei, is this your student? Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved, and the 2 little guys came over curiously. Jiraiya stared at Wang Jin carelessly, while Orochimaru looked a little shy. Why do you have the ability to be Tsunade's teacher? Jiraiya, don't be disrespectful to your seniors. Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded, but Jiraiya snorted and didn't care. Orochimaru bowed slightly, politely. Hello Nishiki-senpai, my name is Orochimaru. Hello to you too. Wang Jin smiled. Uncle Snake with such a personality was a bit cute, so he couldn't help but ask. Orochimaru, are you interested in learning ninjutsu with Tsunade and me? Have. Orochimaru agreed. He comes from a civilian family and will not miss every opportunity to improve his strength. Teacher Jin, like Teacher Yuan Fei, I have the 5 attributes of Feng Shui, earth, fire and thunder, but I haven't had time to learn water style and lightning style ninjutsu yet. Class B, water style water dragon bomb. What? He taught you this powerful ninjutsu casually? Wang Jin lightly kicked Jiraiya away and cursed with a smile. Orochimaru, show me how to use the ninjutsu you have mastered. Jiraiya was extremely envious, but Orochimaru's next words directly made him jealous. Wang Jin nodded, not surprised by Uncle Snake's talent. Orochimaru added another blow, making Jiraiya want to cry without tears, staring pitifully at Wang Jin in the distance. Wang Jin was too lazy to pay attention to this hateful little brat, and took Orochimaru and Tsunade aside. Wang Jin told Tsunade the training methods of the illusory realm. Like Orochimaru, Tsunade couldn't wait to start practicing as soon as she got a new technique. I'll teach you this. Little Tsunade couldn't wait any longer and urged Wang Jin. A ninja with all attributes. Orochimaru, you will definitely become a famous person in the ninja world in the future. Damn it. Jiraiya got up from the ground. Although he also wanted to learn, he still had a tough mouth. I am the strongest genius in the village. You will never regret it. Instead of asking Tsunade to genjutsu directly, he asked the future science geek. What ninjutsu? Since both Tsunade and Orochimaru recognize you, then Master Jiraiya will reluctantly give you a chance to teach me ninjutsu. Yes, Teacher Jin. Facing the compliment, Orochimaru didn't look too happy and spoke calmly. When Jiraiya heard this, he almost shed tears of regret, his face full of annoyance. It's over, he will definitely not teach me anymore. If you don't know how to ask for help when learning from others, go away and I won't teach you. Orochimaru successively used fire style, earth style, and wind release ninjutsu, which made Wang Jin couldn't help but admire him. Hey, Orochimaru, what level of ninjutsu did that guy teach you? He immediately taught the simplified water dragon bomb to Orochimaru. The latter felt like he had found a treasure and hurried to the side to practice. Teacher Nishiki, hurry up and teach me that magical genjutsu. I will become as powerful as you. Hey, you really don't want to teach me, don't leave. In the Konoha training ground, somewhere in the open space, Jiraiya watched Orochimaru making seals again and again, pestering him with questions. Bump. Orochimaru, Teacher Nishiki is very good. The water dragon bullet he taught me is different from other people's. It only takes 4 seals to activate. It's so powerful. For seals. Wang Jin deliberately glanced at Jiraiya, who immediately scratched his head anxiously when he saw that both friends had the opportunity to learn ninjutsu. You deserve it, who made your mouth so arrogant? What an amazing talent. At this age, he has already mastered 3 attributes of ninjutsu. It's very good. Hey, Nishiki-senpai, just teach me, even if it's just a ninjutsu, just Orochimaru. At the Konoha training ground, Jiraiya clung to Wang Jin like a dogskin plaster and begged. Wang Jin glanced at him with a half-smile, don't you call yourself uncle? Why do you come to beg me? Ah, damn it. The embarrassing incident was brought up, and Jiraiya became angry. I beg you, I think highly of you. What's so great about it, just a few ninjutsu? I don't want to learn anymore. The whistling Jiraiya left angrily. Wang Jin smiled lightly and then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine chakra. In a few days, I will leave this subworld and go to the sacred tree space to receive rewards. That's a 50% increase. He wants to have more foundation and make the rewards more effective. Besides, if he doesn't refine chakra now, he has nothing else to do. Tsunade's favorability level has reached 90, and the last 10 points cannot be improved under normal circumstances, so she can only leave it to fate. All Wang Jin can do is to try his best to cultivate Tsunade, hoping to exchange sincerity for sincerity and let the other party be moved. Time passed quickly, and 5 days later, Tsunade finally mastered the ninjutsu taught by Wang Jin. Teacher Jin, I have learned the realm of illusion. Little Tsunade took Orochimaru and excitedly ran to Wang Jin to show off, and the latter had a smile on his face. You learn quickly. It seems that you have really worked hard these days. Hee, of course. This is a powerful genjutsu developed by you, sensei. Most people can't learn it. I must cherish it. Little Tsunade's words made Wang Jin very satisfied. If this girl knows how to be grateful, she can hope to achieve full favorability. Wang Jin asked Orochimaru to step aside and said to little Tsunade. Come on, attack me with the illusory realm, and let me see what effect you have. Yeah, teacher, you have to be careful. If you get hurt, don't blame me. Just you. Wang Jin laughed dumbly after hearing this, just use it with confidence and boldness. With the strength of a little girl like you, you can't shake the teacher in the slightest. That's possible. Little Tsunade snorted in dissatisfaction, and then a pair of white and tender hands brushed the seals. After the printing was completed, a sudden surge of mental power came into Wang Jin's mind. The realm of illusion. Little Tsunade gave a sweet cry and frowned. It could be seen that she had used all her strength. However, Wang Jin still stood there, not to mention looking unbearable. Even the smiling expression on his face did not change at all, as if he was not the one who hit genjutsu. It's not bad. Genin of the same level shouldn't be able to withstand your attack. Wang Jin's understatement made little Tsunade angry and dissatisfied with this scene. Teacher, why doesn't my genjutsu have any effect on you? Behavioral mental power. Wang Jin explained, no matter what kind of genjutsu it is, whether it is visual or auditory, it ultimately relies on mental power to suppress the enemy. If your mental strength is stronger than the opponent's, you can easily defeat him. But if the other party is mentally stronger than you, like me, it will have no effect at all. Tsunade, the advantage of your clan is physical fitness. The path you want to take in the future is not genjutsu. But you can study it carefully to avoid being taken advantage of by your opponents. After all, mental power is a very mysterious thing. If you are not prepared, you may fall into it. Wang Jin gave these warnings, but little Tsunade seemed confused and didn't seem to understand what he said. On the contrary, Orochimaru's eyes lit up and he murmured something. Genjutsu, spiritual power, eye power, yin and yang attributes. Huh. Wang Jin was surprised after hearing what the little guy said. In a secluded place in the training ground, the two looked at Wang Jin and Xiao Tsunade in the distance. What did you say? Senju Tobarama laughed and scolded, you are such a greedy little guy. Senju Tobarama placed the sealing technique on the table in front of Wang Jin, who was stunned. For the following time, Wang Jin stayed with Tsunade, responding to her requests and teaching her unconditionally any ninjutsu she wanted to learn. He kept his word and fulfilled his promise to Wang Jin promptly. How about we give him a subtle reminder and ask him to stay away from Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested. Although he and Kakashi and others joined forces to oust Sarutobi Hiruzen in the main world, since it was not a bloody coup, the old third generation still had a lot of things in his hands that he had not completely let go of. 1. Hokage-sama, I thought you would let me see all the forbidden techniques. You, a genjutsu, want to take away all the forbidden techniques that I have studied for so many years. You really look down on me. Sarutobi Hiruzen wondered, teacher, this Uchiha Nishiki seems to be too nice to Tsunade, does he have any intentions? In return, you can choose any forbidden technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and continued, Mito-sama has been married to our Konoha for many years, and she is reluctant to pass on the sealing techniques of the clan. Uchiha Nishiki is so generous. Okay, you can see how it is practiced now. Flying Thunder God, 8 gates, tandem paper bombs, and so on. Wang Jin just passed by and looked directly at a technique he thought was useful, Izanagi. After a while, Wang Jin wrote down the contents of the forbidden technique, thanked Senju and left his room. Not sure. Senju Tobarama frowned, he was also worried, he is too kind, he even didn't keep his own Mangekyo ability to himself, and told Tsuna everything, this is not like a normal relationship between a new master and apprentice. For example, the umbu he had cultivated over the years, the Book of Seals, and other things that did not need to be handed over immediately. You can think of this at such a young age. You are worthy of being Uncle Snake. Your innate IQ is really terrifying. Not only Jiraiya was envious of such treatment, even Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not understand it. He was secretly surprised and admired Orochimaru's understanding. In the original work, no one knew where Uchiha Itachi got it from. Wang Jin, who had contact with him, hardly thought about it at all. He was completely focused on how to complete the task. Senju Tobarama turned the page to Izanagi for Wang Jin himself. He attached great importance to the Book of Seals. Wang Jin knew that he was greedy, smiled awkwardly, opened the sealed book, and the forbidden techniques inside were clearly visible. Wang Jin thought to himself while writing down Izanagi's practice method. Besides, some of the things he teaches are things that neither you nor I know. If Xiao Gang can learn them, it's her luck. Hokage-sama, it's Izanagi. This also led to the fact that after Kakashi came to power, almost all troublesome tasks were thrown to Wang Jin's umbu, and these forces were 100% loyal to them. At night, Senju Tobarama found Wang Jin with the sealing technique. Yes, the Uzumaki clan knows all the sealing techniques. I wonder where they got this Uchiha Nishiki from. Now that I have obtained it from the sealed book, my wish has come true. Senju Tobarama shook his head after hearing this, it's still not necessary. With me here, he won't dare to have any bad intentions towards Tsuna. It seems that after returning to the main world, I should go talk to the old third generation and ask them when they will truly release all the power in Konoha. Teacher Jin, I have one more request. 2 days later, when Wang Jin almost gave up on attacking Tsunade, little Tsunade suddenly blushed and spoke. Wang Jin sat next to her, looking listless. Go ahead, Xiaozong, I will promise you anything. He was about to give up at this moment, because today was the last day he could stay in this world, and Wang Jin no longer had any hope. The last 10 points of favorability drove him crazy. It was so difficult to deal with a little girl, and he didn't appreciate it no matter how much she tried to please her. Little Tsunade secretly looked around and suddenly kissed Wang Jin on the cheek when he wasn't paying attention. Holy shit! Wang Jin suddenly became energetic and jumped up from the ground. What is this? Have you been teased by a little girl? However, what shocked him even more was what happened later, when the sacred tree suddenly sent a message. Tsunade's favorability plus 10, current favorability is 100. You have obtained Senju bloodline fragment *1. Because you and Tsunade's favorability is maximized, a temporary mission is triggered, resurrecting the Senju rope tree in the main world. Resurrection Senju rope tree, S rank. Mission description: Tsunade completely collapsed due to the death of her brother and lover, gave up her identity as a ninja, and has been in decline ever since. Task requirement: completely resurrect the Senju rope tree, but you cannot use the dirty soil to reincarnate. Task reward: Wood style blood succession limit. Wood style. Wang Jin was immediately ecstatic when he saw the reward. However, looking at the mission requirements, he instantly extinguished his desire to obtain wood style. He knew that the use of filth reincarnation was not allowed in any mission. If Tsunade could accept this technique, she would have done it long ago due to her relationship with Orochimaru. What Tsunade hates the most is disturbing dead people, especially her younger brother Senju Nawaki and her first love Kato Dan. I'm lucky to get it, but it won't kill me. Let's talk about it when I have the opportunity in the future. Wang Jinyu felt a little disappointed. Generally speaking, he was in a very good mood at the moment. Although wood style is not available, Senju bloodline has been obtained, and the solution to Mangekyo's side effects is just around the corner. Teacher. Little Tsunade blushed, looked shy, and spoke in a small voice, seeming to know that she had gone too far. I don't know why, but from the first time I met you, I felt extremely familiar with you and couldn't help but rely on you. This feeling was only felt by my father before. I couldn't even feel it when I was with my eldest grandpa and second grandpa, so. I understand, little Tsunade, you shocked me. I thought you, a little girl, fell in love with me. It turned out that Wang Jin was relieved that he was his father. If this accidentally made Tsunade fall in love with him, it would be troublesome. If Tsunade in the subworld can like herself, there is a high chance that she can in the main world too. Although the charm of Tsunade in the main world is still there, and her big breasts are particularly memorable, she is still 50 after all, and she can be her own mother. After getting the Senju bloodline, Wang Jin immediately wanted to dodge. But before leaving, he decided to meet the future Sannin alone as a last resort. Wang Jin squatted on the ground, touched little Tsunade's head, and gave serious instructions. Xiao Gang, the teacher is leaving and may never come back again. I have a few words to say to you. What? Teacher, are you leaving? Where are you going? When little Tsunade heard that they could no longer meet each other, she was so anxious that she almost cried. Wang Jin emphasized, don't ask these questions, take note of my words carefully. If another war breaks out in the ninja world in the future, if you also participate in the war, you must remember to protect your relatives and loved ones, remember. Teacher, I remember. Little Tsunade originally wanted to ask again, but Wang Jin's never serious face made her swallow the words back. Orochimaru, no matter what, you have to stick to your own ideas. You are always right. These were Wang Jin's last words to Orochimaru. When he found Jiraiya, he immediately said that he was my uncle, so Wang Jin kicked him away. Damn it, you actually dare to hit me, Since you have both Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, the main quest is triggered. Task reward, chakra plus 100%, pupil power plus 300. It's inexplicable, why should he hit me? It's just that Itachi was willing to die for him, so how could he let him feel cold? Although Jiraiya has an eclectic appearance, he is very delicate on the inside, Otherwise he would not have been able to dominate the ninja world for many years without dying. Wang Jin looked confused. The synthesis is successful, congratulations on getting the Senju bloodline. Main quest. Sacred Tree, I want to synthesize Senju bloodline. The first stage of the main mission, evolve Mangekyo Sharingan into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Jiraiya opened the scroll unhappily, and his eyes suddenly became wet the next second. Bump. Before Jiraiya could finish his words, Wang Jin knocked him to the ground with a scroll. Just leave, let me owe you such a big favor. He didn't know why Wang Jin was so kind to him, but he was indeed owed this huge favor. In the sacred tree space, Wang Jin spoke calmly. This is no longer a single task, but a series. Although Wang Jin deliberately distanced himself from him these days, he could find that he got more than Tsunade and Orochimaru combined. What do you mean? Jiraiya was confused. Before he could get up from the ground, Wang Jin had disappeared. You guy. Jiraiya, who had always been carefree, had blurry eyes and his voice was choked. Study the contents carefully. It took lousy 3 days to sort them out for you. Flying Thunder God Technique, Realm of Illusion, Water Dragon Bullet, Genjutsu Countermeasures, Mental Power Improvement Methods, Simple Understanding of Yin-Yang Style. Wang Jin took a deep breath and finally said what he had been thinking about for a long time. Reward received successfully, Chakra plus 50%, Silver plus 1 million. Eternal Eyes? Do you really want to use Itachi's eyes to give them to Sasuke? Jiraiya, don't let anyone see the contents of the scroll, including Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobarama. Sacred Tree, I want to receive the reward. After coming to this world for so long, he has never heard that the Sacred Tree would issue such a mission. As the difficulty increases, so do the rewards. He can achieve the Eternal Mangekyo now. Itachi's pair of Mangekyo are still in his hands, and they match his eyes 100%, so he can definitely evolve. If you don't do it now, this is Itachi's last legacy. We can't let people down easily. Wang Jin suppressed the desire in his heart. Wang Jin frowned and continued thinking. Sacred Tree, please send me back to the real world. Transfer completed. Boom. As soon as Wang Jin Gang returned, he immediately experienced his third life upgrade. He came out from the largest sacred tree vine in Mingzhou City. There were many people here at this time, and the improvement of life level attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god, such a young Jonin. Who is he? Jonin? You are so blind. This kind of improvement is either the third or fourth time, not a recent breakthrough. 3 or 4 times. More than 3,000 chakras. Is he 20 years old? Has such a heaven-defying monster appeared in our southern continent? This is the most talented freshman in all universities this year. All those peerless monsters in Anqing University were defeated by him. He is the 7th speaker promoted by the Grand Speaker himself. The 7th speaker. I remember now, he is Wang Jin. Yes, that's him. The youngest Jonin in the entire continent, and the one who has been rated by the League as the strongest below Kage level. Amid the amazement of the crowd, Wang Jin completed his third life level upgrade, and his chakra reached more than 3,200 cards. He was very satisfied with the rapid improvement. He was glad that he had laid the foundation with great effort and had taken control of Konoha into his own hands. Now he could enjoy the fruits of his labor. If it weren't for the biggest help from Konoha village, Wang Jin would never have had a breakthrough speed that others couldn't understand. This is why the strong will always be strong and the weak will always be weak. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to complete a good task and they need to rely on luck. Su Luo still has a 40% chakra mission. Completing it will elevate your life level once more. Wang Jin thought in his mind while experiencing the changes in his body. Now that he already possesses Senju blood, the biggest feeling is that the side effects of Mangekyo have been greatly reduced. Although he could still feel the pressure from Mangekyo in his spiritual sea, it was no longer in an overloaded state all the time, and he could easily resist such pressure. And as the pressure was reduced, Wang Jin's eyesight returned to its peak, and Mangekyo's presbyopia was cured by the Senju bloodline. Huh. My chakra is actually growing slowly. During the time Wang Jin was feeling, the chakra digit on the panel changed quietly, increasing by 1 card. This was a situation he had never experienced before. Previously, the process of increasing chakra could only be completed by actively checking the energy accumulated in the cells. Now that this situation has occurred, Wang Jin can only sigh that it is worthy of the Senju bloodline, and it really greatly improves physical fitness. It's time to settle accounts with the bounty haul. After the side effects of Mangekyo were resolved, Wang Jin felt confident for the first time that he could control his pupil power at will without worrying about his mental strength failing to keep up. When he was fighting with others in the past, Mangekyo would only appear when it was absolutely necessary, making him hesitant to fight. Now that the foundation has been established, Wang Jin is filled with pride and can't wait to fight his way to the bounty hall to test how strong he is now. Thinking of this, a hint of hotness and coldness flashed across Wang Jin's eyes. Yang, bloodthirsty, you have tried to kill me time and time again, now is the time to pay back your debt. Whoosh! Flying Thunder God was activated, and Wang Jin suddenly disappeared from the spot, causing another round of exclamations. In the Dark City, the largest city in the northern continent, Wang Jin was strolling leisurely on the street. He wore a white mask on his face and walked straight into the Bounty Hall headquarters. The bounty halls in other cities are all branches. If he wants to make trouble, he can come to the headquarters. Killing a few small fish and shrimps will not satisfy his appetite. Sir, please show me your sacred tree bracelet. A member of the bounty hall stopped Wang Jin at the door for routine registration. This is the rule for entering the bounty hall headquarters. Except for their top leaders, everyone who wants to come in must show the divine tree bracelet to prove their identity. Wang Jin glanced at the man indifferently, and 3 Magatama Sharingan instantly appeared in the pupils of the mask. He activated his pupil power slightly and used Genjutsu to control him. Are your Grand Palace Master and Second Palace Master here? The 2 adults haven't been back for half a month. The Chunin had a dazed look in his eyes and answered Wang Jin's questions honestly. What a coincidence. Neither of them are here. Wang Jin frowned after hearing this. He was really unlucky. Who's running Bounty Hall now? It's Elder Lu Yuheng. What is his strength? Where is he? The Great Elder is a shadow-level powerhouse, and his office is on the top floor. You haven't seen me. Yes, I haven't seen you. Chunin responded in a daze and watched Wang Jin enter the elevator. After he left, Chunin regained consciousness and looked around suspiciously. Strange, why do I always feel like someone just talked to me? Wang Jin cut off Lu Yuheng's head in succession, finishing him completely. Lu Yuheng's face is resolute and has clear lines, like a knife and an axe, revealing the vicissitudes and perseverance accumulated over the years. However, at this moment, the door of the office was pushed away, and Lu Yuheng suddenly became angry and stood up. Ah! Killing! Killing! Come quickly, the Great Elder has been assassinated. At the same time, he also made bursts of moans that aroused men's desire, which made Lu Yuheng very satisfied. 2 kunai appeared, instantly killing the 2 women with their eyes wide open. Lu Yuheng hated being disturbed when he was enjoying women. He was about to get angry when he was stunned. The man is tall and straight, like a stable mountain, giving people an unshakable feeling. I am the person your bounty hall wants to kill the most, Wang Jin. Yes. Although Wang Jin moved quickly, the voices of the 2 women also reached the outside world, and several jonin quickly ran in. In less than a second, Lu Yuheng in the outside world instantly collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Lu Yuheng shouted loudly after hearing this, and chakra surged in his body instantly, wanting to strike first and kill Wang Jin here. Who are you, pretending to be a ghost? On the top floor of the Bounty Hall headquarters, in a large and magnificent room, a man in black, who looked to be in his 40s, was sitting on the sofa. It's you. How dare you break into our Bounty Hall headquarters? I think you are tired of living. At this moment, he was wearing loose clothes and two beauties were waiting on him. Lu Yuheng. Didn't Laozi say that no one can do anything without permission? Who are you? Wang Jintong's power was activated instantly, pulling Lu Yuheng into the genjutsu space. Tsukuyami. Wang Jin wore a white mask on his face and his whole body was covered in black robes. He glanced at Lu Yuheng lightly. Because he didn't know the person coming, and he wasn't someone who could enter or leave the room. Lu Yuheng's face showed a vigilant look, and the two beauties seemed to sense that the atmosphere was abnormal and immediately hid behind the sofa. Harder. However, no matter how fast he is, Sanmagatama cannot transform into Mangekyo fast enough. Under the white mask, Wang Jin showed a faint smile and told his identity in an understatement. Why are there men in this world who are not interested in their own beauty? Whoosh! Lu Yuheng ordered calmly, and the two women nodded quickly, giving him a greater sense of satisfaction. The black clothes seemed to blend into the night, adding a bit of mystery and unpredictability. He was none other than Lu Yuheng, the Great Elder of the Bounty Hall. Rub. Master Great Elder. When the Jonin who rushed in first saw Lu Yuheng's headless body, he suddenly felt chills all over his body. This is one of the strongest people in the Bounty Hall, a shadow-level strongman who has raised his life level 10 times and possesses Wanka Chakra. However, he was killed by a mysterious man wearing a mask right now, and there was no sign of a fight. Then what kind of strength must this person in front of me have? This Jonin retreated quietly. He didn't even have the thought of fighting Wang Jin, he just wanted to escape. However, others didn't think so and instinctively attacked Wang Jin, and all kinds of ninjutsu appeared. Boom! Wang Jin directly summoned a Susanoo skeleton arm and easily blocked ninjutsu. He himself was safe and sound, but the surrounding environment suffered. The weakest among these people is Jonin, who has upgraded his life level twice and has more than 2,000 calories of chakra. The power of ninjutsu is naturally overwhelming. The entire top floor was almost wiped out at this moment. A large number of concrete stones fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily, shocking the pedestrians on the street. What? The Bounty Hall was attacked. Oh my God, why are you so brave? How dare you make trouble at the Bounty Hall headquarters? The matter is serious. No one has dared to break into the Bounty Hall since its establishment, let alone the Ingman's office on the top floor. I'm afraid things are going to change in our northern continent. It would be terrifying to have a strong man who can't even be stopped by the Bounty Hall. Passers-by were shocked. Some smart people had already run away and did not dare to stay and watch the fun. Amaterasu. Wang Jin locked his eyes on the Jonin in front of him, and black flames appeared on them without any warning. Ah! It hurts me so much. What the hell is this? Why can't it be extinguished? Spare your life. My lord, please spare your life. Although several Jonin struggled frantically, it was to no avail and soon lost their voice. While these Jonin were being dealt with, more ninjas rushed up and surrounded the top floor. Wang Jin showed no fear and calmly appeared in the encirclement. Who are you? An old man with more than 5,000 calories of chakra yelled, and everyone else stared at Wang Jin coldly. People who come to collect debts. Wang Jin spoke calmly, and then his eyes became powerful, and Mangekyo launched with full force for the first time after solving the side effects. Boom! A 200-meter red giant appeared, and the energy sword in his hand struck everyone in front of him. He is Wang Jin, I know his Susanoo. Accompanied by exclamations, most of the Bounty Hall headquarters was destroyed by Wang Jin's sword, and countless ninjas fell to the ground. Wang Jin's Susanoo giant also fell to the ground, but it stood firm. Come together and kill him. The old man with more than 5,000 calories shouted, and after receiving his order, everyone immediately took action. At least hundreds of ninjutsu bombarded the Susanoo giant. Crunchy. A large number of cracks suddenly appeared on the Susanoo titan, but it was not broken. Wang Jin quickly formed seals with his hands, and the huge chakra in his body burst out instantly. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. Boom! A huge wave at least 500 meters high appeared and rushed towards the many bounty hall ninjas with irresistible force. Boom boom boom. Everything in the path of the huge wave was blown away. People without Jonin strength died on the spot, and the weaker Jonin was also seriously injured. Only those strong men who had upgraded their life levels more than twice could barely block the attack of the huge waves. Wang Jin's ninjutsu consumed 2,000 of his chakra cards in one breath, which was so powerful that until the ending of the big wave, most of the entire Dark City was submerged. Wang Jin. I and you are inseparable. When the 5,000 calorie chakra old man saw that the bounty hall was completely destroyed by Wang Jin, his eyes were splitting and he yelled hysterically. Wang Jin took a deep breath and sneered at the old man. Irreconcilable. Haven't you, the bounty hall, been like this to me a long time ago? What? This hit you where it hurts. Do you feel the pain? Wang Jin smiled lightly, and Su Luo was shocked after hearing this. The two walked side by side towards the outside of the school. However, before they had gone far, Su Luo was attracted by a person who was in a hurry. It's not a big deal. It just wiped out the bounty hall headquarters. That's why I came to you, let's go. Whoosh! Leveled the bounty hall headquarters. Before Kong Xian finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Jin, who was smiling. At the Anxiang University training ground, Su Luozheng was impatient and ran around with weights. Wang Jin suddenly appeared on the scene and stopped him. Su Luo. What did he say? With shock, Su Luo followed Wang Jin into the main world of Hokage in confusion. After Wang Jin said that, he used the teleportation technique to leave. No one among the powerful men in the bounty hall dared to catch up, including this old man whose chakra far exceeded Wang Jin. Wang Jin snorted and sneered, I'm just afraid that they too won't come. You made me wait so hard. I almost couldn't help myself to complete the task. You have actually come back from the Dark City? Didn't you stay in the bounty hall? After he left, the old man gritted his teeth and ordered. What he did was no less than detonating a nuclear bomb on the entire continent, and the impact can be imagined. As one of the strongest universities on the mainland, Anxiang University is naturally not slow in gathering information. I was delayed by something. The task hasn't expired yet, right? It's not just a big deal, the bounty palace is being destroyed by the king. Holy shit, Wang Jin. The person who came was none other than Kong Xian. Wang Jin, you deserve to die. The master of the first hall and the master of the second hall will not let you go. The old man was furious. Use the highest authority to bring back the two palace masters immediately. Yes. After Su Luo saw him, he ran over quickly and complained. Teacher Kong, are you in such a hurry because something big happened? Wang Jin laughed loudly and patted Su Luo on the shoulder. Wang Jin, what big thing have you done to shock Teacher Kong so much? Su Luo didn't know what he did at this moment, so he asked curiously. Old man, please give me a message to your two palace masters. Today's business is just interest. Let them wash their necks and wait for me to come and chop them off. Is this guy so heaven-defying now? Su Luo shook his head, no, but it's almost over. There are only the last 5 days left. Let's do it now. It seems you already know. Wang Jin was not too surprised after hearing this. At the border of the Kingdom of Water, it took Wang Jin 3 days to get here with Su Luo. The mission this time was to investigate the current situation of Wuyin village. It required sneaking in quietly and not in a hurry, so Wang Jin did not rush on his way. Although there are only 2 days left for Su Luo's mission, Wang Jin is confident that he can complete it in less than a day. He knew the current situation of Kirigakure, and this was exactly the time when Obito was fooling around. Using his Mangekyo Genjutsu, he controlled Goju Yagura, intensifying the blood mist that had been prevalent for a long time. As a result, Kirigakure's high-end combat power has become less and less, and even the 7 ninja swordsmen have begun to talk, which shows how much Obito hates this village. Su Luo didn't know this clearly. He had no intelligence advantage, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Wang Jin, there are only the last 2 days left. Can we complete this task? This is a mission with a 40% chakra reward. If you miss it, you may never encounter it again in your life. Listening to his companion's worries, Wang Jin smiled slightly. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Oh, what are you going to do? Su Luo followed Wang Jin closely, and the latter pointed to a docked cargo ship on the dock not far away. This is the ship I arranged in advance. Let's disguise ourselves as merchants and enter Kirigakure. As long as you can go in with a big head, the rest will be easy. Merchant. Su Luo took a closer look and saw a cargo ship about 20 meters long floating on the water not far away. On the deck of the ship, there was a purple-haired girl in a kimono standing, which made his eyes immediately straighten. Su Luo looked at her carefully. The tall figure and the beautiful face had a hint of coldness, which gave him an indescribable feeling in his heart. What a beautiful girl! Su Luo whispered, staring at the girl motionless. Wang Jin, what's her name? What? Do you have any ideas? Wang Jin glanced at him and said, Su Luo, this girl is here to help us. Don't mess around. Besides, I already have a partner, so just stop thinking about it. Huh? You have a partner? Su Luo felt disappointed when he heard this. This was the first time he met a girl whom he fell in love with at first sight. What a pity. What is her name? Maoyue Xian, my subordinate. Wang Jin said and walked over. Maoyue Xian also saw them coming. She immediately smiled sweetly on her cold face and got off the boat to greet them. Mr. Minister, you are finally here. Call me Jin from now on. You and I are a couple. Don't call me Minister. It's, Jin. Maoyue Xian was a little uncomfortable with it, but she still followed the instructions. His name is Luo. Wang Jin introduced Maoyue Xian, and Su Luo quickly greeted her. Hello. Hello, Luo. Su Luo couldn't let go because of his previous thoughts. Although Maoyue Xian was indifferent to outsiders, Su Luo was brought by Wang Jin. She didn't know their relationship and didn't dare to neglect them. After getting on the ship, Wang Jin ordered the sailors to sail the ship and called the two of them to the cabin room. My general plan is this. I am the owner of this ship when it comes to the outside world. I travel between the Kingdom of Water and the Kirigakure village to do business. Shi Yan is my partner, and Luo you are my butler. You must remember this trip to Kirigakure to deliver food, so as not to say the wrong thing then. Good. The two nodded and then listened to Wang Jin's arrangements. After entering Kirigakure, you act alone and find a way to find out the whereabouts of Mizuki Jigura for me. I want to see him. Yes. Luo, follow me and visit all the major families in Kirigakure, and look for opportunities to spy on their views on Kirigakure village. If the plan goes well, the task can be completed within 1 day. Wang Jin knew Kirigakure's situation in his heart, but he wanted to show it to the sacred tree. It's like there is a process. Without this step, the sacred tree will not recognize them for completing the task. As a member of Umbu, Oyuki Shiyen has higher ninja literacy than Su Luo, which is why Wang Jin is relieved that she can act alone. Although Su Luo is not shrewd, he will not make any mistakes as long as he follows obediently and collects rewards. The cargo ship was very fast, and it only took half a day to arrive at the dock closest to Kirigakure. Wang Jin found a local businessman who specialized in transporting goods, cooperated with them to load bags of grain into the truck, and then followed these people to Wuyin village. When they arrived at the village entrance, Wang Jin's group and other caravans were stopped for routine inspection. The three of them had discussed these things a long time ago, and with the identities of the caravan and merchants, they passed the inspection smoothly and entered Kirigakure village in a swagger. After booking a room in an inconspicuous hotel, Wozuki Shion said goodbye to Wang Jin and the others, and went to spy on Mizuki's whereabouts alone. Wang Jin didn't stop for a moment and took Su Luo to visit Kirigakure's prestigious families one by one. He pretended to look like he wanted to negotiate business with the other party. These wealthy people did not doubt that their survival depended on family business, so it was a pity to contact Wang Jin. The first person Wang Jin visited was the Hui Yoruchi clan. At this time, they had not yet been exterminated due to rebellion, but Wang Jin concluded that they would soon. The fourth Mizuki under the control of Obito frequently made mischief, forcing Kirigakure's big family to live happily ever after. It was only a matter of time before they rebelled. The reason for choosing the Hui Yoruchi clan is also simple. This clan is physically strong and simple-minded, and it is best to use clichés. Wang Jin did not see the patriarch of the Hui Yoruchi clan. He was received by the butler of the Hui Yoruchi clan, a middle-aged man named Kagaya Shinoda. "Boss Jin, please take a seat." Kagaya Shinoda met Wang Jin in a living room with a smile on his face. After Wang Jin said hello politely, he went straight to the topic. "Mr. Shinoda, I just inherited my father's ship. This is Kirigakure's first time here, so I would like to visit you rich clans to see if there is anything we can cooperate with. Of course, in terms of profit, I won't go overboard, and you will definitely make some money." Of course there is cooperation." Kagaya Shinoda laughed heartily and continued, "We, the Kagaya-Yoruchi clan, control the iron mines in Kirigakure. There is too much output that needs to be transported by ships. I wonder how many ships you have." "More than 20. Wang Jin made up a lie casually. Anyway, it was just a lie to show the sacred tree, and he would not really do business with the other party. "More than 20. It doesn't count as a small business. It seems that Boss Jin has some strength." This is all accumulated by my father. I just inherited it and made no contribution." "What did you negotiate with others about the payment?" "I can lower it." Wang Jin showed a novice in shopping malls, which perfectly fits the status of a wealthy second generation who has just inherited the family business and has no experience. Kagaya Shinoda was confused by his appearance. He really thought that he was lucky enough to meet a fool, and deliberately lowered the price. "Based on the proportion of a normal-sized cargo ship, we usually pay 80,000 taels of silver for one trip." 80,000? So little? Wang Jin pretended to be surprised. Kagaya Shinoda also knew that the price he said was outrageous. It was actually 100,000 taels. However, what surprised him was that Wang Jin didn't insist. He hesitated before saying a price that confused him. "Mr. Shinoda, my ship has been idle recently. If you can guarantee a large amount of ore and have cargo available every day, I can charge you 70,000 per trip." 7. "Boss Jin, don't worry, we produce a lot of ore every day, your ship will not be empty." Kagaya Shinoda hurriedly signed the agreement, fearing that Wang Jin would regret it and sign the agreement directly. Wang Jin was also very happy. After a while, the two reached a deal. Both parties were very happy and established a relationship. After chatting for a while, a look of worry suddenly flashed across Wang Jin's face, and Kagaya Shinoda asked the reason enthusiastically as expected. "Boss Nishiki, do you have any difficulties? You can tell me." the Teruyoruchi clan, still have some energy in Kirigakure. We can handle everything. It's not that difficult. Wang Jin sighed and continued, it's just that Kirigakure village gave me a very unsafe feeling along the way. The ninjas I met looked more fierce than other villages. And you are out frequently, and the civilians on the street seem to be afraid of them. Mr. Shinoda, to be honest, if I hadn't had any business recently, I really wouldn't want to come to Kirigakure. I'm afraid that I might lose my life here one day. This, ugh. Kagaya Shinoda also sighed after hearing this. If it is anything else, our Kagaya Yoruchi clan can help, but not this matter. I don't know why, but our Mizukichi seems to have changed into a different person. His frequent tricks have made people in the village panic, and many families have been liquidated by him. But Boss Jin, you can rest assured that these matters have nothing to do with you. Mizukichi doesn't dare to interfere in the village's business, otherwise our big families would have joined forces to launch a coup. As expected of a muscular and simple-minded family. When Wang Jin heard that such a sensitive topic as the coup was being discussed with him, he couldn't help complaining that it was normal for the family to be wiped out like this. Wang Jin pretended to be surprised when he successfully brought the topic to Mizukichi. So that's it. No wonder the environment in Kirigakure village makes me feel unsafe. But Mr. Shinoda, I am very curious about what you are talking about. If it is convenient, I would like to know more about it. Don't get me wrong, I just want to measure the risks and have no intention of seeking information about your village. What can't be said about this? Who in the entire Kirigakure family doesn't know this? Kagaya Shinoda opened his mouth carelessly and told all the changes in Kirigakure after Goju Yagura came to the stage. Just as Wang Jin expected, Obito deliberately messed with Kirigakure's ninjas, using tricks to make them lose strength, and a large number of talents were forced to flee the Kingdom of Water. After getting the information he wanted, Wang Jin immediately lost interest in the Hui Yoruchi clan and found a reason to leave. On the way to the next family, Su Luo was still surprised at Kirigakure's changes. I didn't expect that the ninjas here are so miserable. It's really scary to have an unreliable Kage. It's not that Mizukichi is unreliable, it's that someone is deliberately messing with Kirigakure. Wang Jin smiled lightly, but Su Luo was stunned after hearing this. Obito, don't blame me for being unkind. Wang Jin, what should we do next? Actually, I don't have to be here to know everything about Kirigakure's situation. I'm just going through the motions and completing the mission. Wang Jin nodded after hearing this, thought briefly in his mind, and spoke. Their steps were very light, as if they were looking through the eyes. They perfectly avoided the patrolling guards outside the Mizukichi building and successfully sneaked in. Is that so? I understand. It is easy to find out the whereabouts of 4th Mizukichi. Many people know about it. Wang Jin ordered, Oyuki Shien immediately obeyed, packed up several kunai and detonating talismans, and left the hotel at night. Wang Jin, the major families have almost contacted each other. Now as long as I find a way to let me meet the 4th Mizukichi, I will be confident to complete the task directly. Damn, you are really awesome, you are just different from ordinary people like us. Shien, you should leave Konoha now. I don't need your help for the rest. Although he didn't know what genjutsu Obito used to give Gotakabana Yagura's genjutsu, he must have used the Mangekyo power. Information that other ninjas may not be able to obtain even if they work hard, in his eyes is as simple as eating and drinking, which makes him admire and envy him. Don't forget that I am Minister Umbu of Konoha and have access to high-end intelligence in each village. Oh. Tell me quickly. Wang Jin poured her a cup of tea. The latter looked bitter and sighed. These two people are Wang Jin and Su Luo. With Sharingan, he can see through the human body and see the advantages of chakra. He can use the advantage of the night to avoid the guards every time. After she left, Su Luo couldn't help but ask. However, he has only done this kind of thing once or twice. The plot of the original work is destined to not be developed, so it doesn't matter. Jin, I've found out everything. But it's useless to inquire. Fourth Mizukage has been staying in his Mizukage building for the past 6 months and has not been seen for a long time. Even his direct subordinates have not seen him. So your plan to meet him can't be carried out, and no one can see him at all. Late at night, outside the Mizukage building, 2 figures covered in black robes appeared. Su Luo sighed. He was very envious of Wang Jin at this moment. But once it comes, it will disrupt Obito's plan, causing a butterfly effect. At night, Maui Shien came back. As long as he uses equal power to destroy Genjutsu and restore Goju Yagura's consciousness, the mission will definitely be completed. It is possible for the world of Hokage to deviate from the development of the original plot, which may have an impact on some future events, causing him to lose the advantage of foresight. Thinking of this, Wang Jin showed a smirk on his face. How do you know? Shinshu's request is to investigate Kirigakure's situation. He has not yet received a notification that the task has been completed. He is probably going to discover that the 4th Mizukage is controlled by Genjutsu. And at this moment, there is probably a man with the time and space ability Mangekyo waiting in the dark, Uchiha Obito, who started the 4 wars. After all, this was Kirigakure's base camp, and Wang Jin didn't want to make too much noise. Being surrounded would be troublesome. In the dark of night, Wang Jin and Su Luo sneaked into the Mizukage building quietly. The 2 passed through a large circle of bluestone stairs and soon reached the top floor. Etc. What's wrong? Just when Wang Jin was about to climb the last few stairs to the top, Su Luo suddenly grabbed him. Su Luo looked serious. Wang Jin, do you have a feeling? How does it feel? Wang Jin asked. Su Luo, our journey has been so smooth. We didn't even meet a patrolling guard. This is where Mizukage works. Logically speaking, it should be heavily guarded. How could it be so loose? Su Luo didn't believe that Kirigakure's ninjas could be so unbearable that they didn't even set up a guard to allow the shadows to easily approach them. After hearing this, Wang Jin glanced at him in surprise. Su Luo, I didn't realize that your brain is pretty good. I always thought that you would make your brain stupid by practicing physical skills with Kametkai. Damn, what are you talking about? I am also qualified in the theory class, okay? Su Luo complained, very dissatisfied with Wang Jin's view of him. Wang Jin smiled slightly. You are right, we are indeed going too smoothly. Huh? You've discovered it a long time ago. Then why don't you take it more seriously? Is it useful to be serious? Wang Jin shook his head. Obviously someone deliberately pushed the guard away. Maybe he also wanted to see us. He. 4th Mizukage. Su Luo was surprised. Wang Jin sighed. Who knows, maybe it is, maybe it's not. Anyway, it will be clear when we get up there. Let's go. After that, he walked up the last few stairs with the sound of footsteps and came to the roof. The Mizukage building is built similar to the Hokage building. The top floor is also a wide platform facing the entire village. When the 2 of them just came up, they saw a man standing by the railing with his back to them. He was only about 1.4 meters tall and carried a stick-like weapon on his back. 4th Mizukage. Su Luo suddenly became nervous. He had done a strategy before coming, and he recognized his identity from his back. Wang Jin looked indifferent and walked slowly towards Goju Yagura, stopping only when he was still 5 or 6 meters away from him. Should I be called Mizukage-sama, or Uchiha Obito? Huh? How did you know it was me? 4th Mizukage turned around in surprise, and his baby face appeared in front of Wang and Jin. Wang Jin smiled and looked very relaxed. Obito, your intelligence network is powerful, but mine is not a vegetarian. Naturally, I have ways to understand many things. Is that so? It seems I still underestimate you, Uchiha Nishiki. Controlled by Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Yagura admitted generously without any secrets. He no longer concealed anything at this moment, and his real body appeared from the corner behind Wang Jin, forming a situation of surrounding him with Goju Yagura. Wang Jin turned around and looked at Obito, who was also covered in black robes and wearing a white mask on his face. His tone was still relaxed. What? You can't even wait for a few words before you start taking action. Do it? No, you misunderstood. Uchiha Obito's hoarse voice came out, walking towards Wang Jin step by step. Su Luo was shocked and speechless at this moment. He didn't expect that someone in this world could control the shadow of a village. Moreover, when Obito passed by him, the sense of mystery and oppression made him dare not move. He could only be a spectator, leaving his life and death to Wang Jin. Obito walked up to Wang Jin, and the two stood face to face, and both saw the three Magatama Sharingan under the other's mask. The only difference is that Wang Jin has a pair of eyes, while Obito only has a right eye. Neither party spoke for a full minute, and both seemed to be sizing up each other. It seems you know more about me than I thought. Obito spoke first. Wang Jin shook his head. No, you don't have any secrets in my eyes. Oh. Uchiha Obito was surprised. He knew that Wang Jin knew about his existence, and that Nagato and Konan were on guard now because the other party revealed their information. But looking at this situation, do you still underestimate him? Does he know more secrets? Wang Jin took off his mask with a smile on his face. Obito, you want to be more calm than me. I thought you would come to contact me after Itachi died. But today is an opportunity. I won't hinder your plan, and you don't come to my Konoha to cause trouble. Can everyone live in peace? You are already in the way, Uchiha Nishiki. Obito imitated Uchiha Madara's voice and said hoarsely, I worked hard to make the Akatsuki organization my pawn, but you ruined it. Nagato and Konan don't trust me at all now, and they even want to get rid of me. Is this your invitation to peace? It's time for you fourth Mizukage to wake up. Just wait for me, I, Kirigakure, will not suffer such a big loss in vain. Not long after they left, red chakra bubbles appeared all over Goju Yagura's body, and three tails appeared behind him. Wang Jin couldn't bear it anymore and directly covered the opponent's body with the flames of Amaterasu, making Goju Yagura scream in agony. He knew that his and Obito's very similar clothing and Sharingan had caused the other party to misunderstand. After simply controlling his opponent, he immediately formed a seal with his hands and looked at Su Luo, who was already confused. Even if it weren't for you, I would still destroy your evil damn Uchiha clan. Goju Yagura's body swayed, a hoarse and uncomfortable sound came out of his mouth, and then his eyes became brighter. After Uchiha Obito said this, the space around his body began to ripple like water waves, and Wang Jin knew that he was leaving. Uchiha, Konoha. As soon as Goju Yagura regained consciousness, she immediately attacked Wang Jin and hit him hard with the big iron rod in her hand. He didn't stop him, and he wasn't sure about stopping Obito. Now he didn't want to fight to the death with the opponent so early. Boom. Buzz. Grab my arm. Uchiha Obito disappeared. Wang Jin sighed and looked at Goju Yagura, who was standing there blankly. 10 seconds later, the figures of Wang Jin and Su Luo disappeared without a trace. Before Uchiha Obito's body completely disappeared, he smiled coldly and left a message. After Goju Yagura broke away from Amaterasu's threat, he found that his opponent had already run away. After taking a deep breath, he spoke in a bitter voice. Forehead. I will not give up Konoha. I will also regain control of the Akatsuki organization. You will stand with me in the future. This day will not be too far away. Goju Yagura paused after hearing this. After taking a closer look, he realized that he recognized the person. It's you who made my village become like this. So many innocent people died tragically because of your Uchiha clan. Brush. He is the Jinchuriki of Three Tails, and one of the rare perfect Jinchuriki who used the second stage of tailed beast transformation to get rid of Amaterasu. Damn Uchiha, what did you do to me? Hoo. Wang Jin shunned the attack and shouted in a low voice. Mizukage, you see clearly, the Uchiha who controls you and I are not the same person. However, he still did not stop and continued to attack Wang Jin. Oh, okay. Amaterasu. Uchiha Nishiki, Uchiha Yagura is my gift for you. I look forward to the next meeting with you. His eyes instantly changed into the shape of Mangekyo, and a large amount of pupil power poured into Goju Yagura's mind, erasing the genjutsu left by Obito. The task is completed and the reward has been distributed. In the sacred tree space, Wang Jin received the mission reward. The moment Goju Yagura got rid of genjutsu, the mission was completed, which is why he decisively retreated. There is no need to do meaningless things to make Kirigakure and Konoha become enemies. This mission rewarded 40% chakra. Wang Jin received his fourth life increase as soon as he returned to the real world, and the amount of chakra reached 4,600 cards. Su Luo also became a special jonin because of this mission, and the amount of chakra exceeded 800 calories. Not only has he made rapid progress these days, but every one of the super geniuses named by Wang Jin has received benefits that they could not even imagine before. After all, having Wang Jin behind them means they have the support of the entire Konoha, giving them a cheating advantage in getting and completing tasks. It's just that Su Luo and the others are still far behind Wang Jin after all, and it will even get bigger and bigger, because the larger the chakra base, the higher the amplification factor of the reward effect. It was also the task of investigating Kirigakure. Su Luo only improved by 200 cards, but Wang Jin had more than 1,600 cards. In Su Luo's envious eyes, Wang Jin patted his shoulder and left. Don't be afraid of the difficulty of the task. Keep working hard to take it. As long as the reward is enough, I guarantee you will be able to complete it. Understood. Su Luo nodded repeatedly. The feeling of hugging his thigh made him extremely happy. Wang Jin did not stay in the real world, but returned directly to the main world of Hokage and came to the Hokage building. Kakashi was working on documents and saw him taking a rare break. Tell me, you are a busy man, so you must have something important to come here on your own initiative. Kakashi poured Wang Jin a cup of hot tea and took the initiative to ask. Wang Jin took a sip, took out 2 portraits from his arms, and handed them to the other party. Kakashi, use your Hokage's name to issue a mission. Konoha will hunt down these 2 people at all costs. Kill. Kakashi was surprised when he heard this, but he was even more surprised when he opened the portrait. Codename Night Shadow, member of Akatsuki Organization, Shadow-level powerhouse. Codename Bloodthirsty, member of Akatsuki Organization, Shadow-level powerhouse. Didn't you tell us not to provoke this organization a few days ago? Why now? Kakashi was puzzled. When Jiraiya wanted to investigate the Akatsuki organization, he was strongly opposed by Wang Jin, and even he, the Hokage, was helpless and had a tough attitude. And now the ninjas in the village are asked to hunt down members of the Akatsuki organization, 2 strong men with shadow-level strength, which makes Kakashi confused. Wang Jin shook his head, not wanting to explain too much. I'll go to the Akatsuki organization and tell them that their leader won't hate us Konoha for this. But he will not help each other and will not help me kill his own members, so I can only rely on you. Kakashi, give me a death order and ask the Jonin in the village to put down other tasks during this period. Let me hunt down these 2 people with all my strength until I succeed. I will also give orders to Umbu and Genbu to cooperate with you in the pursuit. Such a big hatred. Although Hatake Kakashi was puzzled after hearing this, he immediately followed Wang Jin's words and asked Nara to make arrangements. Although the opponent has the strength of the shadow, it is still not enough in front of a village and a country. If you want to kill him, you can succeed no matter what. At this time, the benefits of power were revealed. Wang Jin gave an order and the entire Konoha machine immediately ran at high speed. Everyone knew that 2 people were on the Fire Nation's kill list. However, the people who were most shocked when this news came out were not the natives of the ninja world, but the ninjas who came in from the real world. They really felt that things were about to change. Southern Continent, Alliance. Quickly, let me go see the Chancellor. I have something big to report. An Alliance intelligence officer assigned to Konoha village hurriedly logged off, went straight to the top floor of the headquarters, and opened the door of Mo Zhizhou's office without even knocking. Why are you so flustered? Mo Zhizhou scolded him without waiting for the other party to speak. You are also a jonin who has been through battles for a long time, and you have no castle at all. Just calm down. Yes, I was reckless. Jonin quickly admitted his mistake, but speaker, this is really terrible. You can't blame me. Tell me what's going on. Mo Zhizhou said calmly, slowly picking up the hot tea in front of him and sipping it. The main hall master and the second hall master of the bounty hall have been ordered to kill by the Leaf Village of the Country of Fire. They will not die until their heads are seen. Puff. What did you say? Before he could swallow the tea in Mo Zhizhou's mouth, he spit it out after hearing the report from his subordinates. The shock in his heart was indescribable. When his subordinates saw his appearance, they felt amused but also a little disdainful. You're still talking about me, don't you have this kind of virtue yourself? In the northern continent, the temporary headquarters of the Bounty Palace, in a certain office, a group of elders sat together, all with gloomy faces. Hey, is it really that God is going to kill me in the Bounty Hall? An old man wailed. The headquarters was just bulldozed by that little beast Wang Jin, and the master of the main hall and the master of the second hall were ordered to kill by Konoha. It's really a bad year. Ah. No need to ask, that little beast must have done this. He is Konoha's minister Umbu, and his status is second only to Hokage. Yes, it must be him who is causing trouble, trying to make it impossible for the 2 palace masters to survive in the world of the sacred tree, and to ruin their future. What's the use of knowing it? Now that this boy's foundation has been established, his pair of Sharingans are terrifyingly powerful, and he also has space ninjutsu. No one can kill him. I regret it, I regret it. Before Wang Jin grew up, I should have spent all my bounty palace to get rid of him even if there was a war with the Alliance. Okay now, it's his turn to clean up us, what should we do? Stop talking about this now, find a way to contact the 2 palace masters and let them leave the world of the sacred tree first, otherwise death will break the balance between the Alliance and us. The elders at the Bounty Hall headquarters were also panicked by Wang Jin's pursuit order. If Yi Ying and Bloodthirsty were fine, then the Alliance would not dare to have any ill intentions towards them. Once Yang and Bloodthirst die once, even if 20% of the chakra amount is deducted, it is a loss that the entire northern continent cannot bear. By then, I'm afraid that both of them will not be able to maintain their shadow-level status, let alone continue to suppress the Alliance. At the border of the Kingdom of Wind, 2 middle-aged men wearing red clouds and black cloaks, each holding a package in their hands, were targeted by a team of Konoha ninjas. Iroha, can you confirm that this is the target? The Konoha ninja who led the team was the taijutsu genius Metkai, and he asked his Byakugan teammates beside him. Hyuga Iroha nodded, the veins around his eyes bulged, and he stared at the 2 Akatsuki organization members in the distance with his white eyes. Confirmed, it is the person that Lord Hokage is chasing, the shadow and bloodthirsty of the Akatsuki organization. Okay, do it, don't let them escape. Metkai stood up, his eyes sharp. Kakashi can issue such a severe reward, it proves that these 2 people are very important, we must kill them. Yes. Hyuga Iroha and 5 Jonin followed closely behind, rushing towards the opponent with Metkai, and soon blocked the path of Shadow and Bloodthirsty. Konoha Ninja. Are you too impatient to provoke me? Bloodthirsty said coldly. Even though he was surrounded by 7 Jonin, he was still fearless. At this moment, he and Shadow didn't know that they were being hunted. Metkai and others were the first wave of Konoha ninjas they encountered. Shadow's eyes were cold. "Brother, don't talk nonsense to them, just kill them." Bloodthirsty nodded and threw the package in his hand to the ground. A trace of blood appeared, and it was obvious what was inside the circular shape, a human head. Wind release vacuum sphere. Lightning style thunder water dragon bullet. Bloodthirsty is good at wind escape, and Raikage is a grandmaster thunder water style ninja, and his specialty is fusion ninjutsu. Metkai and others did not dare to be careless. Except for him not using ninjutsu, the other 6 jonin immediately used ninjutsu for defense. They have information about Shadow and Bloodthirsty, and it is clearly stated in it that the strength of the 2 of them is not weaker than that of a village of shadows. Water style water barrier. Earth style wall. Konoha tornado. Bang! Ninjutsu collided with ninjutsu, and Metkai approached Yang at high speed and kicked him hard in the head, but was blocked by the opponent's arm. What a ferocious physical skill. Brother, this kid has a lot of tricks. Although Shadow blocked Metkai's attack, he knew from this contact that he could not compete with his opponent in physical skills. The gap was too big. Physical skills. It's hard to achieve greatness. I'll deal with him, you go kill those 6 people. Brother, be careful. Bloodthirsty and disdainful, he took the initiative to meet Metkai. Boy, tell me, why did you ambush us? Bloodthirsty did not take action immediately, but wondered in his heart, how could someone dare to take the initiative to provoke him? However, Metkai had a stubborn mind and acted as if he couldn't hear the bloodthirsty questions, so he directly showed his strongest form. 8 gates Duinjia, the 6th gate of view, open. Boom! Metkai's entire body exudes green energy, and the chakra in his body instantly increases several times, and his strength and speed are greatly increased. Bang bang bang! He bullied him, using physical skills and bloodlust to fight. He was able to gain the upper hand at first, catching Bloodthirsty off guard. However, although Bloodthirst adapted to his tactics, the advantages of the huge chakra were revealed, and Metkai gradually fell into a disadvantage. Wind escape vacuum jade. The bloodthirsty mouth spat out more than 10 air cannons in succession, blocking all of Metkai's escape routes in the sky. Seeing this, Metkai didn't care whether he was busy or not. He waved his hands quickly, and a ball of fire appeared in the sky. Towards the peacock. Boom boom boom. The huge number of fireballs not only offset the bloodthirsty air cannon, but also attacked his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Bloodthirsty is an experienced shadow-level powerhouse after all. After being hit a few times, he dodged the attack on Peacock. Metkai fell to the ground from the air, breathing heavily. As expected of someone who can be named by Kakashi to be hunted down. He is really powerful. Hatake Kakashi. Konoha's Hokage. At this moment, Bloodthirsty finally understood why he and Shadow were attacked. It turned out that they were on the Hokage's kill list. I have never been to your Konoha, why is the Hokage hunting me? Because you have offended our Umbu minister, Uchiha Nishiki. Wang Jin. Depend on. It turns out that this little beast is causing trouble. The bloodthirsty mood exploded in an instant. Little beast, I didn't even look for you, why are you so stubborn? Do you want to use Konoha's hand to deal with me? He gritted his teeth bloodthirstily. But at the same time, he was a little envious of Wang Jin, who could actually control the behemoth of Konoha and mobilize the power that even he would be afraid of. He knew very well the consequences of this matter. No matter how powerful he and Shadow were, they were just 2 people. To be an enemy of a village was to seek death. We have to rely on the Akatsuki organization, we can't do it alone. Bloodthirsty immediately thought of Nagato. Wang Jin is also his subordinate, so asking Nagato to mediate should be able to force him to withdraw the fatwa. Shadow, let's go. Brother. This time, Metkai completely had the upper hand and was so bloodthirsty that he was stunned. However, after a fight, they were taught by Metkai how to behave and saw the power of physical skills for the first time. Shadow didn't dare to pursue him. He didn't know the extent of Metkai and Bloodthirsty's injuries, and he didn't know for sure. If he was normally fine, he wouldn't be so miserable. The giant tiger swallowed up the Bloodthirsty. This scene made Shadow terrified. Boom boom boom. Don't worry about it, Konoha's powerful whirlwind. He quickly found Bloodthirsty from the ruins. At this moment, the latter's clothes were in tatters, blood was oozing out from a large number of wounds on his body, and his voice was weak. Hyuga Iroha quickly carried Metkai on his back and ordered at the same time. Want to run? No way. Watch closely as he swings his fist with all his strength, compressing the air into the shape of a giant tiger, and pounces bloodthirstily into the air. Boom! Both sides were shocked by the other's strength. As soon as Metkai heard that the Bloodthirsty was about to retreat, he immediately used all his strength. It's just that he is at the last gate before the gate of death at this moment, and his body hurts even if he is hit by a slight collision, let alone being attacked by someone with an A-level ninjutsu. If he is not dead, he is considered physically strong. Lightning-style Black Panther. Boom! Before the fight started, Bloodthirsty and Shadow didn't take Metkai seriously at all, thinking that physical skills were useless and would never be useful. The green energy in his body turned blue, and his speed and power increased to a higher level. How can a Jonin be so strong? Who the hell are you? Hit Aura. Brother. The Shadow was suppressing 6 Konoha Jonin including Hyuga Iroha at the moment, and the winner would be determined soon. He didn't understand the intention of Bloodthirsty retreating at this moment. Withdraw. Metkai kicked Bloodthirsty into the air, leaving him with no means to parry. After the fight, he already understood that he and others could not kill the target. Except for Kai who could suppress him, the gap between himself and others and the enemy was too big. 8 gates Duanjia, the 7th gate of wonder, open. Metkai screamed and was seriously injured by Thunder Leopard. A black leopard-shaped beast appeared from Shadow's hand. This was a lightning-style A-level ninjutsu, which he obtained by chance. Retreat, retreat, go back to the land of rain. That Taijutsu ninja is too scary. I am no match for him one-on-one. Fire Country, Konoha Village, Umbu. Wang Jin was sitting leisurely in his office, but looking at the various tasks that his subordinates had collected recently, he wondered if he could trigger one with high rewards. However, just when he was about to take a sip of water, the ring with Zhu engraved on his left hand fluctuated slightly. Long gate? Wang Jin frowned. This ring belonged to a member of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato gave it to him after Itachi died, Suzaku of Akatsuki. Wang Jin immediately closed his eyes, and then appeared in the main hall of the Akatsuki organization in the form of an energy body. Uchiha Nishiki. As soon as he arrived, he heard a loud shout, his tone full of hatred, and when he took a closer look, he immediately became happy. It's you, old guy. What happened to your outfit? Did you accidentally fall? The man who drank violently was Shuesie, who was seriously injured by Kai. At this time, he didn't even change his clothes, and his body was covered with wounds. Wang Jin knew that this guy must have been attacked by Konoha ninjas, but he didn't know who did it. Bloodthirsty gritted his teeth, damn it, Uchiha Nishiki, for letting you Konoha ninjas deal with me. He glanced at all the members, and finally stopped at Nagato, who was the leader. Chief, everyone, Uchiha Nishiki's behavior has greatly damaged the unity of the organization. Unless he is the only one, the Akatsuki organization will be finished sooner or later. Give me hatred. After hearing this, Wang Jin smiled disdainfully and looked at everyone with the same gaze. Except for Kakuzu, who also hated the accident, everyone else looked indifferent. Nagato held his forehead, Wang Jin's behavior really gave him a headache. However, it was impossible for him to listen to Bloodthirsty. Not to mention that he had a good impression of Wang Jin. Judging from his personal ability, he would rather lose Bloodthirsty than give up Wang Jin. Jin, Bloodthirsty has already told me, have you issued a kill order for the two of them? Yes, I did it. I asked Kakashi to give the order. Wang Jin grinned and continued, Chief, what do you say? Do you want to listen to Bloodthirsty and get rid of me? Nagato shook his head, that's not possible. But you did go too far. You revoked the fatwa. Let this matter be over. You two are both members of the organization and cannot kill each other. Oh. Our organization still cares about this? Wang Jin raised his hand and pointed at Kakuzu. Chief, as far as I know, this guy has killed many of his partners before. Why don't you let me kill just two people? This is different. The abilities of Bloodthirsty and Shadow are still available, and the organization needs them to exist. Nagato had a headache at the moment. If he had to say who he had the least control over here, it must be Wang Jin. Mangekyo, who succeeded Uchiha Itachi, was more worried about the future of the organization than he, the leader, and was more selfless. If Shadow and Bloodthirsty were not Shadow-level strong men, like the ordinary Jonin that Kakuzu originally killed, then he wouldn't care. Anyway, none of these people will listen to themselves, as long as they complete the assigned tasks well. Wang Jin shook his head after hearing this, his attitude was very firm, and he said something that shocked all the members present. Nagato, you can't mediate this matter. One of them or I must die. If you insist on interfering, then I can only say I'm sorry. The Akatsuki organization and you can't stop me. You. Nagato was speechless. He didn't expect that Wang Jin would not save any face for him. Conan said angrily, Uchiha Nishiki. Now that your status has changed, have you forgotten the kindness that Nagato and I took care of you in the past? You were weak at that time. If Nagato and I hadn't stopped Kakuzu, would you have survived until now? You can pull him down. Wang Jin was very disdainful after hearing this. Conan, ask Kakuzu if he can kill me then. I'm still not afraid of him without you two. You guy. Kakuzu gritted his teeth. He was severely cheated by Wang Jin once in Longyin village, and he has not avenged this revenge. Aren't they just two losers? Wait until I have my hands free to kill them for you myself. Nishiki-kun, let's go. Let Kakashi withdraw the fatwa. No one else in Konoha can kill these two losers except me and Jiraiya. Kakuzu said coldly, Bloodthirsty, I want to kill that guy Uchiha Nishiki, but I don't need help from others. Just when the atmosphere in the field was extremely delicate, a voice of teasing sounded, and everyone saw that it was Orochimaru. It's not really a trial, it's just that the leader wanted to adjust and asked me to withdraw the fatwa. Oh my god, what are you doing? Orochimaru. After they left, Bloodthirsty said unwillingly. Oh, then withdraw, don't get into too much trouble with the leader. Nagato had a terrible headache and could only make peace. Kakuzu, are you willing to let Uchiha Nishiki be so lawless? Orochimaru is also an energy body, and his true body is in Konoha like Wang Jin. You. Orochimaru's words surprised everyone. Kakuzu's words confused Bloodthirsty and Shadow. Haha. Orochimaru sneered, his eyes full of contempt, you are just two worthless losers. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as killing ordinary people. You're just too much of a bully. I'm not afraid of you. If you dare to come, our brothers won't mind killing you. Whatever you say, just get me more research materials. Although they knew that such people looked down on them before, they never thought that it would go so far. Nagato didn't want to get involved because of his bloodthirsty nature, and immediately wanted to win over Kakuzu, but was rejected. Chief, this way you can also explain to other members, and Jin Jun's purpose can be achieved. What Orochimaru said is right. You two are just trash with no blood inheritance limit. I don't look down on such weak teammates. Shadow roared, staring at him intently. The two of them did not care about other people's opinions and looks, and after discussing it, they took care of themselves and removed the energy body. Let's talk about this later. Chief, Orochimaru and Uchiha Nishiki don't take you seriously. You must punish them, otherwise your prestige will be gone from now on. However, his next words made everyone feel that he was normal. Okay, then I'll trouble you, senior. After all, he also has the power of a shadow, but he is so unworthy in their eyes. Jin, I heard that you recently asked Kakashi to issue a fatwa. Are they trying you? Especially Wang Jin, Nagato, and Konan, they never expected that Orochimaru could be so obedient. Orochimaru licked his tongue and smiled. Whether it was Orochimaru or Wang Jin, one was more difficult to control than the other, and one was stronger than the other. He was not sure he could kill them both. The phantom body technique is one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, where Nagato receives the thought waves emitted by members of the Akatsuki organization converted into chakra. Then use these thought waves to amplify them and display them in the form of illusions at specific places. This illusion is different from ordinary images. By turning it through the Rinnegan, various techniques can be performed. This is why Nagato can summon the Akatsuki organization members no matter where they are. Before exiting the slide body technique, Orochimaru asked Wang Jin to go to the route to find him. The latter did not delay and went there immediately. Senior, what do you want from me? At the route, Wang Jin appeared in Orochimaru's research chamber, where he was observing a little boy named Zongfa who was about 1.4 meters tall and looked about 10 years old. Orochimaru motioned him to be quiet, and then spoke in a soft voice. Chongwu, you can start now. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. The little boy was none other than Jugo Tenbin, who gave Orochimaru the inspiration for his cursed transformation. After Yugo received the order, several black mysterious lines began to appear on his neck, arms, and face. Wang Jin knew that this was his cursed seal, which was a different sage jutsu power. Yugo was born with the ability to use cursed seals, but he often loses his mind and turns into a monster that only knows how to destroy. But now he seems to be in a stable mood. Wang Jin guessed that Orochimaru must have helped him by unknown means. Okay, perfect. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction, and Wang Jin also spoke in agreement. A very practical ability, very helpful in combat. Jin, this is why I called you here, look. Orochimaru gave Yugo a look, and the latter nodded seriously, as if he was making up his mind. Next, in front of Wang Jin's astonished eyes, another red line appeared on Chongwu's body, merging with the previous black line, turning black with a hint of red. This is a fusion of two sage jutsu, hee. Orochimaru smiled smugly and continued. Jin-kun, now Yugo can already fuse the sage jutsu from Ryukido into his original curse seal. We don't know how powerful the ninjutsu will be, but it will definitely be amazing. Then which Holy Land sage jutsu variant does his cursed power belong to? Wang Jin suppressed his inner ecstasy and admired Orochimaru very much for finding a solution to the problem so quickly. Orochimaru, it should be from the wet bone forest. All that's left is to integrate the sage jutsu of Mount Mayaboku into it, and then Yugo will reach the state of the three sage jutsu in one that you mentioned. Then I will find a way to replicate his state and create three sage jutsu ninjas in batches. If it works, Jin, that would be amazing. Mass production. Wang Jin was stunned at first, then gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. As expected of you, you are a senior. You are so bold. Thank you for the compliment. Without the opportunity you provided, I would never have been able to get to know these things in my life. Orochimaru was the most modest person, but Wang Jin could still hear a hint of pride in his tone. It seemed that this research was of great interest to him. Wang Jin was in no hurry to leave this time, and asked Orochimaru and Yugo in detail about the feeling of the fusion of the two sage jutsu. The two of them hid nothing from him and answered every question, quickly satisfying Wang Jin's curiosity. The more the three chatted, the more speculative they became. Although Wang Jin knew nothing about it, he had seen successful people with his own eyes. Orochimaru also benefited a lot from detailing some of the details he saw. But just as they were chatting happily, Wang Jin suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in one of the storage scrolls on his body. He quickly took it out and opened it, and an item inside made him silent. Orochimaru saw Wang Jin staring at an oil lamp on the ground that sometimes emitted no light without speaking, so he spoke curiously. "Jin-jun, what is this?" The appearance of the oil lamp looks no different from a normal one, but it can emit a weak light without lighting the wick, which puzzles even science geeks. Wang Jin turned his head and looked at Orochimaru for more than 10 seconds without saying anything, as if he was thinking about something. Then he waved his hand. "Zhongwu, you go out first and tell everyone not to enter here without orders." "Yes, sir." Although Chonwu was also curious and wanted to understand this strange oil lamp, he still carried out Wang Jin's order. A strange look appeared in Orochimaru's eyes after hearing this, and Jie smiled and said, "Even Yugo doesn't believe it. It seems that there is an amazing secret hidden in this thing. Jin-jun, tell me, I think you have decided to share this secret with me." "Senior is right." Wang Jin sighed, "I can't handle this myself, and I want to invite you to deal with him together." "He is a person?" Orochimaru was surprised, and Wang Jin nodded slowly. "It should be, but I'm not sure. I've only had contact with him once. Senior, to put it simply, he seems to be a soul body and cannot live without this oil lamp. Maybe he's not inside either. Just like Nagato contacted us, we need to use this oil lamp to come to this world." "Wait, you said this world? What do you mean?" Orochimaru captured the key information very keenly, and he was surprised and full of curiosity. Wang Jin sighed slightly, "Senior, because of the limitations of unknown power, I can't tell you more things. He possesses a genjutsu that can affect the real world. It's similar to how the Kurama clan turns paintings into reality, but he creates it out of nothing and activates it from the spiritual aspect. I can't express anything else. Senior, just remember that the people in the oil lamp are not from our world. Let's just play by ear for the rest. I don't know what his real purpose is here." After Wang Jin said this, he didn't care whether Orochimaru could digest the information and lit the oil lamp directly. As the white smoke drifted out, a humanoid figure with a blurred face appeared. After the figure appeared, he glanced at Orochimaru, and then looked at Wang Jin. "Uchiha Nishiki, you haven't contacted me for so long. How about the things I asked you to do? And who is he and why do you want this person to know about me?" "My lord, more than half of the matter is done." Wang Jin patted his belly, "7 tails has been sealed by me, now I just need to find someone who can bear it and become a Jinchuriki. As for this senior, his name is Orochimaru, and he is the person with the most knowledge in the entire ninja world. He is also good at researching and creating various novel abilities. His subordinates asked him to come here just to work with you." After hearing this, the humanoid shadow nodded with satisfaction, "Very good. It seems that you have indeed acted faithfully. But I can't wait any longer. If you can't find a suitable person to become 7 tails Jinchuriki within half a year, then I will have to use your body." Although the human figure's tone was calm, the words were full of ruthlessness. Wang Jin was a dispensable subordinate to him and could be sacrificed at critical moments. Wang Jin nodded solemnly, "Don't worry, sir, I will definitely finish this matter for you in less than half a year." Root, in the secret room. Orochimaru looked at the humanoid figure with interest, and his appearance made the latter dissatisfied. "Orochimaru, will you be loyal to me?" "It's okay to be loyal, but I want to figure something out." Orochimaru chuckled, and the humanoid shadow seemed to value his talent very much, and nodded. Tell me what you want to know. Your origins, and your world between Jinjun and me. These? The humanoid shadow shook its head after hearing this. I can't answer you. I think Uchiha Nishiki has also mentioned certain restrictions to you. There is too much information that I can't tell you here because your world doesn't allow it. Orochimaru, just remember that I come from another world and be loyal to me and you will get benefits you can't understand. Your world is too small, so small that if anyone from our place comes over, it can be easily destroyed. Too small. Orochimaru's eyes flickered after hearing this, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. Sir, I have one last wish. As long as you satisfy it, I will be loyal to you. What is your wish? Don't go too far. No one has ever dared to bargain with me. The humanoid shadow was a little dissatisfied, but Orochimaru still said what he wanted. I want to see your ability, the genjutsu that Nishiki-kun said can affect reality. To be honest, I have only seen such a technique on the physical level. I have never known that someone can create something out of nothing and use it spiritually. Is this okay? The humanoid shadow nodded. How do you want to know more about it? Do you want to do experiments directly? Yes. Orochimaru's face was full of curiosity. Sir, don't hold back. The stronger you are, the more intuitively I can feel it. It seems Uchiha Nishiki is right. You are a person who can show up to understand the unknown. The humanoid figure smiled lightly, and then spoke calmly. Orochimaru, look into Uchiha Nishiki's eyes, you too possess the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Buzz. Orochimaru only felt a moment of darkness, and then found that his eyesight had become surprisingly good, and he immediately picked up a bright scalpel to use as a mirror. Genjutsu. Orochimaru clearly saw himself reflected in the scalpel, his pupils were scarlet, and the 3 Magatama were obvious. Can it really affect reality and let me have Sharingan? He still didn't believe it at this moment, so he immediately looked at Wang Jin and easily saw the chakra in his body. Still don't believe it? The humanoid figure looked at the operating table aside. Lying on it was a test subject that had been dissected and could no longer die. Get up, you're alive. Buzz. This time Orochimaru and Wang Jin felt the emergence of a huge spiritual power at the same time, which was much more powerful than before. Neither of them believed that the other could resurrect a person with just one sentence, so they immediately stared at the experimental subject. However, the mysterious man did it, and the middle-aged man who had been dead for a long time actually stood up. He had no internal organs at the moment, but the two of them were sure that he was not just a puppet, but that he was really alive. As soon as the middle-aged man saw Orochimaru, he immediately fell to his knees, crying and begging for mercy. Master Orochimaru, I was wrong. Please let me go. I am willing to tell you all the information about Kumogakure. This is not genjutsu, it's real. Orochimaru murmured, even the memory is still there. At this point, Orochimaru has to believe that the other party's genjutsu can really interfere with reality. After saying this, the middle-aged man collapsed and lost his breath again. Hey, I'm too weak in this state to maintain genjutsu for a long time. Yes, sir. I didn't do this. If you want to thank Kakashi, thank Kakashi. He gave the order to the villagers. After a while, Orochimaru freed up his hands, and the man who was the most difficult to die and had the most abilities in the ninja world took action. There would be no problem in defeating 2 ordinary Kage level. Then I will ask you, Senior, to figure out everything about this guy from now on. Brother Jean. But now that the matter is over, he won't be too entangled. Very well, you will be glad for your wise choice today. In the following days, Uranus Jean had no new tasks to do and kept dealing with Umbu's backlog. I haven't seen you for a long time. Mysterious man, I hope you will like the partner I found for you. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the store, he saw two familiar figures, one large and one small, Naruto and Jiraiya. In the evening, Wang Jin finished his busy day and walked on the street wanting to eat a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Wang Jin felt a little regretful after hearing this. With Kai's ability to open the 7 gates, if he hadn't been attacked by a sneak attack at that time, he would definitely have killed Bloodthirsty once, causing him to lose 20% of his chakra. Orochimaru was obviously smiling, but it gave Wang Jin a frizzy feeling of being targeted by Lion Majesty, making him mourn for the humanoid shadow in his heart. Nishiki-kun is here. What kind of ramen do you want? Sure enough, Orochimaru also had a smile on his face. What a wonderful existence. As soon as he left, the oil lamp went out, and only Wang Jin and Orochimaru were left in the secret room. The mysterious man sighed, and the Sharingan disappeared from Orochimaru's eyes. My subordinate is willing. Orochimaru bowed respectfully, and the mysterious man nodded with satisfaction. Naruto said happily, everyone is so kind to me now, no one bullies me anymore, all thanks to Brother Jin. The words of hand typing made Naruto also notice Wang Jin and waved immediately. Senior, what did you say? I can do it even if you don't tell me, and no one can stop me, haha. From now on, you will cooperate with Uchiha Nishiki. First of all, you must settle the 7 Tails Jinchuriki matter so that I can have a body that can come to this world. Orochimaru, will you be loyal to me now? Yes, I eat well every day. Wang Jin smiled, he didn't believe Orochimaru really surrendered to the other party. Shodo was the first to see him and greeted him warmly. Metkai came to see him these days and told him about the bloodthirsty battle that day. Just thinking about having such a perfect research direction, I can't help but be excited. I'm a little busy these days. Wang Jin smiled and touched Naruto's head, then asked, what about you, how are you doing recently? Have you eaten well? Orochimaru and Wang Jin both bowed, and the mysterious man told them to hurry up before disappearing again. There was nothing to do in the Hokage world for the time being. Wang Jin planned to return to the real world to improve chakra. Before leaving, he met Orochimaru again. Senior, I'll leave Shadow and Bloodthirsty to you. I hope you can deal with them for me as soon as possible. It's just a small matter. I'll go and do it for you after I finish the things at hand. Orochimaru was still researching materials in his secret room. Wang Jin was so busy every time he saw him that he didn't even have time to raise his head. After sighing that Uncle Snake's strong curiosity about scientific research was unparalleled, he withdrew from the world of the sacred tree and had no plans to come back in the short term. However, he didn't know that just because of his request, he provoked a decisive battle between the northern and southern continents, forcing Bloodthirsty and Shadow Dog to jump over the wall. Alliance Headquarters, Mission Hall. Wang Jin returned to this place he had been away from for a long time. The last time he came, he was Chunin, and no one paid attention to him. However, this time, every ninja who saw him, regardless of their strength, bowed and saluted from a distance, showing great respect. Lord Wang Jin. I've met the 7th speaker. See my lord. The sound of flattery was endless, and Wang Jin didn't bother to say hello to each one, and went straight to an office in the backstage. Why are you here, Mr. Speaker? There was a thin old woman in white sitting in the office. When she saw Wang Jin, she quickly bowed and saluted. She is one of the strong men in the alliance who is in charge of the mission hall. She maintains order on weekdays and reviews the qualifications for A-level and above missions. Wang Jin waved her hand to signal you were welcome, and then sat down on the chair. Compile all the S-level missions about the secret realm for me. I want to read them. The secret realm is filled with monsters, and the ones that can rise to the level of S-level missions must also be S-level monsters. Since obtaining the Senju bloodline, Wang Jin's physical fitness has been greatly improved. Wang Jin's upper body level has now increased to 10. This is already at full level, but it has not yet reached the level of abnormality where his mental power is 10 plus. And when he grew to 10, he didn't eat any level of monster meat. It was all because his body had strengthened itself in the past few days, relying on the tyranny of the Senju bloodline. Of course, everything has two sides. The Senju bloodline can bring benefits to Wang Jin, but it will also bring disadvantages. That is, the monster meat with a too low level has been immune to his body, and only the monster meat with level A or above can be effective. Wang Jin thought to himself that the side effects of Mangekyo no longer affected him, so it would be better to hunt S-class monsters directly to strengthen his body and improve his combat effectiveness. The old woman in white was shocked when she heard this, and asked tremblingly, "Sir, do you want an S-level mission? That involves the strongest monsters. Even the great chancellor would not dare to face such a Warcraft king alone. It is too risky for you to do so. Don't worry about it, just give me the information." Wang Jin's attitude was very resolute, and the old woman in white naturally did not dare to disobey his order. Although it is unreasonable to do so, the truth is now in Wang Jin's hand, and whoever has the bigger fist speaks the truth. The old woman in white quickly sorted out all the information for him. There were 4 copies in total, and Wang Jin immediately checked them one by one. Sanyan Bear Hesitant Face Level. Secret Realm, Sanyan Secret Realm. Chakra Quantity, 41 taels. Ability, the body is far stronger than the same level of monsters, but it does not know any ninjutsu. Appearance characteristics, dark red back, 1,000 meters tall, brown hair all over. Podianhu Hesitant Face Level. Secret Realm, Ice Secret Realm. Chakra Quantity, 32 taels. Ability, very strong attack power, very good at flying. Appearance characteristics, tiger-like, all white, about 600 meters long. Ice Demonic Lion, S level. Secret Realm, Ice Secret Realm. Chakra Quantity, 38 taels. This, okay, my subordinates will support me for a few hours. And the power of my ninjutsu is estimated to be unable to break through the defense of any S-class monster. I can only rely on Amaterasu, and Susan may not be able to use it. After thinking about it, Wang Jin felt that he had thought too much and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Chakra Quantity, 46 taels. After all, his Mangekyo is different from Sasuke's Eternal Mangekyo. Without the ability of flame control, there is no way to control Amaterasu's form. He bought hundreds of storage scrolls at one time, all of which were the largest ones, capable of holding 100 cubic meters of stuff. Ability to use ice escape, defense and attack are both top-notch at the same level. Besides, one is good at flying and the other is able to escape through ice. It's probably difficult to deal with them. The old woman in white said, "Sir Speaker, can I tell the speaker about your review of the intelligence today? Sanyan Bear and Red Dragon Rhinoceros are good choices. Although they have more chakra and stronger bodies, ninjutsu is weak. No matter how S-class monsters can be reborn after their limbs are severed, they are not gods. I don't believe they can't be killed after being severely injured again and again. Appearance characteristics, no doubt similar to a normal rhinoceros, but with a red dragon tail and a body length of over a kilometer." Wang Jin made a copy of the information, put it into a storage bracelet, and left the mission hall. As long as the monsters didn't have special means, he never doubted whether Amaterasu could burn them to death. "I'm really stubborn. If a monster is hit by Amaterasu, it will definitely be more afraid of being burned all over than me. It will definitely cut off its tail and discard the burned part." Red Dragon Rhinoceros, S level. After all, his old man has given an order a long time ago. Whoever wants to take advantage of S-class monsters must report it to him. A flash of confusion flashed in Wang Jin's eyes. He had finally grown up to the point where he could arm wrestle with the strongest monsters in the mainland. The flames of Amaterasu are beyond his control, and once it starts burning on the target, he cannot extinguish it. Wang Jin did not underestimate these strongest monsters, he was very self-aware. It's just Sanyan Bear, let's test the waters with it first. The sky-breaking tiger and the ice demonic lion seem to be the weakest, but they are both in the same secret realm. But there are also disadvantages to using Amaterasu. This time he is going to get S-class monster meat, not to kill them. Ability, extremely strong defense, extremely strong attack, like Sanyan Bear, he only cultivates his body and does not know any ninjutsu. Now without the blessing of Sage Jutsu, Susanna is only in the second stage. He is far from a complete body, and the damage to monsters is limited. It is better to use the strongest physical attack Amaterasu. On the way, he was thinking about which secret place to go to first. After briefly sorting out the battle plan, Wang Jin went directly to the mall to purchase supplies. Wang Jin acted indifferently, but I have to wait until the afternoon to report. I don't want the old man to know and stop me later. Can. Appearance characteristics, lion-like, covered in snow-white body, about 800 meters long, the eldest brother of the sky-pottering tiger. As for food and drink, he has not prepared anything. The monsters in the secret realm are his food. If the monsters can survive, then he can too. Secret Realm, Red Dragon Secret Realm. 3 secret realms, for S-class monsters, this is all the information about the strongest monsters that humans have. The old woman in white was helpless. She couldn't afford to offend both parties. Wang Jin's request had already made her feel less embarrassed. The entrance to Sanyan's secret realm is located in the northern part of the mainland, in a suburb called Yancheng. This is the territory of the Bounty Hall, and there are no ninjas from the south. However, not many ninjas from the northern continent come here. Most of them come here along the way, and almost no one comes here. The reason is very simple. In Sanyan's secret realm, there are not only S-level monsters like Sanyan Bear, but also countless other races of monsters. The lowest ones all start at B-level, and almost no one dares to seek death. Wang Jin did not conceal his identity this time. He wore Minister Umbu's clothes and no longer wore a white mask on his face, and he walked in Rock City with such swagger. Now the situation has reversed. It's not that he is afraid of being chased by the Bounty Hall, but that the Bounty Hall is afraid that he will cause trouble. All the Bounty Hall ninjas who recognized him along the way ran for their lives quickly, fearing that they would be killed by Wang Jin if they were too late. Reverse Tiangang, rebel against Tiangang. After a Jonin escaped from where Wang Jin was, he complained to his companions with lingering fear. 2 months ago, Wang Jin was still hiding in Tibet, and we were still chasing him. How long has it been now? It's actually the other way around. Our bounty palace wants to avoid him. It's really far away from Dachi. That's not true. This Jonin's companion was also frightened. Fortunately, his goal is not to seek revenge, otherwise Iwaki would have to follow the same example as the headquarters today. Yeah, it's really sad, No one in the huge bounty palace can stand up to punish him. It's really ridiculous. He has been dominating the mainland for so many years in vain. The 2 bounty hall Jonin's faces were full of sad smiles, and they didn't dare to come out until most of the day after Wang Jin left. At the entrance of Sanyan's secret realm, Wang Jin was immediately in a state of panic as soon as he arrived. Run quickly, the evil star from the southern continent is coming. If you run too late, he will kill you. What? Wang Jin is here. Run away. Damn it, you still care about closing the stall. You don't want to live anymore. Damn it, I don't want this anymore, run with lousy. The entrance to the secret realm was mostly filled with ninjas who had joined the bounty hall. They were doing business as usual, but they didn't expect a big devil to come today. All the people in several streets were gone. The shopkeepers didn't bother to close the shop, and the stalls were too late to be closed. This made Wang Jin touch his nose in embarrassment. Why do you look like a god of plague? Wang Jin was speechless. He didn't expect that he had such a strong intimidation power that he could make people run for their lives without caring about their livelihood. They are all good things, don't give them up for free. Wang Jin robbed one store after another and took everything he could. He doesn't refuse transmission equipment, ninjutsu scrolls, and warcraft meat, just like a street sweeper, he doesn't miss any corner. This gave him a strange feeling. No wonder there were so many people there who liked zero-yuan shopping in my previous life. It was really refreshing. After cleaning up the trophies, Wang Jin went straight to the entrance of Canyan's secret realm. Unlike other secret realms that are often visited by people, Canyan's secret realm is not well maintained. There are overgrown weeds on both sides of the entrance, and there is only a bare portal standing there. Originally, there was family control here, but now those people have also run away, and Wang Jin successfully walked into the portal. Buzz. After a while, the world was spinning, and when Wang Jin opened his eyes again, the environment had changed drastically. There is no trace of modernity in the world in front of you, and everything you see is a paradise. Dragon roars could be heard in the distance, and several creatures similar to giant western dragons were flying carefree in the sky with the blood-red sunset. Hundreds of young dragons on the ground were either playing and fighting, or eating and drinking. It was so ominous that Wang Jin felt like he was on an alien planet. This environment is simply great. Wang Jin couldn't help but praise and took a deep breath. The good air made him feel very comfortable. At the same time, the cells in his body also experienced waves of numbness, as if there was some kind of energy between heaven and earth, giving Wang Jin the feeling of wanting to stay here for a long time. This made Wang Jin murmur in his heart. What does the divine tree think? Why does it create such a good training environment for these monsters? Is it helping humans or monsters? Wang Jin couldn't understand what was going on in Canyan's secret realm. According to records, 20 years ago, the living environment of human beings was in terrible condition, and they were almost wiped out by the Warcraft tribe. It was the sacred tree that fell from the sky and was saved, driving all the monsters into the secret realm. These secret realms were created by the divine tree for the Warcraft. Wang Jin found it a little difficult to understand its approach. Not only does it help humans survive, but it also takes care of World of Warcraft. Does the divine tree want the conflict to continue and put pressure on both sides to grow together until the race with the most potential is retained? Is the sacred tree raising goo? Wang Jin doubted that this was the purpose of the sacred tree. Forget it, let it go. The day I find out is not far away. Wang Jin threw this idea behind him and started heading towards the depths of Canyan's secret realm. No one knows where the Canyan bear is in the secret realm, and no one has left a map. The only way to find it is by Wang Jin himself. Fortunately, S-class monsters are not cabbage. There is only one Canyan bear in the entire Canyan secret realm. This allows Wang Jin to not be so cautious and delay the trip when he is on his way, and can search for it boldly. After all, with his current strength, it is difficult for A-level monsters to pose a threat to him. Along the way, Wang Jin encountered many monsters that wanted to attack him, such as the western dragon-shaped creature he saw when he first came in. The chakra in his body is only elite Jonin scale, which is very confusing. These monsters will naturally focus on him. Humans. Come and see, everyone, there are humans coming to our golden winged dragon territory. A golden winged dragon with a body length of 100 meters and a wingspan of a terrifying 300 meters roared, attracting the attention of other golden winged dragons. When they saw Wang Jin, their eyes lit up and they all flew towards him at top speed. Soon no less than 100 golden winged dragons surrounded Wang Jin. Except for a few A-level golden winged dragons with a chakra of more than 10 tails, the others were all B-level. Hey, human, you are still laughing. Aren't you afraid that we will eat you? A young golden pterosaur closest to Wang Jin looked at him curiously, its voice sounded like a teenage girl. Only a B-level person can talk. Wang Jin said with a faint smile on his face, it seems that your clan's IQ talent is very good. Generally speaking, if a monster wants to speak human words, it must reach at least A level, and it must have a certain IQ inheritance. This is not the case with the green anaconda that Wang Jin encountered before. Although the juvenile golden pterosaur has not yet reached adulthood, its size is already over 50 meters. It fluttered its wings and flew a short distance close to the ground. It approached Wang Jin and took a closer look, with a somewhat proud tone. Of course. We, the Golden Winged Dragon clan, are born with sea-level strength. We will definitely reach A-level when we grow up. Our talents are certainly higher than those of other stupid monsters. Human, the chakra on you smells so good, I want to eat you to grow up faster. The young golden winged dragon said this and grabbed Wang Jin with one claw, but he didn't want to be caught. Boom! In the second stage, the Susanoo giant appeared, grabbed the young golden winged dragon directly with his palm, and pulled it to Wang Jin. Little guy, you want to eat me? Ah! Let me go quickly. Mom, help me. The strong humans will show mercy. The little golden pterosaur asked for help, and one of the adult golden pterosaurs spoke quickly. Xiao Jin is just young and naughty. He has no intention of actually eating you. That's not necessarily the case. Wang Jin controlled Susan to grab the little golden pterosaur, step by step out of the siege, and took it as a hostage. Your eyes were shining just now, you didn't mean to be joking. Human, don't go too far. Several adult golden pterosaurs immediately surrounded them, eager to take action. Wang Jin was unafraid and still grabbed the little golden pterosaur and strode forward, forcing these adult dragons to retreat. He has already seen that this ethnic group is very united and will not ignore his own people. Get out of the way. Wang Jin said calmly, I'm just passing by and don't want to conflict with you. As long as I leave your territory, I will let this little guy go. Is this true? Little golden winged dragon's mother asked nervously, and Wang Jin nodded calmly. I just want to go without hurting it. Although he was not afraid of so many golden pterosaurs here, fighting would be in vain. He would have to escape in the end, so he might as well grab a hostage and leave peacefully. Many golden winged dragons followed Wang Jin from a distance, fearing that he would go back on his word. Wang Jin grabbed the little golden pterosaur and moved forward unhurriedly, and asked at the same time. Little guy, do you know Sanyan Bear? I know. The little golden pterosaur responded fearfully. It had never been in danger since it was born. At this moment it was frightened by Wang Jin and answered all questions. Wang Jin smiled with satisfaction, don't be afraid, as long as you tell me truthfully where that Sanyan Bear is, I won't hurt you. Lord Sanyan lives in the flame territory. Which direction is the flame caller? The little golden pterosaur raised its only movable claw with great effort and pointed to the west. Noah, he said you can get there if you keep walking in this direction. The flame territory is surrounded by volcanoes, which are easy to identify. Thanks, you can go back. Wang Jin let go of it. At this time, the golden winged dragon behind him was already far away and could not catch up with him. The little golden pterosaur seemed to have been granted amnesty, and quickly flapped its wings and ran back using its unskilled flying skills. Wang Jin formed a seal with his hands, poured a large amount of chakra into his feet, and used the teleportation technique to run away. These golden winged dragons must hate him, and he doesn't want to get entangled with them. The chakra of more than 4,600 calories is fully exploded, and Wang Jin has Sharingan, so there is no need to worry about hitting something due to lack of dynamic strength, the speed is ridiculously fast. In the shocked eyes of all the golden winged dragons, he quickly disappeared like an arrow. The speed of this human being is terrifying. An adult golden winged dragon spoke solemnly, and the female dragon immediately looked over the little golden winged dragon's body. Xiao Jin, that person didn't hurt you, right? No, he just asked me about Master Sangyan's location. Lord Sangyan. After the little golden winged dragon finished speaking, all the golden winged dragons were stunned. Among the monsters living in the secret realm of Tsanyan, who doesn't know who the master is? The largest golden pterosaur that spoke earlier looked at the place where Wang Jin left, grinning and laughing. This human being is dead. Definitely. The female dragon answered, if you dare to take advantage of Master Tsanyan, even if all their human shadow-level experts are here, you will still have a gap in your teeth. After it finished speaking, all the golden-winged dragons nodded their heads, agreeing very much with this statement. Wang Jin muttered, no wonder this guy doesn't practice ninjutsu. With such a strong body, other abilities don't matter. The other golden pterosaurs that had not reached A-level strength did not dare to leave their territory and could only wait eagerly for them to come back and explain the process to themselves. Wang Jin was very calm. After hearing this, Tsanyan Xiong burst into loud laughter. A smile appeared on Wang Jin's face and he walked towards Tsanyan Bear unhurriedly. It's not a challenge, I'm here to kill you. But it's a pity that you met me. The flames of Amaterasu don't care how abnormal your body is. But the hot magma can't hurt it at all, just like a person steaming with sweat. Wang Jin dared to say that if it were an ordinary shadow-level powerhouse, let alone hunting down the Tsanyan bear, the opponent would be unable to do anything to it if it stood there motionless, and might not even be able to break through the defense. It didn't matter what he saw, it really shocked him. What a spectacular view. This human doesn't think that his strange armor can fight Master Tsanyan, right? I bet he can't even withstand a punch from Master Tsanyan. How many years has it been? How many years have I heard such a ridiculous joke? Human being, you are very good. Wang Jin was shocked by the volcanoes in front of him, which were spewing lava one after another and formed an endless volcano. Is it that outrageous? Roar! Wang Jin only saw a 1,000-meter giant bear soaking in the magma on the largest volcanic crater in the distance, grinning. Several adult golden pterosaurs immediately moved forward in the same direction as Wang Jin. The little golden pterosaur climbed on its mother's back and followed to watch the fun. Tsanyan Bear, you read that right, I'm here just for you. Although Tsanyan-sama doesn't know ninjutsu, its speed and power are so powerful that even other Warcraft kings are afraid of it, and they don't dare to compete with it. You only have less than 5 tails of chakra. Human being, you are out of your mind. You dare to challenge me with this little strength? He didn't know how long he had been walking, but Wang Jin heard a deafening roar from the distant sky. He immediately climbed to the top of a volcano to check. Wang Jin was smiling, without a trace of fear on his face. His calm attitude made Tsanyan Xiong confused. In the secret realm of Tsanyan, Wang Jin flew westward for a long time at top speed, and finally saw the volcano group that little golden-winged dragon talked about. Although its face showed pain, its body remained motionless, as if it was exercising itself. Go, follow me and see how this human being dies. You succeeded in amusing me, I will give you a happy reward later. Even before the fight, Wang Jin could already appreciate Tsanyan Xiong's powerful physique. After entering the volcano group, he did not find a single magical beast. It was as if this place was a forbidden area in the Tsanyan secret realm, and no living thing dared to set foot there. Is this king right? There are actually humans who dare to come to my territory. Let's go, I haven't seen Lord Tsanyan take action for many years, I can feast my eyes on you today. This apocalyptic scene gave him a sense of insignificance, and he couldn't help but be in awe of nature. When the distance between the two was less than 5 kilometers, Tsanyan Bear discovered him and immediately jumped out of the crater, bringing out a large amount of magma that ignited all flammable objects around it. After sighing for a while, Wang Jin put away his shock and moved on. The sound of the Tsanyan Bear spread out to an unknown distance, and was heard by several golden-winged dragons that were about to approach, and they immediately accelerated their flight. That human is actually going to challenge Lord Tsanyan. Hurry up and get there. If you're too late, it won't be a good show. Hey, how do you think Lord Tsanyan will kill him? Should he swallow him in one gulp, or trample him to death? Lord Sanyan will eat him. After all, no humans have come here for almost 20 years, and Lord Sanyan hasn't tasted human food for a long time. Several golden pterosaurs were chatting while speeding up their flight, and finally arrived before the two made a move, watching them from a distance. The 1,000-meter-long Sanyan bear stood in front of Wang Jin like a huge mountain. Every time he breathed, he could make a lot of wind noise, and the hair on his body was shining. Wang Jin took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Although I know there is a big gap between me and you, I still want to give it a try. Oh. Do you know that you are going to die? Then I will let you take action first. Sanyan Xiong stood proudly, not taking Wang Jin seriously at all. Come on, human being, for the sake of your courage, I will stand and let you fight for a while. It has been a long time since I tasted ninjutsu. I have almost forgotten the feeling. Then I won't be polite. Wang Jin brushed the seals with both hands, nearly 80% of the chakra in his body was consumed, and an unprecedentedly powerful ninjutsu appeared instantly. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Hold head high. A giant dragon that was larger than the Sanyan bear appeared and bit its neck with its fangs and claws. Oh, the momentum is good, but it's just a show. The Sanyan bear refused to dodge in the face of Wang Jin's full attack, allowing the water dragon to attack it as much as it wanted. The water dragon bit the Sanyan bear's neck. It could be seen that it had tried its best, but to no avail. It did not bite the surface of the Sanyan bear's skin until it disappeared. Well, it's very comfortable. It would be better if it was stronger. Sanyan bear twisted his neck and laughed. Wang Jin smiled bitterly in his heart when he saw this. No wonder people have been helpless against the monsters for 20 years. Conventional ninjutsu has no effect on them. Although he knew that the gap was huge, Wang Jin still didn't want to use Amaterasu directly. There were not many opportunities to understand the strength of S-class monsters. Thinking of this, he summoned the second stage Susan, but in front of Sanyan Bear, he lost the title of giant because he had not reached the opponent's knees yet. Yasaka Magatama. Whoosh! A huge 3 Magatama, about 10 meters in diameter, similar to the Sharingan pattern, connected by ropes, was thrown out like a shuriken by the Susanoo giant, hitting the Anjayan bear in the chest. This is Wang Jin Susanoo's only long-range attack method, and it is also the most powerful method. Bang bang bang. Sanyan Xiong was knocked back 3 steps by Yasaka Magatama. He touched the bright red wound on his chest with an incredible expression in his eyes. This is impossible. A mere shadow is not human, how could it possibly hurt this king? Phew. Wang Jin took a deep breath and smiled on his face. Sanyan Bear, it seems that the defense you are so proud of is not invincible. At this moment Wang Jin was very satisfied with his attack. This is the second stage of Susanoo, followed by the third, fourth, and even complete forms, whose power is incomparable step by step. He firmly believes that there is no need to complete the body, at most the 4th stage, killing the Sanyan Bear will be stress-free. Sanyan Xiong put away his ridicule and spoke seriously for the first time. Weird moves, strange humans, you can't keep them. Oh. The preferential treatment is gone, are you going to take action? Wang Jin smiled lightly, he still had one move he hadn't tried yet. Sanyan Bear, you've already given me 2 moves anyway, don't mind giving up one more move. I promise that this next move will not let you down and wait in vain. Do you have any other means? Sanyan Bear's human face showed a look of surprise. Wang Jin had impressed him in these 2 moments, but he didn't expect that he had other moves. Wang Jin nodded, and then transformed into a complete tailed beast, turning into a beetle-like insect. This shocked Sanyan Xiong, and he was a little embarrassed to speak. Are you not a human? Are you also a monster? How did you achieve the transformation? Tell me quickly. 20 years ago, the Hokage world came into being after the magical beasts were driven into the secret realm by the sacred tree. In addition, no one had ever obtained a tailed beast in it, so Tsanyan Bear didn't even know about the existence of tailed beasts. It still thought that Wang Jin was of the same kind as it, but had the ability to become a human. The beetle-like insect speaks human words, which is Wang Jin's voice. I am indeed a human. This is one of my abilities, tailed beast transformation. Tsanyan Bear, come here and try this trick again. If you have the guts, don't defend yourself. Tailed beast Jade. Buzz buzz. Seven Tails reaches a terrifying 500 meters in length in the real world, and its chakra is endless. It has also been strengthened by the power of the world. At this moment, a tailed beast Jade with a diameter of more than 200 meters is rapidly forming next to its mouth, and the amount of chakra contained in it has reached a terrifying level. This scene shocked the Tsanyan Bear, and he immediately raised his arms to block. At this time, it no longer dared to mock Wang Jin. This unseen black-red sphere contained the power to kill it. Boom! Tailed beast Jade instantly flew in front of Tsanyan Bear, and was dragged by its arms, causing the two to be in a stalemate. Burst! Wang Jin's voice came out of Seven Tails' mouth, and the tailed beast Jade he used with all his strength exploded instantly, creating a terrifying shock wave. Boom! After a sound that deafened the golden-winged dragons in the distance, Wang Jin and Tsanyan Bear completely disappeared in front of them. What a terrifying attack. It's so scary. That human being actually has such world-destroying power. Fortunately, we didn't fight him. Yes, such a terrifying shock wave is enough to flatten our territory. In the frightened eyes of several golden-winged dragons, a large amount of smoke and dust began to slowly dissipate, revealing the situation inside. Ahem. At this time, the Tsanyan Bear, which was about 1 kilometer high, had its body hunched over, its arms hanging down naturally, with the bones above exposed. But other parts of it were fine. Its hair and skin were all damaged, and the injuries were minor. It's so scary. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The Tsanyan Bear stared at the seven-tail-shaped Wang Jin opposite it. He was also injured at this moment, and one of his wings was broken. Wang Jin was not immune to the detonation of the tailed beast Jade at such a close distance. Fortunately, he is now a tailed beast, and Seven Tails can recover from injuries by consuming chakra, and it has nothing to do with his true form. Wang Jin put away Seven Tails, revealing his original appearance. He is indeed the king of Warcraft who specializes in the body. I admire him. Tsanyan Bear, you are the most physically powerful among all the monsters I have ever seen. I would like to call you the strongest. Human. Tsanyan Bear panted heavily. As he spoke, his arms had recovered, and the advantages of having been upgraded to a life level of more than 40 times were undoubtedly evident. This made Wang Jin secretly surprised in his heart. The Warcraft king was really terrifying. You hurt me, so I will give you the highest respect and use all my strength to kill you. Whoosh! As soon as Tsanyan Xiong said this, his body disappeared instantly, almost teleporting at a speed that would have been invisible if Wang Jin hadn't driven the Mangekyo. Death to this king! Tsanyan Bear suddenly appeared in front of Wang Jin, and stepped hard on him with its huge paws, almost turning him into a pulp. Tsukuyomi. Under the crisis, Wang Jin's left eye shed tears of blood, and powerful mental power instantly invaded Tsanyan Bear's mind, pulling it into the genjutsu space. However, this time Tsukuyomi failed. In the dim and unreal Tsukuyomi space, Tsanyan Bear's huge body was tied to a cross. Before the long knife in Wang Jin's hand could penetrate its body, the entire genjutsu space collapsed. Wang Jin from the outside world snorted secretly, and more tears of blood flowed from his left eye. He was broken by Tsukuyomi genjutsu for the first time. What a terrifying mental power. Compared with it, I feel like a child. In the face of the absolute power gap, no matter how subtle the moves are, they become useless. Wang Jin admits that he can't compete with his mental strength at all. However, after the Tsanyan Bear was delayed for a short while, Wang Jin had already escaped from its feet and escaped its attack. Sang Yanxiong's face was full of astonishment and he said in disbelief, "You actually let me get genjutsu just now? Do humans have such strong mental power? It's a pity that it failed. Your life level is too high, and my genjutsu is ineffective against you." Wang Jin did not hide anything and admitted it openly. However, his words made that Sanyan Bear even more murderous. This king of Warcraft had already realized Wang Jin's heaven-defying talent. It would never let the tiger go back to the mountain and become a formidable enemy in the future. But Wang Jin didn't want to test the gap between himself and Sanyan Xiong anymore, so he also came up with his final trump card. "Sanyan Bear, you should die too." Amaterasu. Raging. Black flames ignited on the Sanyan Bear, igniting its entire lower body. It wasn't that Wang Jin couldn't attack its vital points, but that he was still thinking about Sanyan Bear's body. This is the meat of the King of Warcraft that has increased the life level more than 40 times. If you can eat it, your physical fitness will definitely improve to a higher level. Being sneak attacked by Wang Jin's Amaterasu, Sanyan Xiong didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at the moment and grinned. "Madness. The place where I live is full of high temperatures and flames. You actually use these to deal with me? It's really hopeless." "Oh. Really?" Wang Jin smiled lightly, his face full of confidence. "Sanyan Bear, if even Amaterasu can't deal with you, then I will retreat immediately. There is nothing I can do to you. Does a mere flame count as an attack? Put it out." The Sanyan Bear jumped into the nearby river, hoping to defeat the fire with water. However, a horrifying scene occurred next. Sanyan Bear was shocked to find that the river water not only failed to extinguish the fire of Amaterasu on his body, but also burned it. As it struggled, black flames soon filled most of the lake. How is that possible? There is actually fire in the world that can burn water. What kind of ghost power is this? Amaterasu. Wang Jin stood aside and spoke calmly. "Once my Amaterasu fire is started, it will not stop until it burns away all matter. Sanyan Bear, don't bother. You have no other way to get rid of Amaterasu except to cut off the gecko's tail and abandon its lower body. I don't believe it can burn everything." The Sanyan Bear was frightened, roared hysterically, and jumped into the magma. However, even high-temperature magma is not immune. Amaterasu continues to burn, and the entire volcano becomes its target, burning in black flames. Sanyan Bear buried the lower half of his body with soil, but it didn't help. Amaterasu still burned it tenaciously. After a lot of twists and turns, it finally believed Wang Jin's words. Amaterasu was invincible. Roar. "Damn human being, you actually pushed me to this point, I will not let you go." The Sanyan Bear violently tore off its lower body, a large amount of internal organs fell to the ground, and its whole body immediately became weak. Although this won't kill it, it will require a lot of energy to recover. And it won't recover within a day or two, so you can only wait slowly. Wang Jin took advantage of its serious injury and immediately approached it, jumped on the Sanyan Bear's head and slapped its head with his palm. Flying Thunder God technique. After marking it, unless the Sanyan Bear doesn't want its head, it won't be able to escape Wang Jin's pursuit even if it runs to the ends of the earth. This is the terrifying thing about Flying Thunder God. Once the enemy is marked, it will be their lifelong nightmare. "Get out of here." Sanyan Bear shook its head hard and at the same time slapped Wang Jin with its huge bear paw. Wang Jin immediately used the teleportation technique to avoid it, went around behind it and summoned Susanoo, and fiercely tore out a large piece of intestines at the fracture of the Sanyan Bear's lower body. "That's it for tonight, jealous. Ho! You deserve to die, human." Sanyan Bear naturally heard Wang Jin's words, which made it feel extremely humiliated. When did mere humans dare to treat themselves as food? However, it was not carried away by anger. It was afraid that Wang Jin would shoot at another Amaterasu, so it crawled away from the battlefield with its arms as legs. Although Wang Jin had the intention to let it escape, he used a war of attrition to kill the Canyon bear bit by bit and obtain its body. But he also discovered at this time that even if he wanted to stay, he couldn't keep his opponent. Even if this king of Warcraft loses its legs, he cannot catch up with its speed. This is the power of raising the level of life 41 times. It's really terrifying. Wang Jin sighed and became even more eager to improve his strength. The next step was to clean up the battlefield. The intestines Wang Jin pulled out earlier were about 10 meters long and 2 to 3 meters thick. This one weighed over 1,000 kilograms. However, he was still not satisfied, and cautiously approached the lower body abandoned by the Canyon bear, hiding from his own Amaterasu's flames to see if he could cut off some meat. It's just that he still underestimated the physical strength of Canyon bear. Even so, the conductive weapon in his hand still couldn't cut it. Chidori. Being forced to do anything, Wang Jin used all the chakra in his body to use the secret technique of lightning style, which is known for its sharpness, and cut off a large piece of meat. He followed the same pattern and got 2 more large pieces of meat before Amaterasu burned the entire Canyon bear's lower body. Wang Jin put the trophies into the storage scroll one by one, breathing heavily and talking to himself. It's so strong. He truly deserves to be the king of Warcraft who specializes in physical training. This physique is so terrifying. In less than half a day, the entire Canyon secret realm was boiling. The golden-winged dragon there, who had witnessed the entire battle, also ran away after Canyon bear escaped, spreading the news of Wang Jin's victory. The countless monsters in the secret realm were all shocked. They couldn't believe that their king could be defeated by humans, and they still fled in panic. Have you heard? Master Canyon was defeated by a human who is not even a shadow level. I heard about it. This is quite outrageous. When did humans become so powerful? Yes, 20 years ago they were our food rations. We could eat them whenever we wanted and hunt them at will. In just 20 years, the reverse has happened. Humanity has stood up again. Hey, that guy named Wang Jin is so scary. Man, I'm going to move. Stay away from him quickly, so as not to become his food. My little brother also has this intention. Let's go on the road together. I don't dare to stay here anymore. The 2 giant beasts, which were over 300 meters in size, moved away as they talked. They were just small episodes in the psychological activities of countless monsters in Canyon's secret realm. Soon, in less than half a day, a vacuum appeared in the thousands of kilometers of area centered on the Canyon bear territory. No monster dared to stay here, and they were all far away from the Shinigami in their eyes, Wang Jin. Wang Jin didn't care about the actions of these monsters. Anyway, he only had Canyon bear in his eyes. At night, in the silent secret realm, Wang Jin leisurely lit a bonfire. After cleaning the Canyon bear's intestines, he used branches to string them into half-meter-long meat sausage skewers, and grilled them over the fire until they were sizzling and oily. After the intestines were roasted, he took out a large pot from the storage scroll, lit another fire, poured water in, put in a few angelica dehuricae and nutmeg, and put the chopped bear thigh meat directly into the pot under cold water. These 2 dishes made Wang Jin crazy and impatient. He had never eaten grilled bear intestines or stewed bear meat. 10 minutes later, when the bear intestine skewers were grilled until golden brown and covered with grease, Wang Jin couldn't bear it any longer. He was not afraid of being burned and swallowed big mouthfuls, giving Canyon bear thumbs up while eating. It's delicious. It's really delicious. The meat of the king of Warcraft is so fragrant. In less than half an hour, 7 or 8 half-meter-long roasted bear intestines had entered Wang Jin's stomach. The total amount of meat was at least 50 kilograms, but Wang Jin was only half full after eating the fire. After improving his life level, especially with the Senju bloodline and physical fitness, Wang Jin needs too many nutrients. Ordinary food can only bring a feeling of fullness, and the intestines of the Tsanyan bear cannot provide him with massive nutrients. At this moment, Wang Jin felt warm in his stomach and very comfortable. The cells all over his body seemed to be experiencing a long drought, absorbing nutrients like crazy, making him have the urge to sit down and refine chakra immediately. But Wang Jin still held back. After all, there was a large pot of stewed bear meat waiting for him to taste. After another 2 hours, when the bear meat in the pot was soft and chewy, Wang Jin finally had the meal he had longed for. Within 10 minutes, he had eaten at least 50 kilograms of bear meat in one pot. Finally full. Wang Jin leaned against the tree behind him contentedly, patting his belly with satisfaction. It should be enough to give Tsanyan bear a week to recover. Wang Jin thought secretly. It just so happens that you can use the lute in your hand to improve chakra, which also takes time. Mimi fell in love and fell asleep for several hours. When the sun was about to come out at dawn, Wang Jin opened his eyes. It's so uncomfortable. At this time, he only felt that his body was like a balloon filled with water, about to burst. He knew that this was overdoing it, so he quickly sat cross-legged and began to refine the chakra. This was the first time he refined it after obtaining the Senju bloodline. When combined with the flesh of the King of Warcraft, the effect was so good that he was stunned. 10 cards. 50 calories. 100 calories. 2 hours later, Wang Jin finally refined all the energy in his cells. It actually added 230 calories of chakra. This. At one time, he could extract an amount that other jonin might not be able to extract in half a year. This speed shocked even the instigator of it. After tasting the sweetness, Wang Jin practiced ninjutsu in the afternoon, ate bear meat in the evening, and refined chakra in the morning. On the second day, he ushered in his 5th life level improvement, and on 7 days, he ushered in his 6th. Orochimaru was full of confidence and walked out of the secret room with Kabuto. Have you found it? Orochimaru raised his head, his eyes full of helplessness. Orochimaru's hoarse voice came from inside. Kabuto Yakushi opened the door and walked in. He was Orochimaru's most capable subordinate. This way of improving one's strength like riding a rocket fascinated him, and he couldn't help himself. Yes, sir. The world of the sacred tree, Konoha village, roots. If you don't want to go, sir, then please delay the minister for a while. Where is it? I know. It's Kabuto, come in. The pharmacist Kabuto brushed the seals, put one hand on the ground, pointed the other hand in front of his chest, closed his eyes and said. Go back to Konoha. Your mission is completed. Just leave it to me. Orochimaru made a rare complaint, we have such a stable environment and research materials at our fingertips now because of Nishiki. It makes no sense not to do something for him. Hey, I really can't bear to leave my laboratory. Kabuto immediately contacted his subordinates, the 2 Chunin who were responsible for keeping an eye on the target. A subordinate spoke respectfully. Orochimaru glanced at the small village in front of him and nodded slowly. Yes, sir. Kabuto Yakushi said respectfully, my subordinates have found out the whereabouts of Yi Shadow and Bloodthirsty. However, at this moment, he didn't realize that the task Wang Jin gave him would drive him crazy. A gentle boy with a ponytail and glasses knocked on the door of Orochimaru's secret room. The 2 Chunin immediately left, and Orochimaru slowly walked into the village with Kabuto. Forget it, let's go, but 2 or 3 days should be enough to kill 2 ordinary shadows. It's true, Mr. Jin. How can fighting and killing be as interesting as studying life? Kabuto, sense their location. If a fight breaks out, don't interfere. I'll deal with them by myself. Orochimaru has a strong execution ability and does what he says. He arrived in the Kingdom of Thunder in just 1 day. Orochimaru asked without raising his head as he studied human body materials as usual. About 700 meters to the left, two people are in the same room. Sir, it's me. Orochimaru strolled, swaggering towards Night Shadow and Bloodthirsty's hiding place. Kabuto Yakushi smiled, the minister didn't specify a time anyway, you can do what you like first. No, Kabuto. Master Orochimaru, Master Kabuto, the target is in this village. Did you get some clues about what you were investigating? Orochimaru quickly locked onto the room where the two Yangs were hiding and took action immediately. As a jonin who has participated in 2 ninja wars and survived, Orochimaru believes in not taking action, and if he does, he will definitely kill the enemy. Ninja Technique Shiko Binding. Buzz. Yang and Bloodthirsty, who were recuperating in the house, suddenly discovered that the environment around them had changed, from a mud wall to something like a stomach bag. No, there are enemies. Bloodthirsty was startled and immediately wanted to form a seal to break the snake's stomach wall. However, Orochimaru's movements were too fast. He had already thought of his strategy when he summoned the snake maw. The formation of 10,000 snakes. Crash. Orochimaru spit out countless lion majesty from his mouth, and the dense number made Yang and Bloodthirsty's scalp numb. Orochimaru, you actually dare to deal with our brothers. Stop talking nonsense. Orochimaru didn't stop, still forming seals. Reincarnation from dirty soil. Bang bang. 2 coffins emerged from the ground, one with "Chu" written on it. One says, 2. When the coffin board was opened, Yang and Bloodlust were unable to save themselves until today. First Hokage, second Hokage. Yang looked frightened and his voice trembled. As the highest level of the bounty hall, they knew many secrets of the ninja world, and they knew how terrifying the 2 men in front of them were during their lifetimes. Bang bang bang. The 2 former Hokages, under the command of Orochimaru, fought with taijutsu, while he himself used ninjutsu to sneak attack from the side from time to time. Orochimaru didn't want to destroy the snake stomach bag he summoned, but he just didn't want Yi Shadow and Bloodthirsty to have any chance of escape. The 3 biggest people in Konoha joined forces, and Yi Ying and the other 2 couldn't even resist for a moment, and were completely defeated in less than a minute. Orochimaru took the opportunity to spit out his Kusanagi sword and cut off the heads of the 2 men one by one. Just after killing his opponent, Orochimaru suddenly felt dizzy, and many memories were instantly forgotten. The Night Shadow and the bloodthirsty body, the blood splattering everywhere when the head was cut off, disappeared. The first generation and second Hokage summoned by Orochimaru also disappeared. The snake's stomach bag looked like it had never appeared before, and the surrounding walls also returned to normal. What am I doing here? Orochimaru's eyes flashed with confusion, and he had no memory of the previous battle. If Wang Jin was on the battlefield, he would definitely know what happened to him. At this time, the world of the sacred tree was erasing the traces of the killed person's existence. In this way, the next time they meet the Aborigines, they will not think that the opponent they killed has been resurrected, but that they have never died. It's just that Orochimaru's IQ is too high. Although the sacred tree is very clean, he still has doubts. It feels like, as if someone has erased my memory. Is it Genjutsu? Orochimaru walked out of the room with a thoughtful look on his face, thinking hard about everything just now. I came to see Bloodthirsty and Yang, why aren't they here? The information will not be wrong, Kabuto has never let me down. For something like this to happen now, it's not normal. Orochimaru quickly walked out of the village and saw Kabuto at the entrance of the village. He waved his hand directly without waiting for the other party to speak. No need to ask, they are not here, keep looking for them for me. What? Not here? Kabuto Yakushi was stunned, sir, but you were fighting just now. I thought you had already dealt with them. You said I just took action. After hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with an inexplicable confusion. Kabuto Yakushi, sir, what's wrong with you? My perception ability has always been good. I can clearly sense the fluctuation of your chakra at such a close distance. Interesting. I understand, keep looking for someone. A smile appeared on Orochimaru's face, making Kabuto unable to tell what he was thinking. In the northern continent, at the Bounty Hall headquarters, a thunderous roar spread throughout the building. Wang Jin, I want you to die. Bloodthirsty was furious. The shadow beside him looked ugly, as if his mother had died, and his teeth were making a rattling sound. Brother, I'm not even a shadow level anymore, chakra has dropped back to 9,600 cards. Hey! Bloodthirsty sighed heavily after hearing this, feeling extremely distressed. He also had 20% of his chakra deducted by the sacred tree. Before he was killed, he had 13,000 calories of chakra, and Yang had 1,000 fewer calories. A bloodthirsty low voice came outside the door, and a subordinate hurried in to wait for instructions. Now that the bloodthirsty has dropped to about 10,000 cards, and has just broken through the shadow level, the two of them cannot bear such a huge loss. That's okay. Bloodthirsty agreed this time, it's hard to walk inside without the shadow's strength, so let's use this first. After hearing this, Bloodthirsty stopped him immediately without any hesitation. Task level, a level. Moreover, they are all ambitious and will not do tasks with percentage rewards easily, but will leave them to maximize the rewards in the future. No, it's not the time yet. That top-level mission is so rare. Our bounty hall has been looking for it for so many years before we found one. We have to keep it to attack 20 of them. But brother, I can't keep my 30% chakra mission. Let's go get the reward first and let me return to shadow level. I don't know how many targets have been eliminated from this point alone. It's as much effort as building up a family fortune. The reason why Bloodthirsty and Yang haven't accumulated a few such tasks over the years is because the conditions are too harsh. Yang nodded after hearing this, okay, I'll listen to you. Even now, Bloodthirsty is still planning the future. In general, the bounty hall prioritized serving them. Such a strategy made the two bloodthirsty people very satisfied, and they immediately decided to set off. An old man respectfully placed the two documents in front of the two of them, and the latter immediately picked them up and looked at them. Once we succeed, the southern continent will no longer be able to resist, and then the whole world will belong to our bounty hall. The old man's intention was to first let several of his subordinates enter the country of grass to investigate clearly. After there was no risk, Bloodthirsty and Yi Ying showed up again. Tell the Presbyterian Council that I am going to use number 3 and let them prepare. Their requirements must be tasks with no time limit and can be retained at will. With the big leader's order, the entire bounty hall immediately began to move, and soon a set of mission-specific plans were placed in front of the two of them. Master of the main hall, Master of the second hall, this is the arrangement of my subordinates. Please see if there is anything you want to change. Someone is coming. Yes. Task requirements, transfer to the land of grass, no time limit, no more than 2 teammates can be brought, no limit on the strength of teammates. Quest name, the mysterious country of grass. Second brother, I can maintain my shadow level strength. As the leaders of the bounty hall, the power in their hands can be imagined, and there is no shortage of people who will work for them. Task reward, chakra 30%, 500,000 silver taels. His men immediately went to do it. He knew what number 3 represented. He was a man who had been under house arrest for nearly 10 years because he accidentally received the task that Bloodthirsty wanted. After all, at their age, their physical potential is almost gone, and it is very difficult to improve their strength at all. For so many years, Bloodthirsty never let him leave the protection area, just for fear of an accident and ruining his mission. His ambition is not just half of the continent, he wants the status of co-owner of the world. Yang, what should we do now? Do we want to use the whole card that rewards 50% chakra? Sir, another target has been found. In the root secret room, Kabuto Yakushi came to inform Orochimaru again. Unlike his reluctance to go out last time, Orochimaru has been waiting for this opportunity for the past 2 days. Where are they? The country of grass. Go, be sure to remember my arrangements for you. Don't worry, sir, my subordinates won't mess it up. Orochimaru spoke in a low voice, and immediately took the medicine bag and set off. After the last doubt, Orochimaru vowed to find out what happened and why he felt this way. The country of grass is so far away from Konoha that even Orochimaru would have to walk for 3 days to get there. When the two of them had just arrived in the country of grass, they happened to run into the bloodthirsty duo who had just completed their mission and had not yet had time to leave the world of Hokage. Orochimaru, it's you again. Last time. Second brother, shut up. The enemy was extremely jealous when they met, and his anger instantly overwhelmed Yi Ying's mind. He almost said something he shouldn't have said, but was stopped in time by bloodthirsty. After hearing this, a strange color flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and a hoarse laugh sounded. Yi Ying, you seem to hold a grudge against me. I don't remember where I have offended you. Of course you don't remember. Yi Ying endured the curse. The time Orochimaru killed him 2 days ago was as uncomfortable as killing his parents. However, now he also knows not to be impulsive. His original strength was no match for Orochimaru, and now he has lost 1/5 of his chakra. He must run away. Stop him. Yes, sir. Several bounty hall ninjas who came to cooperate with Bloodthirsty to complete the mission immediately confronted Orochimaru, and they sacrificed themselves to protect the two of them from escaping. Kabuto, you deal with these people. Okay. Kabuto Yakushi's strength cannot be underestimated, and he is very scheming. No ordinary jonin can be his opponent. Bloodthirsty, Yi Ying, Uchiha Jin is urging me very hard, you should die here today. Psychicism, 10,000 snakes. Since there was no chance for a sneak attack this time, Orochimaru also changed his tactics accordingly and summoned his psychic beast first. Orochimaru, why do you call me my lord? Wan Shi is very rude to Orochimaru, even if he is his master. Orochimaru pointed at Yinling Bloodthirsty and Yi Ying and smiled coldly. Wan Shi, join forces with me to kill them, and I will prepare 100 lives for you. This is what you said, don't break your promise. All snakes like to eat people, but Orochimaru usually won't agree to it unless it's necessary to let it use its strength. When Bloodthirsty and Yang saw this situation, they knew that they probably couldn't run away and could only be forced to fight. Latent Shadow Snake Hands. Fire Style, the Art of Fire Dragon. Earth Style River. The three of them immediately started fighting, and when they saw each other, they all showed their full strength. In a head-on battle, it would take a lot of effort for Orochimaru to kill these two people. After all, they both have the power of a shadow and are not ordinary jonin. However, Wan Shi is very strong and can compete with Orochimaru alone, which is why it is disobedient. Now it cooperates with Orochimaru and has the upper hand as soon as they fight, making Bloodthirsty and Yi Ying feel more and more heavy the more they fight. After only 5 minutes of fighting, Orochimaru once again used the Kusanagi sword to pass through Yi Ying's chest, which made the latter unable to bear it any longer. Orochimaru, I asterisk your mother. Wang Jin, my asterisk your mother. After dying twice in succession, Yang's mentality finally exploded. Wang Jin. Orochimaru's eyes flashed strangely, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Yang's Bloodthirsty became even more unbearable in the future, but he was killed by Orochimaru in half a minute. At this time, several jonin who were fighting Kabuto knew that their mission had failed and had no choice but to retreat. Orochimaru didn't chase, using all his energy to stay awake. However, the power of the sacred tree was not something that a ninja like him could contend with, and soon Yi Ying and the bloodthirsty corpse disappeared. Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto, and Wan Snake all lost this memory. This feeling again, what's wrong with me? Orochimaru scratched his head desperately. Two very unreasonable experiences left him unable to grasp a clue. But this time he made a major discovery, and a smile appeared on his face after regaining his composure. Wang Jin, Uchiha Jin, this name seems to have some impression, who called it out. Jin Jun, I hope you can explain it clearly to me next time we meet, otherwise I won't work for you. Orochimaru disbanded the necromancy and allowed all snakes to return to Ryuchi Cave. Kabuto, I'm going back first. You continue to look for Yi Ying and Bloodthirsty. Lord Orochimaru, just now. Kabuto Yakushi is not an ordinary person. The sacred tree can erase his memory, but there is no way to make him not doubt. Orochimaru smiled lightly, stop talking and go ahead. Yes. In Sanyen's secret realm, Wang Jin spent 7 days refining chakra. At this moment, he has upgraded his life level 6 times, and is less than half of the shadow level. The Sanyen bear has almost eaten the meat. It's time to go find it and buy some more. Wang Jin planned to take action again. In these 7 days, not only does he have to refine chakra, but he also has to let Sanyen bear expend energy to recover his body and weaken its strength. However, Wang Jin feels that it will definitely be more difficult to deal with the Sanyen bear again. Last time it didn't understand Mangekyo's ability and was successfully attacked by Amaterasu. This time it may not be so easy to succeed. Sensing the far distance of the flying thunder god's mark, Wang Jin couldn't help but feel happy. What's the matter? He ran so far. He estimated that the Sanyen bear had escaped at least 2,000 kilometers, which was much further than he expected. But no matter how far away it is, as long as Fei Lei Shen can sense it, it won't be a problem. After brushing the seal, Wang Jin disappeared instantly. In a very secluded valley, Zhang Yanxiong's listless building took a breather. It looked at its lower body and muttered to itself. It's finally grown. Let's run further. This consumes too much. It will be troublesome if we do it a few more times. Although he had escaped so far, Sanyen bear, who was frightened by Amaterasu, still felt that it was not enough. However, just when it was about to hit the road, it suddenly sensed fluctuations in the space behind it and immediately turned back. Is this teleportation? This kid actually knows how to use space. The moment Wang Jin appeared, Sanyen Xiong also noticed him and immediately turned around and ran away. Originally, Wang Jin wanted to use the advantage of teleportation to attack the Sanyen bear, catching it off guard and letting it hit another Amaterasu. As a result, it seemed that a strong man of Sanyen Xiong's level was very sensitive to spatial fluctuations, so the sneak attack plan fell through. Amaterasu. Wang Jin couldn't catch up with Sanyen bear, so he was forced to try, but as expected, he couldn't hit it at all. Brush brush brush. He formed a seal with his hands again, trying to chase his opponent with the flying thunder god, but just as he teleported to Sanyen bear, he was met with its fist that was like a mountain. Sanyen bear is already prepared. No one who can cultivate to its level is useless, and has extremely rich combat experience. Facing the incoming fist, Wang Jin had no time to hide, so he could only summon Susanna to defend himself. However, he also seized a chance at this moment and activated the flames of Amaterasu again. Boom! Wang Jin was punched by Sanyen bear and flew several hundred meters away. The Susanoo Titan was directly defeated. The gap in hard power between the two was like a natural chasm. However, Amaterasu also performed a meritorious service, and the Sanyen bear's paws and joints were ignited with blazing black flames. Damn it! Sanyen Xiong knew very well how terrifying Amaterasu was, so he immediately tore off the arm and threw it to the ground. It looked at Wang Jin, who was seriously injured, thought for a while but didn't dare to fight again, and just nodded and ran away. Ahem, that's a lot of strength. Wang Jin got up from the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Although Susan was protecting him, the attack force of Sanyen bear was too heavy. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were displaced, and the pain was unbearable. Wang Jin didn't bother to check the injury, and immediately ran to the discarded arm of the Tsanyan bear, and took out a 5 to 6 meter long piece of bear paw meat before Amaterasu finished burning it. That's enough to eat for a while. Wang Jin put the loot into the storage scroll with satisfaction. He would not dare to provoke the Tsanyan bear in the short term. It was too dangerous. He and Tsanyan Xiong are like crispy mage and heavy armor warrior. The opponent can make countless mistakes, but he only needs to make one mistake and his life will be gone. I still haven't mastered my Flying Thunder God, otherwise this guy will never be able to react. At night, Wang Jin sat in front of the campfire, roasting bear paws and reflecting on the battle during the day. He had personally seen Namake's Minato perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Compared with other people's various physical display techniques, Wang Jin felt that he was not even a primary school student. He is worthy of being a space genius. He is the only man after second generation who has learned to fly Thunder God. My space talent is too poor. No matter how much time I spend, I can't be like him. Develop Mangekyo, others' abilities are not as good as your own after all. Wang Jin plans to practice in the Tsanyan secret realm to raise Mangekyo's ability to another level. The first thing he studied was Tsukuyomi. This genjutsu has a lot of potential. Uchiha Itachi just awakened it and did not develop it further. Of course, this also has something to do with his body. If he cannot use Mangekyo regularly, he will naturally not be able to develop it. But Wang Jin is no longer afraid of the side effects of Mangekyo. Although the Senju bloodline cannot completely suppress it, it can withstand the pressure, giving him plenty of opportunities to research new abilities. After eating bear paws, Wang Jin started to think in his heart after praising the unparalleled deliciousness. With a thought, the 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eyes turned into Mangekyo. After the eye power was slightly exhausted, he himself entered the genjutsu space of Tsukuyomi. In the dim space, Wang Jin carefully touched and observed every visible place with his hands. There is no edge here, and you can't see how high it is. It seems endless. In addition to using this space for genjutsu, can I do something else? Like Obito? Wang Jin touched the black crosses and remembered Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo, which brought with it a Kamui space. Our alliance has been weak for so many years. I have always tolerated Bloodthirsty as much as I can. How can I take the initiative to provoke him? After Mo Zhezhou finished speaking, there was a sudden silence in the conference room, and everyone took a breath. Then he is. Old Lu, Bloodthirsty is not an impulsive person. Do you think I look like that? After a while, they were all shocked by this message, and the scene immediately became chaotic. 600,000. It seems that the Bounty Palace is going to go into full-scale war with our alliance this time. Time passed like this little by little, until in the middle of the night, Wang Jin felt that his eye power was almost exhausted and he could no longer maintain Mangekyo, and then his mental power withdrew from the Tsukuyomi space. Hiss. A middle-aged woman had a solemn face. In the Alliance headquarters, in the highest-level conference room, dozens of people sat around a huge round table. Mo Zhezhou looked solemn and waved his hand to ask his secretary Su Mei to bring a document. No. Even if our alliance empties our family's wealth and the major families join forces, I don't know if we can raise more than 500,000 chunin. They are men and women, old and young. They are either senior officials of the alliance or strong men who can guard one side. Especially at the top level of the southern continent, the major events that happened these days almost made Mo Zhezhou and the 5 speakers tear their hair out. Of which Jonin and Special Jonin account for about 10%, and the rest are chunin. Although the first study did not find anything, Wang Jin will not be discouraged. He now has time to develop the monthly reading space. Speaker, could it be that you have issued some orders recently that have aggravated the bloodthirsty? He does not look like an impulsive person. No, let's not talk about whether it is war or peace. I have been wondering why we and the Bounty Palace have been at peace with each other for several years. Why are they suddenly desperate? At this point, I think the only option is to make peace with the Bounty Palace and sacrifice some interests to make them stop fighting. According to the information sent back by spies, there is no genin in this unit, but chunin and jonin. President, do you have detailed information on the strength of these troops? The plump and pretty Su Mei spoke on Imo Zhizhou's behalf. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to her, wanting to find out the reason for her bloodthirsty madness. How can we fight this? If the difference in numbers is too big, even shadow-level powerhouses like the Speaker and others can't do anything. An old patriarch of a big family asked, and Imo Zhizhou smiled bitterly after hearing this. Wang Jin seemed to have disappeared. No one in the disappearing world or the sacred tree could contact him. After all, this is a road that has never been traveled before. He can't get help from anyone and can only rely on himself. Everyone, this is the latest news this morning. The Bounty Palace has assembled 600,000 ninja troops. They plan to set off at noon and are expected to arrive at our northern continental border in 3 days. She is the largest warcraft meat merchant in the alliance and is as wealthy as anyone in the country. She continued to ask. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. You can enter that place by yourself or bring people in, which is very convenient. No genin. Are bloodthirsty and night shadow crazy? This is almost all the power in the southern continent. It was easy to think about it, but he had no clue when it came to doing it. I know something about this, let me tell you. It can be said that the people gathered here now represent all the forces in the entire northern continent. Imo Zhizhou nodded to Su Mei, who immediately opened her red lips. The specific process is this. A few days ago, our spies placed in the bounty hall sent back news that Bloodthirsty and Night Shadow were killed by Konoha's Orochimaru in the sacred tree world, and 20% of their chakra was lost. Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. What is he doing with Bloodlust and Night Shadow for no reason? Patriarch surnamed Lu frowned, and Su Mei continued to speak. It's not for no reason, it's Wang Jin's instruction. Orochimaru is just following his orders. What? It's that kid. The old man surnamed Lu was immediately stunned after hearing this. He knows Wang Jin, and he also knows that Wang Jin is very good, a super genius that has been hard to come by in decades. But Wang Jin's age and training time caused him and everyone else to ignore his energy. In their eyes, Wang Jin seemed to want to truly join the ranks of superpowers, and it would take at least 10 years before he could influence the balance of the continent. This kid. Old Lu, don't open your mouth, shut up, kid. Wang Jin is now the 7th speaker of our alliance. Imo Zhizhou scolded, and the old man named Lu nodded quickly. Yes, I was wrong. Su Mei, go on, I won't interrupt. Su Mei, the Chancellor and I are very happy to have just received the information. The weakening of Bloodlust and Night Shadow is the strengthening of our alliance. But who would have expected that within 3 days, Orochimaru killed these 2 people again, causing him to lose another 20% of his chakra. When Ying is at his weakest, he has less than 7,000 calories, and his bloodthirsty has dropped below the shadow level. The moment this piece of information was sent back, the speaker had actually anticipated today's situation. Wang Jin pushed the 2 palace masters of the Bounty Palace too hard. The only thing they can do is to jump over the wall and gather all their strength to eliminate us. Of course, for Bloodthirsty and Yang, what they want more is to use this war to kill Wang Jin. Only when Wang Jin dies in the real world can they return to the world of the sacred tree. If they don't do this, then these 2 people will lose the world of the sacred tree, the fastest shortcut to improve their strength, for the rest of their lives, which is tantamount to killing them. As Su Mei revealed all the causes and consequences, everyone in the conference room finally understood why Bloodthirsty and Ying launched a world-destroying war. If it were them, they would definitely do the same thing. If you can't beat Wang Jin in the world of the sacred tree, then use the power of the real world to kill him. Our 7th speaker is young, but his methods are too ruthless. The patriarch surnamed Lu smiled bitterly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. Of course, Wang Jin's strong style also made them applaud, and they were happy to see the bounty haul being targeted. But now the opponent is so anxious that he has turned over the table and stops playing, and wants to come and kill him. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, but no one dared to accuse Wang Jin of acting recklessly. They know very well that now even the strongest bounty palace in the mainland can't do anything to Wang Jin. They have nowhere to hide after being bullied by him, and they are even less qualified to comment on him. After all, people earn their status by themselves, and Wang Jin proved himself with his strength. Old Mo, let me tell you whether we want to fight or not. We will all listen to you. Second speaker Huolong, who had gray hair and was more than 10 years older than Mo Zhizhou, spoke. The others all agreed and waited for Mo Zhizhou's instructions. Fight those who talk about discord. Mo Zhizhou slapped the table and spoke firmly. Everyone, although the strength of our southern continent is much weaker than that of their northern continent, now that Bloodthirsty and Shadow have been killed twice in a row, and chakra has dropped significantly, this is also a good opportunity. As long as the frontal battlefield can withstand it, and several other speakers and I join forces to kill Bloodthirsty and Shadow, then we will win this war. From now on, the Divine Tree continent will no longer be divided into north and south. The unification wish of our predecessors will be fulfilled in our era. Mo Zhizhou's voice was loud and his words were full of morale encouragement. Although everyone is not a stupid young man, they are easily inspired to fight. But what Mo Zhizhou said may indeed exist, and they very much want to participate in such a glorious cause of unifying the continent. I support Lao Mo and start a war with the Bounty Palace. Huolong raised his hand in a deep voice, and others followed suit. Yes, the worst-case scenario is to die and kill their bounty haul. We have been oppressed by the northern continent for so many years, it's time to avenge our shame. The seventh speaker dared to kill the bloodthirsty Yi Ying twice at such a young age. There is no reason why I don't even have the guts to fight the two of them. Mo Zhizhou looked at this heartwarming scene, and desire ignited in his heart. If he completes such a great achievement of unifying the continent, he will surpass all previous grand speakers and will definitely leave his name in history. Okay, let's start discussing countermeasures now. Mo Zhizhou looked at an old man who was about the same age as him. Lao Peng, how many Chunin Jonin are there that our alliance can mobilize now? Well, if all the forces are recalled, it should be no less than 350,000. The third speaker, O Pengyu, stroked his beard and spoke. The ninja forces on weekdays were all under his jurisdiction. Mo Zhizhou, 350,000, Old Lu, I'll give it to you from the major families. Since you have high prestige with them, ask them to hand over all the ninjas in their clans, and then gather at least 150,000 more. 150,000. Lao Mo, this pressure is really too much. Let me give it a try. The old man surnamed Lu smiled bitterly. Although he was not sure that he could recruit enough people for Mo Zhizhou, he must try his best. He understands that no eggs are left intact when a nest is overturned. Lao Peng, you pick me 100 elite jonin to form an assassination force, led by me and Lao Hua. This is easy to handle. O Pengyu nodded and warned at the same time. Lao Mo, Lao Hua, you two lead a team deep into the enemy camp to carry out assassinations. You must be careful. The alliance cannot do without you. Understood. Mo Zhizhou also risked his life and handed over the most dangerous task to himself. Even if we can't kill Bloodthirsty and Yang, we should still be able to escape. Su Mei, how many good tasks does our alliance have to keep at the bottom of the pack? Give them all to me to improve your strength. Go back to the speaker. Su Mei immediately took out a document and read it. There is one task for the 30% chakra reward, and 2 tasks for the 20% chakra reward. These missions require a maximum of 2 people. Just you and the second speaker can go there. It is best for you two to improve your strength. Everyone agreed with Su Mei's words. Percent chakra reward tasks should be used by the strong to maximize benefits. 130% and 220%, both Mo Zhizhou and Huolong can exceed 20 chakras if used properly. Such a mission is no secret in the eyes of everyone. They all know that the Alliance and the Bounty Hall must have such a trump card in the world of the God Tree for many years, but they don't know the specific rewards. Seeing no one objected, Mo Zhizhou and Huolong nodded silently at the same time. Thank you all for that. The two of us shamelessly took the opportunity of the Alliance as our own. Old Mo, there's no need to say this. You and I can only live up to our expectations by defeating the Bounty Hall in a fight to the death. Huolong has a calm voice and a firm expression. Anyone who knows him knows that he does what he says. Order all departments to immediately make intensive preparations to face the Bounty Hall. When everyone left the conference room and there were only 6 speakers left, the third speaker Open suddenly said. Old Mo, do you think you can find a way to contact Wang Jin? After all, this battlefield started because of him. We can't let the Bounty Hall succeed and kill him. This should be done. Mo Zhizhou smiled and continued, the war can fail, but Wang Jin cannot die. As long as he lives for a day, the Bounty Palace will not be able to truly win. Our southern continent can still rely on his energy in the sacred tree world to make a comeback. That's right. A rare smile appeared on Huolong's normally serious face. In the final analysis, this war is to protect him. Wang Jin must not participate in the war. I agree. I agree too. No objection, let's execute. The other 3 speakers raised their hands and approved Openyu's proposal. One day later, 2 Alliance ninjas responsible for searching for Wang Jin finally found him in the Canyan's secret realm. Are you here to find me? When Wang Jin was still thinking about how to deal with Canyan Bear, he met these 2 people and suddenly felt strange. Evening doesn't dare to come in here easily. How big a problem do you have with me? Sir Speaker, this is a big deal. One of the Jonin panted. He had not rested all day and night to find Wang Jin. What's wrong? Speak slowly. Wang Jin was surprised, the latter spoke very fast. It is the Bounty Palace that has mobilized the might of the country to attack our southern continent. It has mobilized 600,000 ninja troops. The Grand Chancellor and others are preparing for war at this time. This is impossible. Wang Jin subconsciously said, a few days ago, the mainland was calm, and there was no sign of an imminent war. Why are the 2 forces suddenly about to separate life and death today? Wang Jin thought to himself that he was also the speaker after all. If such a big thing was going to happen, then Mo Zhizhou would contact him. That Jonin knew that no one would easily believe such a sudden situation. In order for Wang Jin to go back with him smoothly, he had to tell him the cause and effect. When Wang Jin heard that the cause of the war was that Orochimaru killed Bloodthirsty and Yang twice in a row, killing the brothers until they were too scared to do so in the Divine Tree world, he didn't know what he felt in his heart. His original intention was that Orochimaru could kill these 2 people once, weakening their strength, and then he could go to the Bounty Hall to deal with it himself. I didn't expect Orochimaru to be so stubborn and insisted on killing him every time he saw him. No one could stand this. Wait, I think I know why. Wang Jin suddenly remembered the rules of the sacred tree world. Once a person dies in reality, the sacred tree will erase the memories of the aborigines who came into contact with him. This made him smile bitterly and secretly complain that he had forgotten such a big thing. Orochimaru must have thought that he had failed, so he killed them again and again. It was so funny. Wang Jin sighed, shook his head and ordered. You 2 put your hands on my shoulders, and I will take you back to the Alliance. Yes. The 2 ninjas did as they were told, and Wang Jin brushed his seals and disappeared with them. In just half a minute, he took the 2 of them from far away and returned to the Alliance after several teleportations across the northern and southern continents. Good guy, I have never seen anyone who has improved chakra so terrifyingly. Wang Jin pushed the door open directly and entered. The three of them did not expect that his subordinates could work so efficiently and found him in just one day. My lord, I am resigning. A moment later, when Mo Zhizhou wanted to tell Wang Jin about the current situation, he suddenly discovered that Wang Jin's chakra had increased sharply. Go ahead, thank you for your hard work. Then we can continue to improve rapidly and reach the movie level in a short period of time. Huolong nodded slightly and said hello. No, there is no way to increase the price for the time being. Wang Jin waved goodbye to them and immediately rushed to Mo Zhizhou's office. More than 6,300 calories, how did you do this? As long as Senior O Peng doesn't complain. Avoidance? What does the senior speaker mean? Wang Jin frowned, the war started because of me, how can you not let me participate? At this moment, Mo Zhizhou, Huolong, and O Pengyu are all here. Wang Jin smiled heartily, and Mo Zhizhou and Huolong also laughed. So we three old guys decided to hide you and protect you. More than 6,000 calories. You. O Pengyu laughed loudly and patted Wang Jin on the shoulder. Although Wang Jin is not a selfless person who sacrifices himself for the sake of the world, he is not a person who evades responsibility. He will definitely do what is his. As the war approaches, they cannot easily leave the alliance and must direct all systems to operate smoothly. Sheng, you will be the future helmsman of the alliance. Well done, Laozi has long been unhappy with Bloodthirsty and Yi Ying, well done. The two ninjas were shocked and envious at the same time. The spatial ability was really beyond their comprehension. Huolong, it is precisely because you have the energy to provoke war that it proves that your existence makes the Bounty Palace uneasy day and night. Unfortunately, if you could become a shadow, then we wouldn't have to let you avoid this battlefield. The three speakers were all shocked by Wang Jin's rapid progress. Boy, although you have brought a crisis to our alliance, I still want to say something to you. Mo Zhizhou was stunned. His words made Huolong and O Pengyu, who were only paying attention to Wang Jin's shocking deeds, also react and immediately sensed it carefully. Mo Zhizhou put down the document in his hand, stood up and cursed secretly. You, the disaster star, finally showed up. It's amazing, such a convenient ability. Defeat, you are the last hope of the entire southern continent. It depends on you whether the northern continent can wipe out the Bounty Palace and let the alliance regain power in the future. Mo Zhizhou asked, and Wang Jin shook his head after hearing this. Wang Jin smiled slightly and sat on a chair casually. It's a long story, and I spent a lot of effort to do it. Huolong's words let Wang Jin know their plan. However, it was impossible for him to accept such an arrangement, so he stood up immediately and spoke seriously. I understand the thoughts of the three seniors, but I reject your proposal. I will not only participate in this war, but also participate as the main force. I am sure of victory. Must win. The three speakers were all stunned after hearing what he said. How could a person who is not even a film-level person dare to say such arrogant words? And even if it is a shadow level, there is no guarantee that it can change a world-destroying war. In front of hundreds of thousands of ninja coalition forces, what can a mere Kage do? Mo Zhizhou shook his head, his tone slightly reproachful. Wang Jin, I can understand the drive and confidence of you young people. But this is a total war, and one person's power is too small to change anything. So don't say such things after you leave here, so as not to affect your prestige. You are the successor we think the three old guys are optimistic about. Huolong, what Lao Mo said is right. It is a good thing for young people to be motivated, but they cannot be blindly arrogant. O Pengyu didn't speak, just shook his head at Wang Jin, obviously he didn't believe it either. Facing the three people's doubts, Wang Jin spoke calmly. Senior speaker, your personal power is not insignificant. I firmly believe that when one's strength is raised to the extreme, no matter how many enemies there are, it will not be able to stop him. Wang Jin plans to use the mission privilege he once had in the subworld to join forces with Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Itachi to kill Otsutsuki. At the beginning, the sacred tree gave him 3 red privileges, which could bring a person from this subworld into the real world and exist for 30 minutes. In this subworld of the red mission, Uchiha Madara integrated with style, Hashirama cells, opened the reincarnation eye, and combined the 3 sage jutsu into one, creating a magical technique that increases strength 100 times. If he came to the real world and was strengthened 100 times 1,000 times by the will of the world, then Wang Jin wouldn't even think that Uchiha Madara would be so strong that it would be heaven-defying. By then, not to mention hundreds of thousands of ninja coalition troops, even millions of Uchiha Madara can be slaughtered. Of course, there are only 3 such precious opportunities, and they are gone once they are used up. He will not use them until the war situation becomes irreversible. Personal power. The 3 speakers all shook their heads after hearing this. They simply did not believe that there could be such a strong person in the world. Mo Zhizhou waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say anything. I have controlled the alliance for many years and understand the strength gap between the 2 sides better than you. To be honest, we are not sure of victory, so we can only risk our lives. From today on, you stay here and don't go out until the war comes to an end." Speaker, I cannot accept your decision. Wang Jin refused. He had never regarded himself as a subordinate of the alliance. Mo Zhizhou's attitude was too tough and he couldn't accept it. You. Mo Zhizhou became angry after being contradicted again and again. Wang Jin, I use my status as the speaker to order you to stay here. Then I will withdraw from the alliance and become a free agent. With a calm look on his face, Wang Jin turned around and left the office. Come back here. Mo Zhizhou couldn't bear it any longer, and the huge chakra in his body exploded instantly, trying to control Wang Jin. Wang Jin felt the situation behind him and turned around suddenly. Mangekyo appeared. The realm of illusion. Hungry. Before Mo Zhizhou's hand touched his collar, Wang Jin's genjutsu was activated, causing the alliance's strongest chancellor to lose consciousness instantly. After controlling Mo Zhizhou, he looked at Huolong and Opengyu. Are the 2 seniors going to stop me? What a scary genjutsu. The expressions of the 2 speakers changed slightly. Wang Jin's skill shocked everyone and changed their views on him. If you don't speak, you are acquiescing to my decision. I will be there on the day the war starts. By the way, the speaker woke up later and asked you 2 to apologize for me. I had no choice but to resist. After saying a few words, Wang Jin swaggered out of the office door. Not even half a minute after he left, Mo Zhizhou got rid of genjutsu and regained consciousness. Huolong, take Wang Jin with you to take those 3 reward missions. As Mo Zhizhou spoke, there was a trace of confusion on his face, as if he was making a decision. As commanded. I just. Huolong didn't expect Mo Zhizhou to make such a decision. He took out a palm-sized metal token and waved it in front of their eyes. Hold on. Mo Zhizhou looked at the 2 old friends whose tone of voice changed drastically and was lost for a moment. However, his decision not to risk his life remains unchanged. This is my bottom line. Mo Zhizhou smiled bitterly, you 2 saw Wang Jin's strength just now. He could control me with genjutsu in an instant. If I had been in the battle, I would be dead at this moment. Old Mo, you are the best candidate. The stronger you are, the better chance we have of defeating the bounty haul. Old Mo, your subordinate is here. So if his improved strength is no worse than mine, just give it to him. Let him become a shadow level so that he can protect himself on the battlefield. Old Mo, you are controlled by Wang Jin's Mangekyo Genjutsu. Mo Zhizhou's face was expressionless. Now I order you to take Wang Jin with you to complete the reward mission immediately, and come back before dark. Pengyu was also shocked and quickly tried to dissuade him. What? Lao Mo, are you crazy? This is an opportunity to greatly improve your strength, and you just give it up like this? This is different. Oh Pengyu immediately retorted to Mo Zhizhou, this is a reward for improving chakra, and the enhancement of mental power is minimal. Huolong's attitude was similar to his, and he was also trying to persuade Mo Zhizhou. Both of them disagreed and their attitudes were very firm. However, Mo Zhizhou is the speaker after all, and what he has to do cannot be changed even if the two speakers join forces. Oh Pengyu was emotional and disagreed life and death. Oh Pengyu, Genjutsu, who can control Lao Mo, can also control us. Let him participate in the war. It will also be an experience. Huolong was very unwilling, but Mo Zhizhou took out all the tokens representing the alliance's highest power, so he could only obey the order. 10 seconds later, he sighed heavily. Forget it, let him participate. Huolong sighed, maybe he is right, we should not arrange his life based on wishful thinking. According to Article 1 of the Union Constitution, the Grand Speaker has the authority to make decisions on all matters, and the objections of the two of you are invalid. If it can strengthen Wang Jin's mental strength and take Wang Jin's genjutsu ability to the next level, then I won't object. No, we can't give this opportunity to Wang Jin. Furthermore, Wang Jin is different from the three of us. In his mind, alliance is dispensable. To become his successor, it is up to us to lead him to change his mind. But this is not the case now. I will never agree to approve this matter. Mo Zhizhou, you have no right to give up your qualifications and put the alliance in danger. Wang Jin, this is the order of the Grand Speaker. Come with me. Under the alliance headquarters building, Huolong intercepted Wang Jin who was about to leave and told him what Mo Zhizhou said. After hearing this, Wang Jin looked up and glanced at the black glass on the top floor, and could vaguely see an old man looking at him inside. I have already withdrawn from the alliance, but the Grand Speaker can still make such a decision. We all know that you just wanted to join the war when you quit. You can't take it seriously. Huolong's face was expressionless and his tone was calm as he continued. In fact, from the very beginning, we wanted to leave these 3 tasks to young people with potential. After all, when people reach our age, they no longer have any potential. It's just that now that the war is imminent, the alliance needs high-end combat power, and everything must be done to survive. Whoever accepts such benefits will have to pay everything for the alliance, do you understand? At this moment, Huolong did not look like a superior speaker, but like a kind elder teaching Wang Jin. After hearing this, Wang Jin nodded directly in agreement without any hesitation. The more you take, the more you contribute. I understand this truth. Senior Hua, you won't regret choosing me. I will guarantee this war with my life, and the alliance will definitely win. That's good, come with me. Huolong turned around and left, not reassured by Wang Jin's assurance. Apparently he still didn't want to believe that one person alone could change the direction of a war. Wang Jin knew that no matter how much he told others, they would not believe him. He did not want to expose such a trump card easily. When he was really helpless, he would make everyone change their view of him. The two soon came to the vine of a sacred tree closest to the alliance headquarters, where a jonin was already waiting for them. Feimu, I have met the 2nd speaker and the 7th speaker. Jonin, who was wearing a kirigakure vest, introduced himself respectfully, and Huolong nodded slightly. Feimu, open your sacred tree bracelet and share the mission with us. Yes. Feimu immediately did as he was told, and a translucent screen appeared in front of Wang Jin's eyes. He skipped useless information such as the opponent's attribute camp and looked directly at the task. Assassination of Kirigakure Village Elder, Level A. Task requirements: kill the Yuanshire of Kirigakure Village, no time limit, you can bring 2 teammates, no limit on strength. Task reward, chakra 30%, hidden mist village hatred value 30. The task is simple and straightforward, you only need to kill 1 person. Master Yuan. Wang Jin recalled carefully. In his memory, this person was very old. His prestige in Kirigakure village was not lower than that of Mizukage, and he had a lot of say. There is no record of strength, but Wang Jin thought that for a ninja of such an age, no matter how powerful he was when he was young, he would not have much strength left now. Huolong saw him thinking and thought that Wang Jin had never heard of Master Yuan's name, so he immediately explained to him. Wang Jin, Master Yuan is only as strong as Chunin, so he is easy to kill. We just need to pay attention to escape safely after the assassination is successful, and not to be discovered by Kirigakure ninjas. Chunin, it seems you are indeed too old. Oh. You know him too. Wang Jin, I've seen some information about him in Umbu before, and I didn't pay too much attention to him after I knew he was an old man who had already retired to the second line. Senior Hua, shall we leave now? Walk. Huolong nodded and immediately shared the task with Wang Jin. Wang Jin, Feimu, and I are already at Kirigakure village. You should be able to use the Flying Thunder God to arrive in time after you enter, right? Okay, I've been to Kirigakure several times and I have the spatial coordinates there. Okay, then we'll wait for you at the izakaya in Kirigakure village. Wang Jin activated the sacred tree bracelet, and his whole body was quickly wrapped in white vine canvas, entering the world of the sacred tree. He usually logs off and leaves in his Umbu office, where it is safe and no one dares to break in without orders. After returning to Umbu, Wang Jin immediately sensed the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God left in Kirigakure and quickly found it. After brushing the seals, he disappeared into the room again within 10 seconds. In Kirigakure village, a normal Kirigakure ninja wearing a Kirigakure ninja uniform and a Kirigakure forehead protector walked into the izakaya and approached Fiki. It's me, Wang Jin. The person who came was none other than Wang Jin. He used his transformation technique to disguise himself and sneaked in easily. Feimu nodded, and an ordinary-looking old man beside him spoke calmly. It seems we have come up with an idea. The transformation technique is really useful. This old man is Huolong. He is a ninja from the Kingdom of Thunder. He wants to sneak into Kirigakure and makes the same choice as Wang Jin. Two speakers, I have already figured out Master Yuan's residence and whereabouts. Shall we take action now? Lead the way. Huolong spoke calmly. After receiving the order, Feimu immediately took the two of them towards the east of Kirigakure village. On the way, the three of them did not attract anyone else's attention. Feimu said to Wang and Jin as they walked. Two speakers, apart from occasionally going to the Kirigakure building for meetings over the years, Master Yuan has been raising flowers and fish at home, with only a team of Kirigakure Umbu protecting him secretly. What are the strengths of these Umbu? How many people are there? Wang Jin asked. Fiki, there are 8 in total, composed of 3 Jonin and 5 Chunin. 7 of them are nothing to be afraid of. Only one blood ninja needs to be taken seriously. Blood inheritance limit. Do you know what that person's name is? Kirigakure's blood successor ninja, Wang Jin couldn't help but think of a person, a woman who was so beautiful that she almost killed him. Feimu continued to respond, this person's name is Terumi Mei. She is the future successor of the Terumi clan. Master Yuan is very optimistic about her. It is said that Gensher is very dissatisfied with the current 4th Mizukage and seems to want to oust him, and the successor is this Terumi Mei. So of the two speakers, this one is the only one who needs to be taken seriously and cannot be careless. It's her indeed. A smile appeared on Wang Jin's face, which puzzled the two people around him. Huolong, what? Do you know this Terumi Mei? More than just acquaintance. A flash of memory flashed in Wang Jin's eyes. When I first came to the world of the sacred tree, I almost died in her hands. This time we have met on a narrow road, and old acquaintances have met again. Have you ever had such an experience? Huolong smiled lightly. Wang Jin, when I saw you prospering in the world of the sacred tree, I thought you had never suffered any setbacks. Where? Wang Jin waved his hand and smiled slightly. Senior, before I became Minister Umbu of Konoha, I was walking on thin ice. I was always on tenterhooks every day, for fear that I might lose my life accidentally. Oh. I'm just curious about this. Can you tell me about it when you have time when you get back? It's a trivial matter. Wang Jin agreed. When this war is over, I will explain it to my seniors slowly. Master Yuan's residence is slightly east of the center of Wuyin village, and Wang Jin and the others arrived quickly. After briefly observing the surrounding environment, Hulan spoke immediately. This is a prosperous area with many ninja civilians. Once the fighting starts, the target must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise it will be troublesome if it is surrounded. I have decided to personally assassinate Yuanshi. How about you two stop those Umbu for me? As the person with the strongest apparent strength among the three, Huolong naturally bore the brunt and carried out the mission himself. However, Wang Jin had different opinions and shook his head slightly. Senior, this time it's an assassination, so I'll do it. If it goes well, I can kill the target even before those Umbu react. You mean Genjutsu? Huolong thought of Wang Jin's methods, and the three Magatama flashed in the latter's eyes. Yes, it's Genjutsu. I'm sure I'll kill him in one hit. The most taboo thing about assassination operations is that the battle is too noisy and attracts unnecessary enemies. In this regard, the silent Genjutsu is perfect. After hearing this, Huolong also felt that it made sense and adopted Wang Jin's suggestion. Then you execute it, and Feimu and I will cover you. Wang Jin, you have to remember that if you can help us, we will help you. If we can't help you, we will leave alone. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. I see. Wang Jin nodded. He knew that Huolong was afraid that he would get in trouble and would not leave if the worst happened. After discussing the plan, Huolong disguised himself as an ordinary old man and slowly approached Yuanshi's residence. Feimu, on the other hand, swaggered into a ninja shop closest to Yuanshi's house, pretending to be a passerby buying something. Wang Jin did not show up in the dark, quietly looking for Kirigakure Umbu's hiding place. About 10 minutes later, when Huolong was only 200 meters away from Yuanshi's house, he finally found traces of Kirigakure Umbu in the crowd. 2 male jonin, 5 chunin, where's Terumi Mei? Wang Jin didn't see Terumi Mei show up for a long time, and continued to wait for the opportunity in secret. At this moment, Huolong was stopped by 2 Umbu from Kirigakure, who persuaded him to leave this place. Huolong pretended to be an ordinary Kirigakure ninja, deliberately getting angry and confronting Umbu to attract their attention. Feimu came out of the ninja tool shop at this time. He walked on another street and approached Yuanshi's residence in a different direction from Huolong. As expected, Kirigakure Umbu came again and persuaded him to leave. Seeing that Terumi Mei didn't show up for a long time, Wang Jin didn't want to wait any longer. Maybe she wasn't here today, so he decided to take action. He activated his teleportation technique and poured a large amount of chakra into his feet, so that the remaining 3 Kirigakure Umbu did not have time to react. They jumped into the Yuanshi's residence from the roof. At this time, it was impossible not to alert the enemy, so we had to force our way through. Enemy attack. Jonin, one of the remaining 3 Umbu, roared, and the 4 Umbu who were responsible for blocking Huolong and Feimu immediately wanted to support him. However, they were suddenly attacked by Huolong and Feimu, who were already ready to take action, and they immediately became angry on the spot. The last Jonin ignored Huolong and Feimu and wanted to stop Wang Jin. At this moment, he already knew that he had fallen into a trap and was confused by the enemy's deception. However, Huolong and Feimu would not let him disturb Wang Jin so easily, and immediately rushed up to fight with the 3 Umbu. Master Yuan's residence was not big, with only 8 guest rooms within the courtyard walls. Wang Jin went straight to the largest one. At this time, Kirigakure Umbu was entangled. Master Yuan did not know that Wang Jin had broken into his house, and he was not prepared at all. Wang Jin's choice was correct. As the head of the family, Master Yuan would definitely live in the largest room. He kicked the door open and saw the target person, Master Yuan. But there was another person there, which surprised him slightly. It was Terumi Mei, who had never been seen on the street. At this moment, the two of them were kneeling opposite each other, with tea in front of them, as if they had been discussing things before. It's just that for the sake of quick victory, disguise cannot guarantee it. After the task was completed, Wang Jin was in a good mood and thought in a bad way. I suspected that someone used genjutsu to control the fourth generation project many years ago, and today you were finally exposed. Obito, are you deliberately going against me? Wang Jin's magic sword technique was activated, and Master Yuan's head fell to the ground. Master Yuan, who had always looked calm, was finally shocked at this moment. As soon as Terumi Mei saw Wang Jin's intrusion, she immediately reacted and stood up in a fighting stance. Buzz! Who are you? How dare you break into the Great Elder's home? Wang Jin said that Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, and tears of blood flowed directly from his left eye. This is not a matter of giving face or not. If she doesn't die, I will be exposed. Kirigakure and Konoha will definitely become enemies in the future. I don't want to break the balance of the ninja world yet. The one who killed him. Oh. Then it looks like I'm going to have a fight with you. Uchiha Obito put away his smile and sounded a little more serious. Mangekyo Sharingan. It's really you. Old man, stop guessing, Goju Yagura still can't command me. To be honest, the last thing I want to do is fight against these Mangekyo, no matter if the opponent is you or Itachi. Haven't I already bowed to him? Why haven't you let me go? Master Yuan raised his hand and scolded Wang Jin tremblingly, but the latter took action without any nonsense. No, it's just that this woman is useful to me. I hope to control her to control Kirigakure in the future. However, an accident occurred. Just after the great fireball flew out, the space in front of Wang Jin began to fluctuate, and the huge great fireball was moved away. Behind Terumi Mei, holding a snake-shaped wooden staff, with almost all his hair falling out, the already old Yuancher did not show much worry, but spoke calmly. Just kill this old guy, Terumi Mei can't let you kill him. The target person was dead, and Wang Jin immediately activated ninjutsu, hoping to clean up Genshi's body and Terumi Mei, who was trapped in genjutsu, so that no one would know from clues that he did it. Terumi Mei did not expect that her opponent would have Mangekyo, so she was directly attacked by Wang Jin with Tsukuyomi, and was pulled into the world of genjutsu in an instant. Today we will rectify the name of the art of mercy. It can also kill named ninjas. Wang Jin spoke calmly, even if Terumi Mei, who is the double-blood successor of Lava Style and Boil Style, stopped him, he was still confident of killing Yuancher. This is. She has been drawn into genjutsu by my Tsukuyomi. Wang Jin faced Obito directly, and the two pairs of Mangekyo looked at each other calmly. Uchiha Nishiki, just give me some face this time and let Terumi Mei go. You must have been sent here by the fourth generation. The only one with the ability to transfer ninjutsu silently is Uchiha Obito's Kamui Sharingan. Konohagakure Lu. Obito's figure also appeared in front of Wang Jin at this moment, laughing softly. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Obito is afraid of Wang Jin's Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, and Wang Jin is also afraid of his Kamui eyes. Deep down in his heart, he doesn't want to fight with them, at least not now. Although Obito only has one eye and cannot exert the full strength of Sharingan, Wang Jin knows that he still has wood style and Hashirama cells in his body. This makes his eye power no weaker than the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and may even be stronger. It's just that Terumi Mei's death is another trouble. Although she is not afraid of it, she will definitely come to Konoha for revenge in the future and affect many of her plans. Neither of them wanted to fight each other, but they couldn't show weakness, so they froze for a moment. At this moment, Huolong and Feimu, who were dealing with Umbu outside, also rushed in. The latter arrived first without knowing it. "Sir Speaker, Kirigakure's reinforcements are arriving soon. We are going to, Feimu came to the door before he finished speaking. When he saw the situation inside, he just kept silent. Uchiha Obito looked back at him, then turned to look at Wang Jin, laughing. "Uchiha Nishiki, you don't have time to fight with me. If you don't leave, the three of you will be surrounded by Kirigakure ninjas. There's a lot of nonsense, I'll die for you." Huolong didn't know Obito's identity and thought he was also an enemy, so he punched him in the back of the head. In the end, it didn't hit, and it passed through, as if it was hit on a projection. "What?" Huolong was shocked. He had never seen such a strange ability. "Jin, this person's ability is too weird, let's work together to kill him." "Forget it, he's not easy to deal with." Wang Jin shook his head slightly and walked over to Obito. "Senior, it's time for us to withdraw. You two put your hands on my shoulders." Huolong stared at Obito with fear, who then turned around and smiled. "Flying Thunder God, I didn't expect you to learn the teacher's technique. Kakashi and I also learned it back then, but we just couldn't master it. Obito, I'm warning you not to mess with me." Wang Jin spoke coldly before leaving and continued. "The current Konoha is not owned by the old third generation. It is my family business. If you dare to cause damage, I will not let you go. Mom, if you don't want to go, I won't go. That place is not interesting anyway." Wang Jin's active retreat made Uchiha Obito feel good, and his tone became a little more frivolous. "Jin-jun, in fact, in my eyes, the two of us are not rivals. I regard you as a companion in saving this false world, and I am very happy to have a compatriot like you to help me. If you want to change your mind in the future, or need my help, just come to Kirigakure and see me, I will never refuse." Uchiha Obito said these words very seriously, and seemed to really invite Wang Jin. "Not interested." Wang Jin responded lightly and disappeared with Huolong and Feimu. After they left, a man wrapped in bushes quietly emerged from the ground. "You actually let him retreat safely? What if you want me to fight Mangekyo?" Obito glanced at the visitor indifferently. "Zetsu, you also know what Itachi's Mangekyo ability is. Both Amaterasu and Tsukimi restrain me very much." "That's true. Fighting against him is quite risky." Ju nodded and continued. "It's just that we can't let him come to Kirigakure to cause trouble again and again without any scruples. We must give him a warning. Let's do it this way. I'll go and work it out and let the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Water join forces to put pressure on Konoha and give Uchiha Nishiki a headache for a while. It's up to you." Uchiha Obito said lightly, and then used Kamui to transfer himself and left. In the sacred tree space, Wang Jin immediately quit after settling the rewards. After receiving the 30% chakra reward, his chakra amount reached more than 8,100 cards, which directly increased his life level twice. Huolong was originally at the shadow level, with a chakra amount of about 1.1 calories, but now he has directly crossed the life level 3 times, reaching 14,000 calories. After saying that, he glanced at hundreds of Umbu and spoke calmly. "Wang Jin, follow him. The remaining 2 tasks are ready-made. Complete them before dark. The mission is very simple. There is a group of bandits and robbers over there in Dongshan. I want you to find their location as quickly as possible, but you are not allowed to kill them." Not to mention middle-aged women, Huolong, who has been in a high position for many years, was a little shocked at this time and couldn't help but give Wang Jin a thumbs up. Wang Jin was overjoyed. This cheating method of improvement made him so happy. Everyone in Konoha now knows that Wang Jin is the real talker, and Kakashi is just a part-time worker. Umbu acted with amazing efficiency. In less than 2 minutes, hundreds of people wearing animal masks arrived at the entrance of the village. Yes, sir. Are these minions worthy of Umbu dispatching all of them? Hulan sincerely praised him. Not counting other ninjas in Konoha, Umbu's power alone was enough to destroy a small country. How could he not be envious of this? I can get 20% more twice, so once the mission is completed, I can become a shadow-level powerhouse. Izumo, go tell Shien and ask her to bring all the Umbu to gather at the entrance of the village. This mission is to avenge an aborigine. If you kill his enemy, you will get a 20% chakra reward. After sharing the mission with a middle-aged woman in blue, Wang Jin and the others entered the world of the sacred tree again. At this point, he surpassed Emojijo, who had 12,000 calories, and became the person with the largest amount of chakra in the league. The gathering scene in Umbu was huge, and they were stunned to see the middle-aged woman who shared the task with Wang Jin. She was just a chunin. She had never seen such a large formation in her life. Although the Umbu team members were the strongest to take orders, everyone was thinking the same thing and didn't know Wang Jin's intention. Most of them were powerful jonin, and they bowed neatly to Wang Jin. Although Shinua Izumo was not from Umbu and was not under Wang Jin's control, he did not dare to be disobedient. He did not dare to neglect at all and set off immediately. Bandits? The only difficulty is that the bandits' lair is hidden deep in the mountains, so it takes some effort to find it. As soon as Konoha's two great gods Kotetsu and Kamizuki Izumo saw Wang Jin, they immediately bowed and saluted. But the target was not even a ninja, but a group of bandits entrenched in the land of fire. This made Wang Jin call him good luck. It was rare to get such a free mission. Robber? Sir, shall we split up? The middle-aged woman asked cautiously and continued, those bandits are very cautious. They rarely stay in the same place for more than a month. It is difficult to find them. It's not difficult, leave it to me. At this moment, the two task owners have been waiting under the vines of the sacred tree for a long time, waiting for them to come out. Grown-ups. But this is for ordinary people, but it does not trouble Wang Jin at all. Wang Jin smiled lightly and led the two of them towards the entrance of Konoha village. I've met the minister. Wang Jin waved his hand and said with a smile, it's just a small scene, senior, please don't flatter me. Awesome, he is indeed the real person in power behind Konoha. This power is terrifying. After all Umbu were dispatched, Wang Jin smiled slightly. Let's go, I guess my people will be able to figure out the location of the bandits' lair before they even enter the mountain. I believe this. Huolong was so envious that he couldn't laugh or cry, you are really good at talking. You found a group of bandits and mobilized the entire Umbu power of a big country. Apart from you, I am afraid you are the second person to do this. Senior, aren't you in a hurry? Wang Jin joked, normally I don't waste ninja resources like this, but now my people don't know how to eliminate me in their hearts. Special measures at special times, let's go. Huolong laughed and took the lead, followed closely by the middle-aged woman and Wang Jin. The more contacts he had, the more optimistic he was about Wang Jin's potential, but at the same time, the less he could see through him. Huolong, like most people, never thought that the world of the sacred tree could play like Wang Jin, turning a big country into his own power. It was really heaven-defying. Operation Umbu is all about efficiency. With their help, Wang Jin completed the task in less than an hour. After receiving the reward again and returning to the real world, his chakra amount reached more than 9,700 cards, only 300 cards short of becoming a movie level. Hulan has also reached a higher level, and chakra has approached 17,000 calories, which is 17. The two of them didn't rest for even a moment and immediately started the last task. This mission was a world mission. When Wang Jin heard the mission introduction, he immediately changed his mind. He stared at the panel of Chunin, the young man who took the mission, and carefully judged the timeline in his mind. Current mission, escort supplies. Mission introduction. Due to Iwagakure's sudden attack on the Land of Fire, the Konoha ninjas were forced into the war without any preparation. They are in urgent need of a batch of supplies from the village to the front line. Task difficulty, Level B. Task reward, Chakra 20%, 300,000 silver taels. Iwagakure's sneak attack on Konoha. Is this the battle that made Namikaze Minato famous? The Third Ninja War. Wang Jin quickly judged the timeline of this world, and he suddenly had new ideas and started thinking about it. If this is really the timeline, then the fourth generation hasn't come to power yet, and Uchiha hasn't been exterminated yet. Maybe my eternal vision is already there. Wang Jin thought of his main mission. The first stage was to evolve Mangekyo into eternal Mangekyo. To become an evolution, there must be a Mangekyo sacrifice between another pair of blood relatives, so that eternity can be achieved. His pair of Sharingan belonged to Uchiha Itachi. Theoretically, as long as he gets Mangekyo, a blood relative of Itachi, he can open the eternal eye. And it happened that Uchiha Itachi's father, Uchiha Fugaku, also opened Mangekyo Sharingan, which happened to meet the requirements. It's just that the Bounty Palace will call in less than 2 days, so this task can only be left to be done slowly after the war is completed. Otherwise, with Hulan's speed, it would probably take less than 2 hours to send a batch of supplies from Konoha to the border. And the mission was not explained. If the sacred tree was expelled from the current world as soon as it was completed, Wang Jin would cry. Besides, Uchiha Fugaku is not an ordinary person, and it is not easy to steal his Mangekyo. After all, the Uchiha clan has not been exterminated at this period, and there are many masters in the clan. Thinking of this, Wang Jin immediately spoke. Senior, don't do this task now, wait until the war is over. What did you say? Huolong was about to leave at this time, but was confused by Wang Jin's words. The bounty hall is calling the day after tomorrow. If you don't improve your strength now, why wait until later? Wang Jin, are you confused? I'm not dizzy. Wang Jin said with a serious expression, it's just that I really need the timeline for this mission, and those chakra rewards are a trivial matter. Senior, just listen to me and wait until the war is over. The realm of illusion. What are you up to? Huolong held on to Wang Jin and refused to let him use Flying Thunder God. Wang Jin, the Alliance has given you the most precious things, how can you have the nerve to ignore the Alliance and use your stupidity to seek your own death? Isn't this stupid and willing to die? You wait for me for half a day, just half a day, that's enough. After Wang Jin formed the seal, the Flying Thunder God activated and disappeared instantly. Sir Huolong is doing this for your own good and doesn't want you to be stupid. How can an individual's power be stronger than that of a country? He wants to fight against the bounty hall alone. Wang Jin ignored them, just left a word calmly and left. Yes, we can't fight among ourselves when the war is coming. After Wang Jin said this, he began to form seals with his hands and stared at Huolong expressionlessly. Going against an army of hundreds of thousands of ninjas alone. Wang Jin was too lazy to talk nonsense with Huolong. He knew that the other party would not believe what he said. An ordinary person like you doesn't even understand the real world of sacred trees, so what qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson? Sir Seventh Speaker, how could you attack the second speaker? Huolong's eyes suddenly became distracted, and he was struck by Genjutsu. Especially you, the owner of Mangekyo, you are so crazy that it makes people laugh. No. I can never ignore the safety of the entire alliance just because of you. Now follow me to complete the mission. What a fool you are. Huolong was also angry after being stopped by Wang Jin again and again. You don't know what the concept of an army of hundreds of thousands of ninjas is? This scene shocked the surrounding men, who quickly stepped forward to help Huolong. Senior, you are not sure of winning this war, but in my eyes, the Bounty Palace is seeking death. I am 100% sure that I can win. Forehead. Wang Jin's face darkened when he saw this. Long, I call you senior just because of your qualifications, not because I have much relationship with you. If you are not a match, I will point my finger. Stop. Wang Jin, I used to hear that people with Uchiha blood were arrogant and didn't believe it. Now you have made me believe it, and I believe it without any doubt. Although everyone hurriedly tried to persuade him, they had the same opinion as Long and felt that Wang Jin was being stupid. The more Long listened, the more something was wrong. At first, he thought it was his words that made Wang Jin anxious and wanted to fight him. Okay, isn't everything you do just to win this war and wipe the bounty palace from the mainland? I've done it for you. Holon's attitude was very firm and he would not retreat at all. When Holon wakes up later, tell him that I only need this task, and I can give an explanation to the entire alliance in just half a day. But now when he saw Wang Jin's actions, an absolutely impossible idea suddenly came to his mind. Long disagreed life and death, which gave Wang Jin a headache, so he could only give him repeated guarantees. In the Sacred Tree continent, everyone is paying attention to one thing today, whether they are civilians or ninjas. That is the final battle between the two major forces of the North and South, the Bounty Hall and the Alliance. Everyone knows that after this war, the entire continent will be unified again, and only one side can dominate the world. Hello everyone, I am Lulu from the Alliance radio station. The scene I am shooting right now is the scene of the Alliance troops marching in the northern continent. On TV, a war reporter captured the scene. Hundreds of thousands of Bounty Hall ninja troops were moving as fast as a tide on a certain Gobi desert. This army has a neat rhythm and is so dark that it can't be seen to the end, giving people a strong sense of oppression. This filled the hearts of civilians and ninjas in the south with a sense of powerlessness. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, can we really withstand such power? Moreover, there are countless people who fled with their families in advance and took refuge away from the war. They are all pessimistic about the war. At this time, the female reporter named Lulu and her shooting partner discovered that several senior-looking old men wearing golden robes from the Bounty Palace were coming towards them, which shocked the two of them. Although war reporters generally would not be made things difficult for them, they were ordinary people who had no power to restrain themselves. They were as helpless as chickens in front of such powerful men. Some adults, we are war reporters, we. Turn the picture on me. The leader of the white-haired old man gave the order calmly, and Lulu quickly obeyed and gave him the live broadcast footage. Everyone in the south, listen, I'm Yen Ku, the elder of the Bounty Hall. Yen Ku was expressionless. After introducing himself, his tone changed and became extremely cold. I don't need to explain the power of our Bounty Hall. You have seen it. The 600,000 ninja troops destroying your southern continent are like chopping melons and vegetables. There is no way you have the slightest ability to resist the capabilities of my Bounty Palace, and you will definitely become our spoils of war. But I, the Bounty Hall, are not cruel people. We will give you a chance to protect yourself. From now on, no matter you are a ninja or a civilian, as long as you give up resistance, stay at home and wait for our Bounty Hall to take over, you will not be harmed in any way. If there are people who don't want to live, our Bounty Hall will also welcome you. This is your fate. After Yen Ku finished speaking, he brushed the seals with his hands, and then sent out a huge wave hundreds of meters high, which completely submerged a hill not far away, destroyed countless vegetation and trees, and was extremely destructive. His thunderous tactics and threatening words indeed played a great role in frightening many people who were already pessimistic about the war. They all planned to do as he was asked and hide at home to give up resistance. At the Alliance headquarters, Mo Zhizhou and other senior officials were also watching the live broadcast. They were very angry at Yen Ku's arrogant behavior. Speaker, I propose that the battlefield for the decisive battle be moved forward. We cannot wait any longer. A middle-aged woman stood up and said, her voice sonorous and powerful. Originally, Mo Zhizhou set the battlefield outside a city called Yuanqing on the southern continent. There were a large number of traps carefully laid out by the alliance, which gave it a geographical advantage. According to the marching speed of the bounty haul, it will take 2 days to arrive. But now the middle-aged parents are worried that if time goes on without the bounty haul taking action, the alliance will collapse on its own initiative. Although they won't be succeeded by Yen Ku's petty tricks, it's not enough to rely on just a few people on a battlefield. The main force must be a large number of Chunin Jonin, as well as civilians responsible for logistics. These people do not have their foresight and courage, and are very likely to be frightened by the Bounty Palace's mind attack tactics, thereby achieving the effect of defeating others without fighting. Mo Zhizhou also knew this. He was frowning and analyzing the situation. Would you like to change the battlefield? That's fine. Let's move the decisive battle closer to the front, and fight to the death with the bounty haul on the Gobi Desert. Lao Peng, you go make arrangements and let the troops move forward. Yes, speaker. The third speaker, O Pengyu, immediately carried out Mo Zhizhou's order and agreed to an early decisive battle to avoid long nights and dreams. Ha, you are such an idiot. I didn't expect you to dare to seek death. The person next to him is none other than Uchiha Madara, whom he summoned from the world of the sacred tree with his red privilege. After Yen Ku saw the person clearly, he immediately smiled. Madara, I've never seen you here in your prime, can you let me see it? Second brother, there's no need to talk nonsense. Bloodthirsty immediately ordered. He was afraid that Wang Jin would run away. The vanguard troops listened to the order and attacked Wang Jin. Thousands of ninjutsu didn't even let it take a step back, which shocked everyone. However, the next scene shocked the world. No matter the northern and southern continents, no matter the ninja civilians, they were shocked and speechless. Everyone saw only those ninjutsu. When the ninjutsu was about to fly in front of Wang Jin, a dark blue Susanna giant appeared and slapped it away. You are not worthy of talking to me, let bloodlust and yang come out. The ninja troops in the bounty hall, regardless of whether they had taken action before, were all stunned. Mo Zhizhou cursed angrily. No one believed that Wang Jin could survive in this situation. Moreover, he also has 2 eyes of samsara, possesses the human body of an ancestor, and has mastered divine arts, far surpassing the strongest Uchiha Madara in the original work. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you, little beast. He's confused. Mo Zhizhou was very sad and scolded him sternly. Yes. A sinister smile appeared on Yi Ying's face. Wang Jin, you actually let Laozi die twice in the sacred tree world. Laozi will take revenge now and peel off your skin to make a lantern. Then, what is that? His words were immediately spread to all over the world through the live broadcast, and countless people were curious and stared at the screen with wide eyes. A faint sound spread through chakra, allowing the entire bounty hall army to hear it. Bloodthirsty rushed out of the army, followed by Yi Ying and several senior officials of the bounty hall. In their eyes, no matter how strong a shadow-level warrior is, he is still a human being, not a god. Faced with an absolute disparity in numbers, he will act like a fool and overestimate his own capabilities. Uchiha Madara didn't seem to have much sanity after being summoned. The will of the world seemed to suppress his thoughts, and he did not show respect for Wang Jin, which was closer to his character in the original work. This scene not only made people in the southern continent nervous, but also scared the senior officials in the conference room of the Alliance headquarters. They all raised their heads and looked at a raised sand dune a few hundred meters away. Standing on it was a young man wearing Konoha Jonin clothing, Wang Jin. Wang Jin, you disappoint me so much. I gave you all my resources, but you gave up on yourself. What a fool. Wang Jin turned to look at the man next to him who was wearing red armor, had long hair shawl, and had an indifferent expression. Who dares to hinder my march into the bounty hall? Wang Jin, I am no match for you in a single fight, but you shouldn't come here to seek death. Each of our 600,000 ninja troops can drown you with just a drop of spit. Can. However, just as he stood up and was about to leave the conference room, Yan Ku in the live broadcast suddenly shouted. Wang Jin was their last hope, how could he die so mysteriously? Thousands of ninja troops immediately took action, and all kinds of ninjutsu came out, flying towards Wang Jin like a sky-blocking sun. They stared blankly at the Susanoo giant, which was about a kilometer tall, had 2 wings on its back, and held an energy sword in each hand. It protected Wang Jin and an unknown strong man in a prismatic pillar on its forehead. After Uchiha Madara said this, a thought came to his mind, and the 1,000-meter-tall Susan Titan made a gesture of drawing his sword and waved it in front of him. Boom! A ray of light blue sword energy quickly flew towards the coalition forces at a speed that no one could react, and produced terrifying power in an instant. In the live broadcast, everyone stared blankly at a ravine on the ground that was about 1 kilometer wide and had no end, and penetrated the entire Bounty Hall ninja army. They were speechless in shock. At least tens of thousands of ninjas died from this sword, and no one, whether it was Chunin or Jonin, could resist it. Fighting always makes people excited. Fighting like this seems too boring. Uchiha Nishiki, just watch from here, I'll take care of these people. The warlike gene in Uchiha Madara's body was activated, and he took the initiative to remove the complete Susanoo, and jumped into the ninja team headquarters with a high leap. Kill him quickly. Screaming bloodthirsty, Uchiha Madara's sword just frightened him. He had never seen such terrifying strength. Although the ninja troops in the Bounty Hall were also frightened, they were outnumbered. They believed that as long as hundreds of thousands of people joined forces, they would be able to kill Uchiha Madara. Countless ninjas surrounded Uchiha Madara and soon surrounded him to death. Because ninjutsu was afraid of accidentally injuring his teammates, everyone chose to fight with taijutsu, consuming Uchiha Madara's physical strength one by one. However, Madara is like a dancer, dancing in the crowd, taking away an enemy every time she takes action. Bloodthirsty and Yi Ying became more and more frightened as they watched. They immediately gave the order to die without caring about accidental injury. Everyone in the Bounty Hall listens to the order, use ninjutsu with all their strength, and kill him no matter the cost. Bloodthirsty uses chakra to shout, which can be heard throughout the battlefield. Although the ninja troops couldn't bear it, no one dared to disobey his orders and had no choice but to take action. The hundreds of ninjas closest to Uchiha Madara all used the water style, and a giant wave of 1,000 meters appeared, hitting at the speed of a mountain. Uchiha Madara smiled lightly when he saw this, and did not see him forming any seals. He placed his hands in a triangle shape in front of his mouth. Fire style, the fire is extinguished. Boom! A flame larger than a huge wave appeared, cancelling out water style. Bloodthirsty, who was hiding in the distance, sneered when he saw this, it's ridiculous, you actually use fire style to fight water style. Ninjutsu has a restraint problem. Generally speaking, the best way to deal with fire style is to use water style. However, this is ordinary, Madara is not ordinary. Bloodthirsty was still happy for a few seconds when he saw that Madara's powerful fire evaporated the huge waves, and then burned the hundreds of water-style ninjas to death. How is this possible? At this time, let alone him, everyone who saw this incredible scene was shocked. Fire style restrained water style, it was simply the opposite of Tiangang. Don't you want to play anymore? It's so boring. After Madara finished using ninjutsu, she muttered to herself, her tone full of unfinished thoughts. He jumped back to the raised platform in the Gobi Desert where Wang Jin was, stared at him and spoke calmly. Use your flying thunder god to get out of here, or you will die too. Heaven impeding Jinqing. Wang Jin knew as soon as he heard that Madara was going to use ninjutsu. Madara spoke indifferently, and it seemed that he didn't take these people seriously at all. The live broadcast was also interrupted, and no one knew what was going on here. Madara, are you sure you can deal with them? This is a 600,000 ninja force. The meteorite also fell to the ground at this moment, and Uchiha Madara's attack range was within a radius of thousands of kilometers. No one was spared, and they were all severely smashed to death, including himself. There was madness on the bloodthirsty face, as if he had lost his mind. He broke the black ruler violently, and a stream of black smoke floated out from it and flew towards the sky. Wang Jin, if you don't let me live, then I will let the whole world bury me with me. Madara nodded silently and then looked directly at the sky. No one noticed that when the black smoke floated about 50 meters high, it suddenly stopped rising and began to spread, quickly forming the shape of a door. Even if Bloodthirsty and Yi Ying, who are shadow-level powerhouses, are desperate, they cannot run away in a short time. As he finished speaking, 9 huge meteorites broke through the clouds and appeared above the ninja troops in the bounty hall, blocking out the sky and the sun. Buzz. After Wang Jin left, the second stage of the Susanoo Titan appeared on Madara's body, with 3 heads and 6 arms forming seals at the same time. Boom 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 boom. However, their efforts were in vain. Uchiha Madara, who had been strengthened thousands of times in the real world, summoned meteorites that were much larger than those in the original work, and these people could not escape his attack range. A bounty hall ninja looked at the rapidly falling meteorite and asked his companions in a dry and trembling voice. He remained motionless, and the ninja troops were frightened by his strength and did not dare to act rashly until they knew what he was going to do. It's just Shua, not even half as good as me. Is this fake? There are currently 600,000 ninja troops. No matter how strong Madara is, it is impossible to kill them one by one. She can only choose to use large-scale ninjutsu. At the last moment of his life, he screamed bloodthirsty and hysterical. Someone suddenly shouted, waking up the stunned people, and all the ninja troops in the bounty hall desperately fled the battlefield. However, no one had the intention to look at him at this moment. When no one noticed him, Bloodthirsty frantically tore open a storage scroll and took out an ordinary-looking black ruler from it. What is he going to do? God Tianjishinxing continuous earthquakes. This is the real world, and he doesn't dare to die here just to see the magic. Bloodthirsty was filled with uneasiness, and he and Yang retreated a few kilometers, not daring to stay near Uchiha Madara. In front of the live broadcast, everyone in mainland Asia was staring closely at Uchiha Madara. After about 10 seconds, Uchiha Madara spoke calmly. After receiving the answer, Wang Jin immediately launched the Flying Thunder God without stopping. However, no one answered. His companion had already peed in fear, and liquid was dripping from his crotch. Wang Jin sensed the coordinates of the Alliance headquarters. After completing the seal, he grinned at Uchiha Madara. As for Tianjinjinxing, he uses the gravitational pull of the Samsara Eye to attract meteorites to fall from the sky and smash them with force, which is very suitable for the current situation. Run! Wang Jin, you are the one who forced me to do this. Go and die with this world. As soon as the live broadcast screen was cut off, Wang Jin immediately launched the Flying Thunder God and returned to the center of the battlefield. At this time, no one survived here, and hundreds of thousands of ninja troops were wiped out. What's even more outrageous is that Wang Jin didn't even find a complete corpse, not even a trace of broken corpses. This made him shocked and sighed at the strength of Uchiha Madara, the most powerful and heyday in this world. As expected of Master Madara, he is awesome. Well, what is that? Before the shock was over, Wang Jin suddenly discovered a 2-person-high black door in the sky about 50 meters above the ground, as if it appeared out of thin air, with nothing around it. He immediately used the technique of light and heavy rock to fly forward, and looked inside through the door. A deserted grassland with 2 moons in the sky appeared before his eyes. This is, another world. Wang Jin immediately guessed this possibility. At this moment it is broad daylight in the Divine Tree continent, and the scorching sun is high. But it was late at night inside the door, and there was an extra bright moon. It didn't look like the same world to him. Especially the existence of the mysterious man. He personally told Wang Jin that he came from another world, a world where the strength of ninjas is generally many times stronger than that of the Divine Tree continent. Could it be that the world in front of us is the world of the mysterious man, but why does this door appear and why does it connect the two worlds? Wang Jin looked solemn and stared at the black door for a long time. At this moment, he was very worried that his guess would come true. If this were true, then the Divine Tree continent would be completely hopeless and it would be impossible to resist the invasion of other worlds. A soul body that doesn't even have a true body and can't Hokage the world is so powerful. If the strong men in their world came to attack, there would really be no place to hide. Something has happened. We must notify Mo Zhizhou and let everyone think of a solution. Wang Jin activated the Flying Thunder God and disappeared again. Originally, he wanted to clean the battlefield to see if he could miss some good things, but now his mood was gone. Nothing was more important than surviving. Compared with the Bounty Hall, the other world is more difficult, so difficult that he has no way to deal with it. After all, I can only be considered a strong person in the Divine Tree continent now, but in the world of the mysterious man, I might not even be considered a strong person in the world of Little Karami. At the Alliance headquarters, Mo Zhizhou and others were still shocked by the situation before the live broadcast screen disappeared. The 9 meteorites that covered the sky and the sun were too difficult for them to understand. Everyone firmly believes that the Bounty Hall is over, they have won, and the entire continent is the territory of the Alliance. Ha ha ha. The clan leader surnamed Lu was the first to wake up from the shock and laughed loudly without caring about his image. I didn't expect, that the Bounty Palace, which we had regarded as our enemy for hundreds of years, would just disappear. Happiness came so suddenly. Yes, it was too sudden, so sudden that people couldn't react in time. The middle-aged woman who had proposed an early decisive battle also smiled and continued. We even won this war without losing a single ninja. The 7th speaker is truly a genius. I don't know how to praise him. Yes, this battle is all the result of Master Wang Jin. Yes, Mr. Wang Jin has saved our southern continent. I think he can take over as the first speaker now. Although they were in front of Mo Zhizhou, these people worshipped Wang Jin so much that they almost deified him. After hearing this, Mo Zhizhou not only wasn't unhappy, but actually laughed. Old Wang, you are right. It's time for me to give up my throne. I also want to retire early and enjoy a few years of happiness. Wang Jin has such strength, no matter what trouble he encounters in the future, he can solve it. Speaker, you praise me too much. As soon as Mo Zhizhou finished his last words, Wang Jin suddenly appeared in the venue, looking at him solemnly. Right now, there is an issue concerning the life and death of everyone in the entire continent, and I am helpless. What did you say? Mo Zhizhou, who was originally smiling, immediately became serious after hearing Wang Jin's words. No one was surprised by Wang Jin's sudden appearance. It was no secret that he owned the Flying Thunder God. Everyone in the continent knew that you could appear and disappear anytime and anywhere. It was just that he poured a basin of cold water on everyone who had just been in a state of excitement, sobering them up. 7th speaker, what happened to make you so nervous? The patriarch Lu asked, and the middle-aged woman was also confused. Master Wang Jin, now that the Bounty Hall has been destroyed by you, is there anything else in the mainland that you can't solve? Stop being so pretentious and tell me quickly. Mo Zhizhou asked, and after Wang Jin glanced at everyone, he spoke slowly. You hold hands, I will use the Flying Thunder God to move to the center of the battlefield. You will know it at a glance. Here are the top leaders of various departments and families in the Alliance, and they represent all the forces in the southern continent. Everyone quickly followed the instructions, and Wang Jin directly used the Flying Thunder God to transfer back to the battlefield again. Everyone was shocked by the tragic battlefield for a while, and then realized what they were doing, and immediately looked at Wang Jin. Wang Jin pointed to the sky in the distance, look there. Hey, that's a door. Really? It's impossible. How could the door float up? Is it really a door? This. Everyone was immediately confused, and Mo Zhizhou immediately ordered an Earth-style ninja to use ninjutsu to create a high platform so that they could observe up close. Soon a high Earth platform was built, and after everyone climbed up, they finally saw the black gate lineup. When they saw the world inside the door, their hearts were even more shocked, which was no less than a change in their perception. Mo Zhizhou observed the black door carefully, curious. It looks like a portal connecting two worlds. Is there really a world other than our divine tree continent in this world? Is it the hometown of Warcraft? They came through this thing 200 years ago. Warcraft? Mo Zhizhou's words made Wang Jin's thoughts move. Speaker, don't monsters come out of the secret realm? He was not interested in the origin of Warcraft and had never understood this information in depth. He had only seen it in textbooks before. Mo Zhizhou smiled slightly, that is hidden from ordinary people and low-level ninjas. In fact, no one knows the true origin of the Warcraft. The secret realm appeared after they invaded first. Since the time distance was very close, most people thought that the secret realm brought Warcraft. But these things are not a secret among the high-level people. Anyway, the monsters have been driven into the secret realm by the sacred tree. So that's it. Wang Jin nodded after hearing this. In the past, he had doubted whether the sacred tree was raising poison, but the secret environment created for Warcraft was actually better than that on the mainland. However, this still could not dispel his inner worry, because of all the people present, he was the only one who knew that there were other worlds with powerful ninjas in this world. Everyone felt that Mo Zhizhou's words made sense, and they all became curious about the other world. Some people even suggested going through the black door to learn more about it. Wang Jin stopped these people. Everyone, there is something I have to tell you. His expression was serious and no one dared not listen. Mo Zhizhou, what's wrong? Are you still in trouble? Wang Jin, it's more than just trouble. If my guess is correct, this is a life and death situation. What on earth makes you so worried? Mo Zhizhou frowned, and the others didn't dare to express their anger, waiting for Wang Jin to speak. Wang Jin did not stop and immediately laid out his concerns without hiding anything, including what the mysterious man wanted to do in the world of the sacred tree. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. A ray of soul is so powerful. If this world really belongs to them, then the divine tree continent is over. It is impossible to compete with the opponent and there is no chance to protect itself. This made everyone anxious, and they started discussing it. I would rather kill someone wrong than let it go. We must pay attention to Master Wang Jin's speculation. I propose to use sealing techniques to permanently seal this door to isolate the two worlds. The seal is fine, but I think we should send a team of people in first to find out more, otherwise we will always be blind and suffer a great loss. I also feel that it is necessary to understand that world. Of course, I must choose ninjas who are determined and willing to die. Even if they are discovered, they cannot reveal any information about the mainland. No, it's too risky. It's better to seal it directly. Sealing it directly is certainly the safest, but we can't be blind to the elephant all the time. How can we think of countermeasures without any information about the other party? The crowd quickly broke into two rows, and Wang Jin and Mo Zhizhou did not express their opinions easily. The two of them knew that if they spoke up, the decision would be made directly without everyone's opinions being heard. After arguing for a while, neither of the two groups could do anything to the other, and they all looked at the two of them in unison. Mo Zhizhou sighed softly, I am old and many of my ideas are lagging behind. It is better to listen to the opinions of young people. Wang Jin, from now on you are the chief speaker of the alliance. From now on, you will make the final decision on all affairs of the alliance. I am going to step down. Senior, you. Wang Jin was speechless. This old man is really smart, kicking such a troublesome balloon to himself. It wouldn't matter if he took over as the speaker, as the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. But now it is about life and death all over the world. If you let yourself make such a heavy decision, will you take the blame if you make a mistake? However, Mo Zhezhou waved his hands in a bachelor manner, took 2 steps back, and made way for Wang Jin. His meaning is obvious: now you are the one talking to me, everything has nothing to do with me. Everyone acted very calmly, with expressions on their faces as if it was natural for Wang Jin to take over as the speaker. At this point, the transfer of the supreme power, which so many people had fought for even to the death, was completed under such strange circumstances, without anyone objecting. When it comes to matters of life and death, Wang Jin doesn't hesitate and makes decisions directly. I also agree to send people in to investigate first, but there is no need for dead soldiers. I will do this myself. Wang Jin couldn't trust others, he only believed in himself. If it really is a world of mysterious people, then the entrance should be sealed as soon as possible, as long as it takes. It would be great if you guessed wrong. Whether the entrance should be left or sealed would be left to chance. No, speaker. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone objected in unison. Third speaker Pengyu looked at Wang Jin anxiously. You are not only the hope for the future of the alliance, but also the hope of all mankind. You cannot take risks yourself. That's right. Mo Zhezhou said with a serious expression. Wang Jin, we old guys can no longer understand your various methods and the path you are taking. You can't take risks. Whether it's the Divine Tree world or our Divine Tree continent, they can't do without you. You can leave the investigation to me and others. We old bones can't survive for a few days anyway. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you can't go in person. That's right, no one can enter, but you can't. Everyone is against it. They all know why the Bounty Palace was destroyed, and they also know how influential Wang Jin is in the world of the Sacred Tree. It is no exaggeration to say that no one has any doubt that he can unify the Hokage world in the future. If you really do it, why don't you just take the mission rewards? You and others will follow suit. Wang Jin didn't expect this. He just thought that everyone didn't want to take risks. However, they didn't even know the highest level of ninja. He really didn't trust these people to go inside to investigate. It's not that Wang Jin doesn't believe that there aren't many people who dare to die in the whole continent, he's just worried about what if there are genjutsu masters among them. A firm mind does not mean a firm spirit. Once these people are controlled, the Divine Tree continent will be directly exposed. I have made up my mind, you don't need to persuade me anymore. Wang Jin had a firm attitude and a serious expression, and issued orders directly. Now I use the first speaker to order you that no one is allowed to enter the black door from now on. Let the sealing ninja seal this door first, but don't seal it completely. I will go in and check it out in a few days. Big. Huh. An unknown old man still wanted to object. Wang Jin glared at him directly. My words don't work. Now I'll give you 2 choices. The first is to listen to me. The second is that I will step down as the speaker on the spot. Whoever you want to be, I will no longer interfere with anything. No, we just listen, just listen. The old man quickly bowed to show respect, and Wang Jin nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, I cherish my life more than you do, and I won't do anything wrong. Senior, please temporarily act as my agent regarding the matter of the Grand Speaker. I don't have that much time to stay in the Alliance every day. That's easy to say. That's what I planned. It's impossible to tie you down and affect your ability to improve. Mo Zhezhou chuckled and Wang Jin breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Fortunately, the other party is sensible and knows what is most important to him. After watching 3 ninjas who were good at sealing techniques seal the black door, Wang Jin was temporarily relieved. At this moment, he has finally finished everything and can pursue the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Finding the young man Chunin who had taken over the supplies for the Third War again, Wang Jin took Huolong and him directly into the subworld. When they met again, Huolong kept his head lowered and did not dare to speak. Deep down in his heart, he was ashamed at this moment. Thinking of his short-sightedness and distrust of Wang Jin, he now felt like a clown and had no face to see others. "If you hadn't dragged me along, I wouldn't have wanted to come," Huolong whispered to himself. Wang Jin was happy and coughed lightly. "It's not my fault, senior. After all, you are just an ordinary person. You should be able to not understand me. You kid, can you comfort people? If not, you can shut up." Just after entering the subworld, Wang Jin and others appeared outside Konoha. At this time, the sacred tree arranged for them to be ordinary Konoha ninjas, helping to transport supplies to the frontline battlefield. Wang Jin is not interested in drinking, and the 20% chakra reward is not enough to impress him. What he wants is Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo. "Senior Hua." Wang Jin ordered Huolong and the young man, "You two go to the front line, but be sure not to hand in the mission. Wait for my information before taking action." Huolong nodded. Before he came, he knew that Wang Jin had other plans and did not want to complete the task so quickly to prevent him from leaving this timeline early. The three of them separated at the entrance of the village. Huolong and the young man went to the mission hall, while Wang Jin went to the Uchiha tribe. There is a big gap between Konoha and the future at this time. There is no portrait of Minato on the Hokage rock, and many celebrities in the future are still young or young. Now he is going to Uchiha Fugaku to conduct reconnaissance and learn about Uchiha Fugaku's movements. There are so few people. Wang Jin quickly arrived at the place where the Uchiha tribe lived, and found that none of the ninjas in the tribe were there, only civilians. There is only one result of this, and that is that the entire Uchiha clan also joins the war and goes to serve on the battlefield. He randomly talked to a few civilian Uchiha and quickly confirmed his suspicion. "Are you going to deal with Kirigakure?" "It's just as I expected." Wang Jin strode outside the village to find Uchiha Fugaku in Kirigakure. There was also a fight between Konoha and Kirigakure in the Third Ninja World War, and the Uchiha clan with Sharingan was undoubtedly the nemesis of Kirigakure's art and the first choice to deal with Kirigakure ninjas. Hey, hurry up, how long will it take to reach the Kingdom of Water?" "Kai, don't run too fast, we won't even get there." On the way, Wang Jin accidentally ran into Metkai, Shiranui Ginma, and Ebisu. "Is this the time?" It seems that Dai is about to perform the famous scene of the Eighth Gate of Death. As soon as Wang Jin saw this trio, he thought of what would happen next. The Kai trio went to Kirigakure to perform a mission and were surrounded by the 7 ninja swordsmen. At the critical moment, Mat Dai, who was the genin of Konoha Manon, stepped forward and used the Eighth Gate of Death to defeat the 7 people into 3 people, beating 4 Kirigakure masters to death. After this battle, although Mat Dai died after overdrafting his life due to opening the Eighth Gate of Death, he perfected the 8 Gates armor escape technique and made this technique famous in the ninja world. However, the above are all the results of his lack of intervention. If you happen to meet him in the Kingdom of Water, then Wang Jin doesn't mind helping, so that Mat Dai can continue to live in this world. With no chance for the young trio, Wang Jin left the village first at a speed they couldn't keep up with. The Kingdom of Water is to the east of the Kingdom of Fire. Under normal circumstances, if Genin wants to go there, he must first take a boat to the border port of the Kingdom of Fire, and it will take at least 3 days to reach it by water. However, Wang Jin does not have so much time to take the boat slowly. Now he is already a film-level chakra. No less chakra than powerful men like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku, who can completely tread water and cross the sea quickly. When Wang Jin used the teleportation technique to rush on his way at great speed, it took him less than 2 hours to cross the entire fire country and arrive at the port terminal. Under the surprised eyes of many ninjas waiting to board the boat, he jumped onto the sea without stopping at all, and used the chakra water treading technique to fly at high speed. Who is this person? How dare he cross the sea with chakra? A Konoha ninja was puzzled, and so were his companions. I don't know. Anyone who can do such a thing is the strongest among the strong. I've never seen him in the village. Since Wang Jin was wearing Konoha ninja uniform, the two ninjas regarded him as one of their own. At sea, Wang Jin was not afraid of the wind and waves, and ran rampant, just to get Fugaku's Mangekyo in the fastest time. His only worry at this moment was whether Uchiha Fugaku had opened his eyes, and he thought secretly in his heart. According to Itachi's recollection, Fugaku told him personally that his Mangekyo was started during this war because of a companion who sacrificed himself to save him. I don't know if this has happened now. If it's not time yet, that's going to be troublesome. We'll have to wait. Wang Jin had no other choice but to let the plot progress slowly to ensure that his interference would not lead to a butterfly effect that would prevent Uchiha Fugaku from being able to open his eyes. Now he just hoped that the other party had successfully opened his eyes so that he wouldn't have to waste time waiting. In the land of water, in the hidden mist village, in a canyon, the young Uchiha Fugaku is leading his people in a battle against the hidden mist ninja. Uchiha Fugaku has short black hair and wears a dark blue robe with the Uchiha clan's round fan logo tattooed on his back and the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on his shoulders. He wore a tight black combat uniform and the wrinkles on his face were deeper than Itachi's. Wherever he went, the enemies were terrified, and his pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan emitted a terrifying red light in the dark. Uchiha Fugaku was very agile and almost no ordinary Kirigakure Jonin could last more than 5 moves before being killed by him. At the same time, he was accompanied by a handsome young man with a ponytail, whose strength should not be underestimated and was not weaker than his. Fugaku. After killing a Kirigakure Jonin with a sword, the young man complained, "You are the clan leader, don't rush too far forward." "Huh, Hua-he, you don't have to worry about me. Just be careful. I'm better than you." Uchiha Fugaku laughed and called out the young man's name, Uchiha Fire Core. Uchiha Hua curled his lips and said unconvincedly, "That's not necessarily true. I also have a 3 Magatama Sharingan, no worse than you." "Oh. Then how about a competition to see who can defeat this small group of Kirigakure troops first and get to their main base camp? Let's compete, why should I be afraid of you?" Uchiha Hua shouted, and then led a dozen Uchiha people to rush towards the Kirigakure troops at a faster speed. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand and led the rest of the men to advance deep into the enemy's territory, killing the enemy whenever they encountered them. The two teams advanced forward madly. The task given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen was very simple, to use the power of his clan to entangle the high-end combat forces of the hidden mist in the land of water. By time for other Konoha troops to defeat the enemy, and finally join forces with them to defeat Kirigakure. The attack by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Fire Core went smoothly, and they soon advanced to within a dozen kilometers of the Kirigakure headquarters. At this time, both of them stopped and smiled at each other. "Fugaku, it seems you are still faster. We have more people, so we should be faster. You are not bad at Fire Core either." The two have known each other since childhood. They are both competitors and friends, and now they are close comrades who are willing to trust their lives for each other. After sending a few tribesmen to scout the Kirigakure headquarters and finding out the number of enemies, Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a deep voice. He called several Jonin and assigned them tasks. "Third generation wants us to hold back this enemy. We are only a dozen kilometers away from their base camp, which is a very dangerous distance and easy to be ambushed. But there are 2 sides to every coin. We are worried that Kirigakure will suddenly attack, and they are the same, afraid that we will launch a surprise attack. So I decided to divide the tribe into 2 teams. You guys will lead one team to harass from behind, and Hua-he and I will lead the other team to attack head-on. How about letting the Kirigakure troops be attacked from both sides, making them nervous and distracting their attention? You are the patriarch and we listen to you. We just fight. An abstract-looking Uchiha Jonin smiled cruelly, and the three Magatama in his eyes exuded a strong desire for battle. The others nodded, all agreeing with Fugaku's arrangement.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.